Across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. nightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time worshipping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
They can focus on to the tanks here because there's no more sustain. Now the feed is filled with versus throw. The bears, they're feasting. The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? He goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Playoffs Day 4 as we head into the grand finals. I'm one of your hosts, I Run Shib, here with my co-host Dogman. How you doing today, buddy?
Not good, man. A lot of stuff happened. I mean, you take a look at my wall real quick. That's why my hair's so disheveled. That's why I just put on the jacket last second. You're in a nice suit. I'm over here looking like a maniac. Listen, I've done the math, okay? North America, it makes so much sense. If let me zoom out the camera a little bit here. It makes all the sense possible, right? Like take a look over here. All right, over here in the group stages, we had Alani Wind lose alongside Solaris, Luminosity, and Dark Zero, right? Earlier on, we're wondering what the hell happened to Solaris. Not a streamer team, right? Apparently, that's offensive. Can't call people streamer teams. We already know that. There's no Gale. I mean, great player. The whole team's so good. Guru, you guys are amazing. You can play Guru, whatever you want. But you're out of the tournament now, unfortunately. Lost to FlyQuest, lost to Team Envy. Down here, we have Alani Win losing as well. I mean, that team looked super good, but they lost to Jobless in the first qualifier. Second qualifier, not so much. They were to come back through. Lost the Brazilian team. You already know that. Down here, Luminosity Gaming dropped one of the best teams. Already qualified for China, by the way. Out of the tournament, first round of the group stage.
Gone.
Next up, we had Dark Zero. In Japan was Hogs. What are you doing in Japan, bro? Get the hell back to your seat. Play the damn game. Now we move on forwards, right? More teams that lost in the group stages didn't make it into the official tournament. You keep track, champ.
I'm locked. No, it makes perfect sense.
Next up, we have over here, we have Nightmare, right? Nightmare, Shikigami, Citadel, all these signed rosters out, gone, dead.
Blocking.
We took him out back, gone. Jobless, where's Infamy, right? Jobless is freaking dead. That team, moving, playoffs, right? Playoffs, fantastic. Move to the right side of the game. We have over here, I need a second. FlyQuest, Nightmare, Nemesis, out. How did we have these two teams? Favorites to win the entire tournament? Gone. Dead. They are out of here. Fantastic teams. One had internet issues, whatever. They're gone. Not going to China. Ego Death. Fantastic story. Amazing job with Self. He's so good on Human Torch, Black Panther, all this sort of stuff. FTXT, another fantastic team. Gone. Shroud X. Shroud watched the tournament. They lost because of it. And now we are left with 3 teams that go to China. Nemesis, or Envy, 100 Thieves, Sentinels, all going to China in a few months alongside these teams, Shib, in Europe, in Oceania, and
I see him on the flight. Wow.
On the flight. There we go.
Wow, that was beautiful, Charlie. I mean, Dogman, wow, I love the walkthrough there. What a catch up. And you got me hyped, man. I mean, it all made sense to me. What a walkthrough. And a perfect way to start today as we're heading into the grand finals. Beautiful opening, brother.
Thank you. You can keep talking.
I hear how tired you are. I'm dying. All right, so you look over here. You just mentioned it. Teams going to China. You look over the Americas region, 100 Thieves, Sentinels, and as of the end of yesterday, Envy clutching it up against Shroud X. I mean, if you didn't watch yesterday's series, if you didn't watch yesterday's stream, and you want entertainment, go watch that. It went till like 3 a.m. my time, and I still was more wired than having 100 coffees. And we're gonna, this is the breakdown of what we're gonna see today as my buddy catches his breath. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. We're gonna start off here with the lower bracket finals of Envy and 100 Thieves. That is going to be a crazy lower bracket finals. And then we head over into the grand finals, turning from a best of 5 now to be a best of 7. These are going to be intense games. I cannot wait to jump in.
I can't either. And I think that's the whole point of back there is just that NA's been crazy. Shib, you and I know many predictions wrong. Everybody didn't know what the hell was going on because so many teams got upset in the first round of the playoffs. A lot of teams didn't qualify for the playoffs. I mean, this meta has been amazing. I think Marvel Rivals Esports has been amazing. And, today as well, I mean, we have the 3 teams in North America that have qualified, but the biggest thing is that there's still $70,000 for first place on the line, man. Oof. So I know that matters to a lot of teams. I think over in EU, we did have, I think Rad Esports was even sad they didn't win and get the whole, get the first place prize of 70 grand. It's the biggest prize pool any of these players have competed for. And today we're going to see, who's going to win out of these top 3 teams.
Yeah, not only is it an insane prize pool, but it also gets you in that conversation of top earner. And I know people love titles like that. As we look over here for the prize pool, just here in the Americas region, $250K here, first place, $70K, second place. I mean, that's crazy, man, for a tournament this early on in the infancy of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a lot of money on the line. And, all these players definitely want to win right now and get that $250,000 total prize pool, but more importantly, the $70,000. And then at LAN as well, that doubles, right? We're going to $500,000 for China. So it's very important, obviously, win today, but you're making double or nothing if you don't go to China.
Oh, I can't wait to see these teams in person, shake hands, and just have eyes on. This is going to be, I mean, we already know who's going in for the Americas region. Obviously, we saw as well for EMEA, but this is going to be an intense situation. This is where teams are going to start standing up. Fans are going to start getting wild. It's going to be so much fun, man. And I know we're going to have more of this conversation soon once we get in with our interviewee that we'll have here coming shortly. But we'll have that discussion very soon. But man, you talked about some of the metas coming up here. Some of these things we're seeing with Cap, with Psylocke, now taking his space back in with the new dive composition, bunch of stuff, including damage boosting Ultron. I don't even know what to expect today because they're pulling out crazy things like Iron Man.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of insane things going on, and I'm sure J3 is going to help us break us down because that will be our guest. Currently is Jay. Hopefully he's on the line, ready to go. Oh, I mean, an incredible incredible start to this weekend with EMEA. Jay, you just finished that up, and then now over here in North America with us. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to finally see you on the cam again, dude.
Likewise, I'm doing fantastic. I mean, shout outs to you guys for, what do you call it, doing a lot of casting. You know, EMEA just finished like 7-8 hours, and it's been phenomenal. And thank you to Marvel Rivals for having me here.
Absolutely.
Also, I like the breakdown. I like the whole breakdown.
Thank you. I mean, listen, things are wild right now. I even screwed up the PNG of that over there. Shout out to production. I mean, I literally asked them to set this up like 5 minutes before. So, I mean, we were just moving on a fly. And speaking of which, I mean, Jay, you've been, there's a bug on you. I don't know if you see that, but, just good to have you obviously here today. And, Jay, I think you just watched EMEA Day obviously today, right? What is your takeaway, I think, comparing the two regions? I mean, you've been watching so much North America, so much EMEA. I know you're one of the hardest grinders in terms of our co-streamers out there. What's your biggest thing? What's the biggest difference that you kind of noticed between EMEA and North America?
I think the biggest difference that I know right now is that I think there's like 3 to 4 strong EMEA teams out there right now. Berber Patapim is one of them, came back, and the one thing I will say about the biggest difference between EMEA and America is that America, I feel like, has any team that can potentially just upset one another. As you guys saw, NA had a lot of reverse sweeps, a lot of 2-3s, I believe. A lot. They've been amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, you've seen it all. 50 hours in the last 3 days. If you haven't followed Jay, go do that right now. Guy is an absolute savage, not only in ladder, but also in these watch parties. Just no sleep at all. Gotta respect it. And piggybacking off that question just for you, is there an MVP for you, whether it's a player, a team, or both, that you have loved watching this tournament so far?
Ooh, I mean, to be honest with you, all teams have been fantastic. Some players I just recently met as well, but the one player that comes to mind, well, there's 2 players actually. I think Rye Mazing is doing absolutely fantastic on Sentinels. I've seen him play a lot of off-meta picks that I haven't really seen a lot, Magic and also a lot of Iron Man. But I think the one person that I would be very scared to play against, and I think a lot of other players as well in the tournament are scared to play against, is Terra. He's very, I guess, terrifying. If you know, you know.
Well, haven't you? Oh, good one. Clap for that one, Jay. I mean,
thank you.
It's beautiful, of course. No, but actually, you've played against him in ranked and stuff, right? I mean, consistently Eternity, consistently one above all. I mean, is he the guy that you're also scared to play against when you go into ranked and stuff, or is there more players maybe in that same category?
Probably a lot. I mean, a lot of people in the same category. The people who I would be scared against the most is not who I'm playing against, is who I'm playing with most of the time. 5 DPS, 6 DPS. No one wants to go support or tank, so that's probably going to be my answer right there. But anyone in the tournament, I'm scared to play against.
You're like the opposite of Necros. You're not a support strike. You just want a DPS strike to exist now because that's the only way you don't get 5 DPS in your game, right?
Exactly. Oh, one person comes to mind is Ego Death Self. That one game, I think it was on Central Park, where they didn't get to ban Black Panther, and it was like game 5 as well, and he went in. Black Panther dominated that game. That was fun to see.
Yeah, no, he's a demon as well, and we saw him change up heroes and still perform. And honestly, kind of talking about and just following in that path, you're talking about different heroes that we've seen. We talk about players, but has any of these new maybe meta picks surprised you? Things that you maybe didn't expect?
Something I didn't expect. I would probably go back to what I said is, probably the Magic pick that I saw Rye Mazing actually pick out yesterday against, I think it was against the 3 tanks, 3 supports on one of those maps. Yeah, I did not expect, a lot of melee characters to come into play.
Yeah, that makes it's like weird because we're still finding new ways to handle things like these new spawn door holds, and then it does kind of bring to light some of these heroes that maybe aren't selected, right? Like in ranked or at high level of play that now have a huge place in the meta just to counter some specific strategy.
Yeah, really for sure.
And Jay, I think, by the way, just because, I mean, the character's been out for a little bit now, and, after Ultron, I think that he's sort of made waves, and he's kind of been up and down. I mean, I think at the beginning, everybody thought he was kind of bad. Then he sort of was overrated at a certain point. I mean, where do you kind of rate this character from what you've seen in Ignite so far, or in your own play in Ranked?
To be honest with you, I feel like with every new character, especially like Wolverine, I remember when people were playing Wolverine, they were playing him wrong, but now since people know how to play him and like kidnap and bring him to like the backline and stuff, I think it's I think Ultron works really well in the 3 support team comp. Not really in 2 healers. I prefer 2 defensive ults, at least in my opinion. But he is an MVP machine. And it's nice to see that, some of these players, especially in this tournament, are dropping like 30,000 damage and 30,000 healing, and sometimes even getting more elims than, everyone else on their team. So that's crazy to see.
And they're damage boosting Ultron now. They're running the triple with Mantis to give the damage boost. It's just a whole nother level of just threatening up there in the sky. Another flyer. That is a huge problem. It's, and that led to a lot of clutch moments, right? And I've had a lot of, I've had so much fun casting yesterday. We saw Shroud X with that insane comeback there against Techie, that close battle down to the wire. One of the most close and intense Marvel Rivals game I've ever even seen or been a part of. That was a clutch moment for me that I loved watching. But do you have anything out of these moments, these games that you've seen that maybe kind of were like, that was maybe your favorite moment of the tournament so far?
Oh, I think I'm gonna, I have to shout out this guy. I think the one time that my chat was out of the chair was probably Terra on Central Park. I think it was yesterday against Sentinels. And they Sentinels pushed all the way through, had 4 minutes remaining, and then it was 100 Thieves time. They capped with 1 minute remaining, but then Terra was Amazing, I think, said it as well. He had to look through all the corners and make sure, Terra wasn't there to kidnap him and take him away on that Wolverine. So that's scary to see.
Nightmare fuel.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And maybe on that boat, Jay, I mean, I know that you're always trying to diversify your hero pool a little bit. I know at one point you were kind of not a Psylocke OTP, but somebody that plays a lot of that character. Do you think that maybe Wolverine is now in that sort of boat where you think every duelist needs to play it, whether or not you need to flex to it or whatever? Do you think everybody just kind of has to have a Wolverine in their back pocket?
I think he, actually, yeah, I would agree. I mean, I just started picking up Wolverine right between the break, between EMEA and NA. We were having a lot of fun in quick play, but I think every DPS, not even just all DPS players. There's I'm blanking on the name, but there's
Guru
one,
or any of the Z10 guys, maybe.
Well, there's one person who plays tank for their team, but then he actually switches to Wolverine for a 3. Sorry,
Mace was doing that too.
Z10. And so there's a few. There's 3 maybe.
Yeah, there's a few of the tank players that also switched to that Wolverine. Guru is one of them. But yesterday they were doing that in the tournament as well, and I think that's pretty crazy to see as well. Wolverine right now is really strong.
Yeah, I mean, if someone plays a bunch of Vanguard, it's if you can't beat them, join them. It's so terrifying to go against as a Vanguard. You're like, you know what? I'm just going to do it myself. And I'm going to put production on the spot here and ask you something on the spot here in terms of your predictions for this series. Obviously, we're starting off here. We've got 100 Thieves and Envy, and then we're going to find out who goes into Sentinels. Do you have any teams you predict, or even the number of maps where it's going to go on either side?
Oh, to be honest with you, okay, this is actually really funny that you asked me that. Cal came to my stream and said that they were going, they beat 100 Thieves 4 times this past 2 months. So I think, if Cal keeps popping off like he's been doing, he might be able to see that. But I think 100 Thieves might win. Sorry, Cal, 3-2, if anything. And then I think Sentinels and 100 Thieves is probably going to be the match to see. That's going to be another rematch. I think maybe if 100 Thieves did their homework and whatnot, that might go to Game 7. Hey, maybe even Game 8. We saw a Game 8 in, I believe, the Asia region as well, with the finals.
And that was crazy. Yeah, that was insane. And also,
wild.
I mean, just the fact, I think it was because Crazy Raccoons is not qualified now because of its only reject in Gen G, right? That's insane. I mean, every region,
that was a wild one. Sorry.
Well, on that, why do you think everything is why do you think the parity is so good right now? Is it because of the new ban system with the 2 bans and 4 protects alongside of the fact it's not global? Why do you think there is such parity right now and across every region?
To be honest with you, it got me. It was very confusing for me at first because I don't really watch. This was my first full tournament that I watched. I believe it's probably the ban system. I think one of the casters said it the best. It's probably 70% bans and 30% the actual game. I think the bans, unlike any other game, it prevents the mirror matchups. It makes other teams run other different comps, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and it brings the coaches into play, which I think is something that's kind of slept on in esports in general. So it's super exciting. It brings a whole another element of difficulty in the understanding of the game. And, another question I have for you in terms of composition and stuff. I know you've run a lot of Namor. I've seen you play Namor, discussing Namor hella. A lot of those hit scan. It's been something you've been known for. And something we always like to ask as we're ending up interviews here, do you have a specific hero in the duelist front that you'd want to see, or, actually any position for that matter? I just know you play a lot of duelists that you'd like to see come into this game as we close up on this interview.
Oh, some people have said it before. I would probably say Deadpool. I think Deadpool is going to be a really, fun addition to the game. The one thing I would be looking forward to with Deadpool is his interactions with the other characters and whatnot. I think that would be very hilarious, and I really want to see how well it's done in the game.
Awesome. Yeah, just theorizing switching between pistols and swords, stuff like that could be crazy. More diving, more range, having that versatility.
Do we have time for one more or three more hard questions? It's actually going to be really pretty difficult, or are we ready to go?
I'm down. I'm here as long as you guys want me. So.
Okay. Well, listen. I mean, if J3 was a coach of each of these teams playing against all of them today, you had 4 bans per team, right? This is going to be a tough question. I think for every single team, when we talk about, let's go with Envy first. Which would your 4 bans be versus Team Envy?
Oh man, that is a very hard question, man. Listen, so I'm banning for Envy's team, huh? I would probably
against them, yes.
Against them. So I would probably ban Punisher. I think Punisher has to go.
Okay, 1.
I would probably have to ban Loki as well. I think Loki would probably have to go. Try to get away from those 2 Luna, ults. And then I would probably get rid of either Mag or Emma. Probably Mag. Definitely Mag. And then the last one, if you ban Mag, I would probably ban Psylocke so you don't get that combo, that Emma Frost and Psylocke combo.
Okay, J3, congratulations. You've been 3-0'd because Speedily played Storm. The real answer was Storm the whole time. You messed up,
Speedily,
buddy.
yeah, he plays all the flyers,
you
though.
You forgot. I mean, put you on the spot, to
If
be
you
fair.
ban one of the flyers, though, he could play all the flyers.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you were saying you kind of get a default ban for every single team almost, what would you do? Is there anything specific you maybe do for Sentinels, right? What would you do for them?
Sentinels, man, for Sentinels, I would probably ban Cloak and Dagger. I've seen a lot of Aramori playing Cloak and Dagger, so I think that would probably be a good one. I feel like I'm going to answer this and you're going to say I fail. Probably Cloak and Dagger. Probably, God, I forgot what that. Probably get rid of Iron Man. Rye Mazing has been insane on Iron Man. Mag and oh my, this is tough. Loki, sure, why not? Tell me I failed.
Right, congratulations, Jay. You failed again. That you did not ban Wolverine, and also the fact that you didn't protect Wolverine on your side. It's been banned. Now they're playing Groot, and you're screwed because
you didn't say I had any saves.
A Groot player. Nope, sorry. Unfortunately, you failed, and it's over. All right, next thing we got 100 Thieves. Jay, what's your opinion on 100 Thieves? What are you banning for them?
Wolverine 4 times.
There we go. All right.
No.
Congratulations, Jay. You've won the whole tournament. There we go. That's good enough.
There you go.
There we go.
Well, to be honest with you, and I don't know if this is true or not, I heard that a tank player, on 100 Thieves can only play 3 different tanks. I don't know how smart it would be to ban those 3 tanks, but that would be very interesting.
Good point.
That's the coaching. You know what I mean? I feel it already. Step in, man. They need you. Jump in there. Get in there.
Yeah, hit me up. If any team needs to lose and come in last place and need an unk to, balance out the age, I got you guys.
That's it. Beautiful. Well, it's been a ton of fun talking to you as always, man. I'm sure we'll see you. Like I said, if you haven't followed J3, go do that. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you in these tournaments to come. Have a good one, my man.
Hey, thank you guys. Hey, keep doing amazing.
Appreciate
about
you.
A curse. I was gonna get fined.
Good save. Good save.
All right, get the hell out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Take care, guys.
Jay. Hey, speaking of Jesus, oh my God, I got cut off too. Used to be known as G3zus, so love that guy. Love Jay. You know him, Shib. I mean, he's just such a funny dude.
Yeah, good dude. Absolutely. And you talked a bit about their, banning out flyers, right? We're going to head in here very soon to 100 Thieves Envy, and a strategy that we saw 100 Thieves doing, which I thought was unique, and I want your take on this because we haven't talked about this yet off of stream just yet, is that they elected to not ban anything of Speedery at all and went pretty hard on Cal with Punisher, and they went towards the back line, maybe a few Vanguards as always, and then they just had Terra mark Speedery and not leave Speedery's side the entire time. Okay, and before you answer that, let's look at these predictions here. a little bit different across the board, at least. But oh, you know what? You and Vicky locked in, and me and Cozy on the same side here. Ooh, and I tied them up yesterday. Let's go.
Yeah, you have. I mean, we've sort of made a comeback, all of us, from what an abysmal day number one it was for basically everybody. I mean, especially me. I went 0-4, so the fact that we've brought it back is definitely big. But it is kind of surprising to me, Ship. Nobody seems to think Envy can win today, even though from what Cal said, was it you or was it Jay that said that how they keep winning in scrims? Envy.
I think both. I mean, he's mentioned it a few times. I mean, they're really good. It's difficult, right? And, you know, a lot of the time, sometimes I'll just go out in the wind and say, if I think it's going to go one way, it's probably going to go the other. So I'll throw the other team. But I do think 100 Thieves is just so strong. And even when they're down, for the most part, whenever they're down, it's like Bruce Banner Hulk. We talk about that a lot. They just get so angry and they perform. They love pressure. So I think that, you know, I do think Envy's going to get a couple maps, or at least one map, and push it to maybe, you know, getting into that higher game series. But and then they might pop off, and that's the reason I put them there. But in the past, obviously you see here 100 Thieves taking that in this tournament 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, in the officials, 100 Thieves has showed up, but it's not been, you know, many times at all. And that's the tough part, is we don't have a good read on Envy on these other maps. I mean, we have seen them on Burn at the Child. It's been a tough map for them in general, I think, throughout the tournament. So, you know, we'll see how they've kind of progressed in that department. Also, you know, against somebody like 100 Thieves, it's going to be a good matchup. I think both teams sort of like to play similar comps, right? A lot of them like to play front to back. They don't really, you know, do a lot of crazy stuff like with Ryan Mazing. I think in his interview yesterday, he talked about how they like to, you know, throw the curveball towards 100 Thieves or Team Envy. So that's what it seems like Sentinels has in the back pocket versus both of these teams.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. But just continue where we were before. So talking about having Terra now mark Speedery, you know, instead of banning out those heroes. What are your thoughts on that as we look at the roster here for Envy with Cal, Speedery, Kaluge, Window, Nero, and Month? This team is so good, man.
I think it's tough because we're only a few weeks into a meta, and I think there's a few key things we've seen, right? You need to kind of get rid of Speedery on Psylocke a lot of the times. I mean, he's going to be just absolutely disruptive on that character. Right, we know that as a fact, right? Also, I think Cal has sort of started to flex over to that Wolverine. That's definitely a problem too. So, I mean, maybe leaving that Storm in, like you said, could be a good idea. I think even at points, Ryan Mazing was talking about how Torch, and this is probably more of a hot take, but I personally think Torch might be a little bit overrated of a ban in general, only because it seems like Torch isn't really carrying like he used to in the previous patch or like a week ago or two, right? I think teams are starting to play around that Torch a lot better. Speedily, definitely one of the best Torch players, so it's always going to be worrisome against him. But I think the tough part is he's so good on Storm, and Flyers are so good in general in this game. It feels like every single Flyer has potential. I know even Iron Man people thought was bad a week ago, but Ryan Mazing pulled it out in the tournament and now is in the grand finals. So I think all of the Flyers in this game are so good, and it turns out characters like Hela, for as much as you would think would be a hard counter to Flyers, hasn't really been that at the pro level with how good people are with their movement. So it's a tough choice, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do think Flyers have, especially when you have like an invis pocket or something to help out, there's a lot of tools to keep them up, especially against hit scan. But looking at the roster here, Terra, Delena, TTK, Vinny, Harvey, and SJP, another one of those teams alongside Envy in each individual role has the potential in the conversation of being the very best in those roles. This matchup is going to be so much fun to watch. Obviously, we know what Terra can do in the conversation for the very best in the game. Obviously, Terra the Terrifying, Terra the Terrible is a threat, especially when he looks like the game is not in their favor. He always seems to just step up and do insane things. I think yesterday we saw him 50-1 going there with those tackles on the Wolverine. You know, you saw Ryan Mazing even mentioned in the interview, looking around the corners, trying to find him, thinking they were safe, trying to launch that maximum pulse, and then just getting tackled out of the sky. It's terrifying.
Yeah, that's the scary part about Wolf. He's like sort of anti-flyer and anti-tank. He kind of does everything if you just play him correctly. And, you know, like you said on Terra, I mean, we saw in the Ryan Mazing cam, I mean, they were on attack. He was on Human Torch. He got pulled out of the air 3, 4, 5 times. And you saw in that, like, I think 5th time he got pulled out of the air, there was a reaction where he just, like, put his hands on his head. Yeah. And I'm like, damn, that'd be a good gif right there of Ryan Mazing freaking out because of Terra and how good he is, right? And you talked about how Terra kind of is just that guy who clutches up in those big scenarios, right? You talk about players who have that X factor factor. He's definitely one of them. I think at EMEA, we talk about Pokey. I think he clutched up in huge situations when you're down ultimates. When you rely on one person to pop off, it's Terra in this case, and it's Pokey, I think, in EMEA. You talk about how Terra probably is one of the best DPS in the game, best duelists in the game. I think you're right. I think he's definitely one of the best, if not the best. And then maybe in EMEA, I think Pokey also has a good shot over there. But there's so many good players right now playing this game at Marvel Rivals. And that's why I think, Shib, you and I mean, it's hard for us to be even biased for the North American region just because, I mean, it seems like anyone can compete on any given day, any given Sunday.
Yeah, and speaking of teams that can compete and have been knocked out, you know, you talk about potentially the best in Rivals, definitely the best, or one of the best in Ignite right now, because obviously a lot of teams, including VP, getting knocked out, right? So no longer going to be in that Ignite series right now, so that conversation changes a little bit in terms of who's the best right now. But things that we need to see here for a change of pace. Envy really has been struggling on domination, and that is going to be the first map here as we go into bans. They need to find some success here in Dom if they want to feel more confident going into this series, because even yesterday, losing 2 maps to Shroud X on domination.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be some changes, I imagine. Emma Frost banned first for both sides, and the Magneto Protect, so we're probably going to see a lot of that character from 100 Thieves get played. I mean, considering how TTK played, and also on Hell's Heaven, how much this character could do, it's definitely big. I think there's so many takes that you can have on this meta right now. I mean, at points, if they're running full dive, you know, you can swap to the Thing. You know, we talked about how the Thing, you know, maybe he doesn't have his place at times, but, you know, he can definitely pop off in the right scenario, especially not against the Bucky. But I think both of these teams have a very good Bucky player in the fact that I think Cal can play it. I think Speedily could play it. Obviously, NK is probably their, I would say, like, designated Bucky player, but overall, I think they have a lot of answers to that sort of comp, and 100 Thieves immediately already are moving Terra's hero pool like we were talking about, Chip.
Yeah, and yeah, we're going to see the Torch ban here, which I know you mentioned you're not 100% convinced on Torch, but Speedery is so good on Torch and has a huge skill ceiling, a ton of movement, like you mentioned, very difficult to track and tough to take out of the sky. So that makes sense to me. I'm kind of on the fence with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying that there's a lot of really strong flyers, but why not take them all out? As you see here, the hard target here for Speedery.
Yeah, I think map 1, I think Yoki said it first from FlyQuest. It's just like map 1 is sort of like a feel out period. You know, they're really targeting Speedily, like you said. On the opposite side, maybe a bit more traditional bans. But I think you just have to adapt, right? And that's the hard part of this patch is that I see like, I'll co-stream and I'll see like EMEA players, pros will be like, yo, like, how is NA this bad? Like, why are they trolling their bans? And then we'll go to EMEA and then NA pros are like, wow, EMEA is so bad. Like, they're screwing up their bans so poorly. It's just like, I think we've just determined, Shiv, that the ban and protect phase right now is just really hard. Like, it's genuinely the most impossible thing to do, and is definitely a big skill, like you said, or how, you know, that is the largest skill in this game, and it really does feel like 70%, 30%. You need to adjust in the ban phase, and at the end of the day, you have to go out and play the game, and you have to play well. But regardless, it's very hard. You have to be ultra big brained. We're seeing even like Sentinels making, you know, decisions to ban 100 Thieves Torch because, you know, for example, like, I just don't think the Torch ban is necessary for a team like 100 Thieves because they're really good at Torch, but we've seen them swap off of Torch, right? In the middle of a series, they will stop playing Torch because they want to go to something else instead of playing that character. So I feel like that's kind of a wasted ban. But, you know, a lot of these teams, it's tough to make those decisions. It's tough to, you know, deviate per team because you have to do so many hours of research just to figure out what to ban.
71% to 29-2 on the predictions here, bud. I mean, that is as big as we have ever seen in terms of a deviation. Allowing that Wolverine through too. I know what you're saying there, getting rid of the Torch. Obviously, maybe they just struggle as a team, or they just don't feel, they just don't want to deal with it and have their eyes up as much in the sky. But allowing that Wolverine through on a map like this, where Wolverine can find a ton of off angles, is a little crazy to me. But, you know, these teams have been practicing against stuff like this as we go into the first fight.
And they go to triple, right? I think triple on this map is solid. You're just gonna have to be able to get Cal set up on these ults. I think Envy is definitely one of the best triple res teams in the game, if not the best. And they're already starting off with some cheese here, Shiv, versus this Wolverine.
The kidnap. They tried to make it happen. We saw Solaris do this. Maybe the inventors of it as we start this fight. Window does get success there with the kidnap, and Deletta goes down early. What a play as Speedery and the rest of the team is now going to try to make up for the early tackle. Up in the sky goes Kalush, goes right down. Does he have the jump? He does manage to get out of there early on as we proceed with this fight. 100 Thieves now kind of owning this space. Wolverine in the front line. Speedery finding one early. TTK goes down, and it's back and forth right off the start here. The bubble gets pulled out from the side of Envy again.
Yeah, that original cheese sort of play with the Wolverine or with the teleporter has definitely allowed Envy to just gain all the space on the point after Terra falling. They were able to kind of collapse towards this objective, and then after that, you know, if Terra doesn't get that pull off the map on the Kaluge, maybe he could take himself and that Strange out, but maybe that could have turned the fight. Regardless, huge position to be in now for Envy as domination. You know, that percentage can go up so fast. It's probably at 60-70% before you know it.
Yeah, I mean, getting that first fight win, we talk about the value in that, right, all the time. That early play when they're up in numbers, and they clearly found advantage through it, even though they were kind of getting driven back. They just played patiently and dropped back, used that bond to buy time. Look how many ults are up for Envy as they have 6 ready. Speedery here going to be using this Galactic Legend in no time. As soon as this dance floor goes down, but down goes Window, out goes the Eye from Kaluge, finds one. Will they dunk right back with the Meteor? They do. Down goes Nero as again 100 Thieves are turning this around. Even being down ultimates, out goes the Res, and the entirety of the team is back trying to take this fight. Up goes Invisible Boundary. Out and again is the Blind. Do they find value? Not quite yet. And oh my goodness, Terra with a 4-piece followed up by SJP. Cal gonna res back, but it's not gonna be enough. But at this point, 63% here for Envy.
And that was just intelligent by 100 Thieves to save onto that Invisible Boundary. Envy, maybe overlaying ultimates. It's tough because you don't really know when to exactly use that Guardian's ultimate. When you use that Star-Lord ultimate, usually TTK is going to be there with the Meteor M to connect on him. But, you know, that was well played by 100 Thieves, and that's the terrifying part we've seen of Terra and on that Wolverine. He's just able to find that first pick. The res is forced. They're able to match the ultimates, and now in this fight, they're having the only ultimate in the game with Delena and his ultimate. He's no Meteor M on the other side to counter it.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the Goddess of Death available, although maybe not one of the strongest quote-unquote ultimates in the game right now, especially when there's no strategist ult up, it's far more valuable and much more dangerous, especially as a second life. And here it goes. Up goes the Goddess, and Speedery finds Harvey, though, down back in number. Speedery, make that 2. Do I see 3? Delena gonna find Month. Is the res up here for Month? If so, that will turn those numbers right back. Kaluge onto Terra again. Envy dropping back, giving that space for a little bit, coming right through, and Month does have the res. Delena finds Nero, but still heavily down in numbers and is going to be forced to retreat back to the team.
Yeah, that's the difficult part of, by the way, interesting angle from Delena's camera. Just
smelling the screen.
Monitor. He's smelling the screen. I love it. But regardless, unfortunately, versus these compositions, versus this triple res comp, you have to get those 3 eliminations first to really equal even 1. So, unfortunately, Terra as well is disgusting last stand.
It's just so consistent with these last stands, just knowing exactly when to engage. Up we go here. TTK hasn't missed much, but he does there. Cal gonna res back Window. Vinny gonna find Kaluge. Cal gonna res Kaluge right back. Numbers dead even as we go into another fight. And look here, 95% for Envy. Dance floor goes out for 100 Thieves. Can SJP bring the team in? There's the tackle again onto Kaluge, who's holding on, making sure the team is staying healthy. Now driving in once more. Bond is out. Out goes the Eye, and it's big. Window from downtown, not able to land, but Vinny collapses in on Nero. TTK onto Cal. Speedery is going to jump off. Delena on the Window, and they are going to take this point back, but 99% here for Envy.
Yeah, it's called the Guardians comp, but it definitely could be seen as a zombie comp. I mean, it's just amazing how many times Envy comes back to the point. Terra is there, though, on Wolverine. That's the one hero you definitely need versus a comp like this, since you could just kind of melt people down, doing one of the highest damage or DPS in the game. So right now, Terra has last stand as well, having the strongest ultimate in the game, and there's no strategist ultimates. I'd be very scared as Envy right now.
Yeah, this is going to be in their favorite ult advantage here, but it's closely going to be followed here. Speedery does have that Galactic Legend. Out goes the, Invisible Boundary. Immediately shutting that down is going to be a tough look. Good counter. Good idea there by Harvey. But the tackle out of the sky. Harvey! Oh, I mean, Terra, excuse me, out of nowhere. Coming in hot. Vinny going to find Speedery. Speedery going to res back up, though. The team is going to retake here. Remember, this Guardians comp, you do not count those picks too early. Got to keep your eyes on the KO feed. Nero going to dive in here. One of the strongest strategists in the game finds one. As SJP goes down, Delena back on Cal. Speedery onto Harvey here. And this is another trade situation as Speedery takes out TTK. Will they get this first map here? It looks like Envy is doing a great job, but the teleport likely, it cannot come through. That should be it unless this touch is crazy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, yep. Nope, that will go to Envy first round. And Shiv, I think that 100 Thieves, I mean, it wasn't necessarily their fault, but I feel like they assumed Envy had more ultimates than they did, right? They were still a little bit of ways from ults. I mean, they maybe could have followed up on that Star-Lord res. Unfortunately, it's tough to find that pick. I would have liked to see them play a little bit more aggressive, especially versus Envy, who takes advantage of that space that they have, coming in with that Cloak ultimate from Nero, creating all of that pressure onto the backline. We saw SJP fall. If maybe they got onto the backline a little bit earlier before reses were even out and before before Nero even had his ultimate, maybe they could have found something. So I think they gave maybe a little bit too much credit to a team like Team Envy, where maybe they just want to play a little more aggressive, allow Terra a great last stand location, and unfortunately, because they gave up all that space, they just gave up the point, and Envy took full advantage.
No, that's beautifully well put. I do agree with you. It's tough to alt track, especially if you don't have somebody who's really good at it. I know that sounds like a crazy thing to say, but at this level of play, a lot of the times these teams will have somebody that is really doing that, really good at understanding damage and what it translates to in terms of alt charge and what they could output. Well, one of the craziest things I got to say is the ban was a tough look. I think 100 Thieves did a pretty good job with it, believing, yeah, like you said, Guardians comp and Envy, and them electing to use this composition. This is a really good choice, and it's obviously paying off from here on a mode they usually don't find success in.
Yeah, I think Envy is one of the best teams in the entire world at running this Guardians comp, and it's tough because you want to take out the advantages of your other team. Every single team in Marvel Rivals has a weakness, right? Whether that be group, whether that be not being able to play Guardians comp. Every team has a weakness, and we're surely going to see 100 Thieves maybe deviate the bans in the upcoming ones. And same thing for Envy, right? We know how good Terra is on Wolverine.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not horrible when you have a Warlock with a good bond sense. Oh, and that's a good clobbering time here from Kaluj. Are they able to find value? No. Dance Floor goes out there, holding on for 100 Thieves. Kaluj very low now, is going to fall to Lena. Good shots there, and one's up, and there's that board again. Bring the team right back. Hold on to the point. Vinny onto Window now. Cal gonna res Window right back. Terrified Speedery in the off angle, and another mean tackle to Lena. Gonna clean that up with Kaluj, and that res will not come through again as it just happened. Speedery gonna pull out that Galactic Legend. Will they be able to get any value? Not quite yet. Again, just stalling, but nobody has the point just yet. This is going to be very back and forth. Up we go with the Meteor. Doesn't land. It does not. SJP finding a pick onto Window. SJP doing that so frequently on these early picks. Luna does so much damage in this patch. Up in the height again to Lena, using this Goddess of Death, followed up with the Eye of Agamotto. Can they combine together? They do, as Lena takes out two. Vinny onto Speedery, and again for a two-piece. SJP cleaning that up, and they will get this point.
Yeah, this time 100 Thieves benefited from playing slow again. I mean, they get a hold on to Harvey's ultimate. The Invisible Boundary still up in this fight. Terra with the last stand available as well. Envy deviating from their original idea with the thing. Kaluj, unfortunately, not liking that character so far. Gonna go over to that to the Captain America. And it's funny to talk about Captain America because I know a lot of people will say how EMEA probably has the best Captain Americas. In NA, maybe at times can look like they don't have the best Captain America. So it's funny that that's the thing. But here comes that last stand again from Terra early on. Actually misses, but forces out the bond.
Yeah, and that is the counter, and that's where they're tracking Vinny. Gonna find Window. SJP again with that pick to Lena onto Speedery. Wow, good picks there in that neutral. Not using too much, obviously, forcing out last stand, but once again, 100 Thieves heavily up in ult advantage. Double strat ults ready. TTK gaining and Vinny as well. This is going to be a tough battle back here for Envy.
A tough fight in the 1v1 with that cloak and dagger, but right now 100 Thieves at 100% on, or 50% on the board. Envy coming up on those ultimates, and you talked about that soul bond and Adam Warlock. I mean, that's one of the strongest abilities in the game alongside the crystals from Loki, so I think we're definitely have to watch out for that in this fight. Even though the ultimates are lacking at the current moment, Envy will be up on them shortly on top of that Captain American ult, which is basically another strategist ult.
Yeah, we haven't seen Envy run Guardians a lot in this tournament specifically. They found a lot of success in the past, so it is cool to see it now, but they've been doing a lot of that Mantis Ultron damage boost instead, and now they are resorting back to this. Envy now gonna have these ults. We do see SJP bringing out the dance floor. Terra ready with another last stand. It seems like he has 100 of these things. There is some strong damage down. Goes Window early on. A tackle right on to Cal. Cal gonna fall here. Make that two. Vinny gonna get 2. Month gonna res back. And this point, Terra's just tracking, waiting for the rest to happen. I don't know if Cal's gonna be able to do it. He may have to quickly reset here. TTK on a Month. Kaluj onto Delena, and they are keeping this space forward. Nero very low now.
Yeah, Nero gonna fall or get incredibly low, but back onto the team. Cal resurrected himself and will be available in this fight, but right now they're on the back foot. We'll see how 100 Thieves reacts with the ults.
Yeah, almost 100% here in this early fight. There is that touch here from Kaluj. Kaluj going to try to dive into the back line. Ult advantage is actually roughly even. Envy slightly ahead. Speedery, it gets canceled out of the sky there, I believe, by Terra. Didn't have eyes on TTK. Going to dunk directly out of Kaluj. Down goes Speedery. Yes, it was Terra's tackle to cancel that Galactic Legend. That is insane. Double res comes up here from Cal. The numbers are even again. Delena onto Month, but what do you know? Right back into the fight. The res is there again. Numbers are even. Can Window find this dunk? And yes, Window does. That is huge. Again, with the Goddess of Death up, trying to trade back, but Envy is up in numbers, if you can believe it, even after all these KOs.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have that Adam Warlock. I mean, you only need to find one pick, and you're at a huge advantage. Terra now has to walk all the way back from spawn as 100 Thieves pushed out. Delena needs to find a pick, and oh no, it's Month to find the first pick, the carry. One of the strategist carries of Envy.
Yeah, well done here by Envy. Good patience. Even 100 Thieves, I like the positioning, retaking there, allowing them to get some touch on the point, and then trying to retake there when Terra got back. Terra finding Kalush, was trying to find value in the back line prior. That is a tough look. They're going to have to come back quickly. Obviously, no res there for Cap.
Have no res, and if you lose this round, I feel like Adam Warlock is actually really solid on this round with those reses. It's very easy to hide. It's going to be way harder on the next round. And oh no, Window gets picked early by Vinny. 100 Thieves doing a good job right now.
TTK is really strong. One of the best Vanguards with these meatballs. Does not land here, though. The Space Nuke. Speedery trying to put some damage out. Going to spin to win. Only 5% to alt. Not finding a ton of value there. There's that last hit again. Terra. Can he be stopped? Month very low. Going to try to tackle back here with the dash. Great patience. And there goes an alt again. Forcing that out is insane value. The team is going to collapse. And now the portal's out. Whole team going to be here as we do see some passives popped for all of the Guardians. Here is Star-Lord again. Very low on the Vanguard line as Vinny falls. Deletta taking out Kalush again, and these are again an even number fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's all Team Envy need. I mean, they're coming up with that ult soon. Kalush also have to come back, and it's fortunate that he got picked off in that fight. Harvey as well, able to find one more on a Speedily. He's not going to be back in the fight because Cal doesn't have that res just yet until now. So it's going to be another fight, an incredibly long one. But Cal with the ult does have that res going to go up the high ground. Going to wait to use it maybe till everybody. Oh. They don't touch again because they got cleaned up off the point. I forgot about that. That was an important aspect to touch on because 100 Thieves just had Terra on the point with the claws, and that's always going to be deadly.
It's all you need, right? You know what I mean? It's all you need. Just a pissed off Logan. Put him on the point, let him do his thing. And I mean, crazy tackles there. You can look now at these stat lines broken up. Delena doing a great job there too, as well as Vinny, who's finding a ton of luck here in the Vanguard roll. Not luck, but success, excuse me, as Terra as well with 19k damage. But TTK 23 on that Magneto, 25 from Delena. And then you look over on the opposition, obviously heavily going to be on the shoulders of Speedery because it's the main duelist there with 8 finals. But you can have a ton of, you can get KO'd 100 times. It doesn't matter because you're always going to be back in the fight.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, how 100 Thieves are playing, it's just so patient. I think this might be one of the better counter-engaged teams in the entire game, right? They kind of let Envy run at them. They pick off Speedily. They allow Terra to find those picks by, you know, playing slow. You could see even when he let Vinny kind of fall back and go down into that invisible boundary, you can see every single ultimate is super passive because they always know Envy wants to go forward, right? They soul bond, they go aggressive with the blasters, they try to enable Speedily. So as long as you can outlive that first engage, allow Delena to find these picks onto the Hella, the longer these fights go, the better it is for 100 Thieves, as long as they don't lose anybody, because their backline, Harvey and SJP, do a great job of keeping everybody alive.
Very well put here, owning the high side. Kalush gonna start the fight off there with that freedom charge. Remember, stay inside that path and you will stay healthy. Kalush going directly, just walking right through him. Not walking, he's Ubering right through the back line. Will they fall? Delena, though, turning it right back in his favor. Down goes Munch. Speedery onto Harvey. Munch gets rezzed up. Delena gonna drop Nero. Window onto Vinny as Window is keeping the pressure forward. Cal gonna res back up with the Nero as we see up on the high side. Another one of those reses from Cal. Seemingly every fight nowadays. Speedery gonna pop the Galactic Legend. Gonna be difficult to find value through the dance floor. Terra finding 100 picks, it seems like. TTK onto Speedery now, and nobody's gonna be able to be res through that as 100 Thieves through those ultimates. Still hold on to the point.
Come on.
And that's the tough part. I mean, Cal used his res, but there's nowhere to really hide on Adam Warlock when you're against the team who reads Adam Warlock so well. Envy switching compositions now. I mean, it just makes a little bit of sense, just considering that this Adam Warlock is so hard to run on this point. That maybe he's still going to keep running it because they have that Mantis. No, Cal's going to go over to the Hella now, and that makes a lot of sense. I just feel like on this round specifically, it's so hard to make Triple work. Maybe Triple can work on more maps with more cover, right? We have to go to Arachno, some of these other ones, but right now Triple's not working, and it's a smart idea to switch off it.
I'm with you. That was a great call last map. I think it's a difficult spot. It's more open and it's more readable. Obviously, there's a little bit of off angles on the right side, but you're in a horrible position on the respawn if you go underground there. TTK very low on HP. Vinny gonna find one, but Cal takes out Delena. Speedery now going to be taking out TTK on Logan. There is going to be almost a complete switch in comp here, getting rid of that Guardians composition like you had mentioned. And there goes the boundary. Well done. Cal again onto Vinny. This is a difficult thing to put out these eternal bonds there on these moving platforms. Terra takes out 2 Speedery, and Cal, my goodness, back and forth for days. Not quite sure who's up anymore, but it doesn't matter because Envy has the point and they are pressing forward.
Yeah, and this is an interesting variation of the comp as well. Window over to that Venom to go with these dives. Window prefers that character as well as Cal. Oh my God, gets tracked down by Terra. Even though Envy has that point, 100 Thieves kind of just march in.
And here we go. Speedery, look for this. Oh, it's mean. Onto the back line. Doesn't find value. Great bubble there to slow up the pace. Delena going to take out Speedery, and it gets returned right back. Return to center. Delena, make that 2. Pop it off in this game. Terra, down goes Window. Kalush falls, and wow. 100 Thieves returns and answers instantaneously.
Yeah, this is an absolute banger already. You know, both teams, you know, back and forth. Just so many plays on Wolverine. This is definitely a star-studded matchup with Speedily and Terra playing that character alongside Cal and Delena. A classic matchup between 2 AIM gods. And right now, I'm curious to see which team kind of comes up on top. We have that Doctor Strange difference and the Venom difference alongside the Loki and the Invis difference alongside the Luna Snow and the Cloak and Dagger. So it's a backline difference a little bit, but I think it's going to be even for both teams.
Seems like both teams shook hands and said, hey, how about we go to season 1 again and restart these compositions? And here we go with an immediate feast. Doesn't find any value, not quite. More like a snack as they retake the height. And Delena gonna drop back, and oh, that meteor. Oh, it was huge from Kalush, and it does get 1 with a follow-up from Delena, but they weren't able to get much more. Terra is angry, and there's that last stand. Down goes 2. Make it soon to be 3. Will they be able to retake this point? And up goes the meteor again. Downtown TTK weaving it like it's his job. Down goes Month with that ult out, and that's a ton of value.
A ton of value indeed. I think it's going to close out. I mean, Window's going to have that portal. They're able to come back maybe with Nero as well, sustaining on the point, so they'll have a chance. I love the from Vinny. Doesn't... no! Oh, can't touch the point as well. And 100 Thieves win map number 1 on Hell's Heaven.
You can see the frustration on Cal's face in the bottom right there if you had eyes on the camera. Just the touch at the end. Although it was a tough fight to win, just being down in numbers like that, obviously, you hate to not at least give it a try by not being able to get on that point. But what do you know here? Logan himself, when he loses the map, actually gets angry, gets his charge up in real life, and just starts sweeping and is the MVP and takes map 1.
Well, let's take a look back at the bans as well. I mean, this is really how we got on that comp in the first place, right? We had that Emma Loki ban alongside the Cloak and Dagger and Torch ban for team Envy. We can sort of dictate how that went wrong, I feel like, a little bit, right? The Cloak and Dagger protect was big. It was also nice to have that Loki because it wasn't protected, or sorry, because it was banned. But we could see, I feel like so many backlines in this game are so strong, and it might be more important, honestly, to focus on duelists, right? That's the biggest thing, is that you can ban out Cloak and Dagger, you can ban out Loki, but the problem is you still have Invisible Woman and you still have Luna Snow, who are 2 pretty much as good support strategists. And, you know, we talk about how strong Loki is, but sometimes it can feel like it's a bit of an overinvestment to get rid of him just because you have so many good backlines, right? So many good strategists. So I feel like that's a slight overinvestment from Envy, but, you know, it's what map 1 is for, right? We're in a first to 3, we're in a best out of 5, so you can make those changes, you can adapt. But I feel like in North America, there's not a lot of teams that make those quick adaptations. Envy, I feel like they're going to feel confident going into map 2 running that Guardians comp, but it depends on what map they take us to. Sometimes Guardians comp, I think, cannot be that strong. I mean, there's certain points like on Convergence where I think Guardians comp is strong, but we saw what could happen against a team that knows how to play against triple. They'll just look for Cal, they'll make sure he never has a good res set up, and then you're forced onto a different composition in which I don't think they have a massive advantage because you have the Invisible Woman to counter the Wolverine. So there's so many like things that can change the game, and for 100 Thieves, I feel like they sort of played it well, especially around Terra, like you said, just really gave him all the strategy or all of the support that he needed.
Yeah, I like that call out. And you mentioned there in the beginning, talking about strategies, kind of being a little underlooked. SJP, if you looked in that feed, yeah, you saw a lot of MVP plays from the duelists doing what they do, including the Vanguards, who 14 finals, 11 finals, really good from TTK and Vinny. But SJP, if you looked at the feed there, was getting KOs before a lot of these plays were made. And that goes to show you the strength of Luna. And that's why you see Luna banned a ton in these maps, because Luna is not only an incredibly strong healer, but does a ton of damage right now. And if you get those picks early, the value in that being a strategist, being able to find picks is more than you can ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right now 100 Thieves are in the driver's seat. And I think as long as they keep getting that Wolverine through, it's going to be great, because we've seen, I mean, Shib, Wolverine is one of the most disgusting characters in the game. I think it's sort of getting on most people's tier lists, like slowly climbing up. I mean, you saw, this is what we're talking to you about Human Torch, right? It seems like on Human Torch, if you're just sort of like just marked all the time in the sky like we saw with Terra, I mean, is it even fair to say that Wolverine might be the best duelist in the game?
You're asking me, I say yes. I want to ban Wolverine in every game I'm ever in. So you're preaching to the choir.
That's because you're an Emma player. That's because you're a Vanguard player, okay? Bias mofo over here, man.
100% bias. No joke about it.
No way about it.
No, even so, it's just so difficult. Yeah. You know, you talk about the passive having essentially an iframe, a second life, and then just the raw damage output, gaining those close to 100 charge. Your last stand being a super impactful ultimate that finds a ton of KOs. I mean, this is, and I'm going to be honest, man, this is like the third game in a row with Terra that you found 50 limbs. So,
oh my God.
In my opinion, just like Sentinel said, you got it. That's got to go every game.
We'll talk about it later because I think we have to throw to a break in a second, but I do feel like, you know, this Wolverine is definitely the strong suit of North America in general, and that's because of Terra, like you said. So we're going to go into map 2 in just a second. We're going to do a short break. We'll be back for game number 2 in just a bit.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
trapping those.
100 Thieves taking the first map against Envy. Envy in that domination looked a lot better than we've seen in the past, though. It's just that final map, it kind of faltered a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still going to be back and forth between these teams. And I think in the Ignite series, we've had the best series of Marvel Rivals that you can watch, right? I think there's a reason why most people are like in chat being like, hey, tell your friends about this, because right now, $70,000 is on the line for first place, $250,000 prize pool for stage 1 ship. And this is only game number 2, right? Obviously, these players have punched their tickets to China already, but everybody wants to win because this is the most money anybody's competed for. And we're only in stage number 1 of the Ignite series.
Yeah, we talked about Top Earner. We mentioned that earlier. And, you know, this is nothing to scoff at. This is $70K. This is money that's going to help you. This is going to help your setup. This is going to help you succeed in the future. This is going to help your life. And, you know, we talk about getting to land. That's already locked in now for the Americas region. So a little bit of weight off your shoulders. But the prize pool, right? First to second is 35K difference. That is huge.
Yeah, and then you build that momentum moving forward. You can maybe get more sponsorships for your team. A lot of things definitely end up succeeding for you. We saw so many unsigned teams that look very good. Ban phase, by the way, not coming through, but over in EMEA, Burr, I think this team definitely could have been looked at, definitely could have been signed before Ignite Series. Now they won EMEA and they're unsigned, so they're about to make a huge bag, I'm pretty sure, from a bidding war, I imagine, behind the scenes. Meanwhile, for Team Envy, they're banning that Wolverine now, Shib, so they're taking some priority in moving it into their hands, right? Taking that Envy out of the game, taking the Punisher, focusing a lot on Terra's hero pool already.
Yeah, and that is a strategy that has seen success in the past, and that's what I was mentioning. It's just a smart decision here, I think, for the side of Envy, who is now trying to change some things up. You can't let that Wolverine through. If you get 4 straight 50 bombs in a row, we're all in trouble.
So who do we protect here? It's the Punisher. What do you think about that, Chib? The Punisher protect alongside the Magneto. I mean, both those characters synergize well. They also got rid of 100 Thieves Punisher, group ban on the opposite side, but what do you think here, Shib? What do you think about this ban phase so far?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think this is what Envy needed to do to change things up, and I think Cal on that Punisher is really, really, really good, and that's probably what they're banking on here. I'm assuming, we're going to see Speedery potentially on Wolf or in the sky. Actually, they don't have much options for this guy, so, ooh, look at that. Maybe an Iron Man, but yeah, definitely Cal on the Punisher.
Yeah, we've seen it's viable. I mean, like we've seen with the... I think, was it with Jay even today said maybe you have to ban out Iron Man versus Sentinels, but yeah, what about versus Envy? Because I don't know, at least in terms of what we see from this ban phase, personally, I would actually favor Envy in terms of their bans, right? The Groot had to get banned because you didn't have Wolverine, right? As we've seen in Sentinels, if you don't have Wolverine on your team, you just can't play against Groot. It's so hard. I mean, you could say Bucky, you could say some of these characters, but I feel like anything besides Wolverine feels like it's very hard to play against Groot from what we've seen. So that's definitely a good counter ban, but I would argue, Shib, that Speedily's hero pool, just based on how it is, because it's sort of not off meta, but maybe not the strongest picks at the current moment, just with the Storm. I know Human Torch is still good, but don't get me wrong, I just feel like Punisher and Wolverine, 2 of Terra's best characters, are definitely more scary, in my opinion, than those as well. And the Psylocke also still goes through, so there's so many things that have happened in that ban phase, Shib, but personally, I would favor Envy in terms of how they approached it.
I'm with you on that. I think that's a great call out. I do think that we can see Speedery on Wolverine, good Wolverine as well, but not electing to do that just yet until they... Oh, just kidding. They are electing to do that right now. Excuse me. You saw a little switch there, but... Oh, no. Psylocke. What do you know? Rock, paper, scissors month now. Gonna be pressing forward on the Luna too. Just checking things out in the beginning there. We are going to see that damage boost comp here as Cal isn't on the Punisher instead. They're going to go down that path. They saw what they were dealing with. This is really smart, and went back and traded up compositions to try to find more success. Terra gonna be on the Winter Soldier though. Bucky Barnes, love it.
I gotta be honest though, like I feel like, I want to see this comp do well on Envy's side, but I feel like this comp is sort of outdated. I feel like we've seen this like a week ago in Asia, we've seen this in EMEA. Personally, I feel like this comp's overrated unless Delena, oh my gosh, just gets picked early from Nero. That's kind of a weakness of 100 Thieves. I feel like Delena has not necessarily been performing to expectations, I think, on Psylocke, although he's still a fantastic player.
Yeah, last map he absolutely popped off, but one thing we got to call out is Nero here on Ultron. In my personal opinion, one of the best Ultrons in the game. We talk about that on the Cozy Cast, and already finding value. Kalu's going to take out Vinny too, down a few numbers, and out goes a few ultimates. They're going to have to retake this fight. Not going to get 3 full fights here, so well played again. Nero finding a second. Do we see 3 up into Delena here? Delena going to have to go back and reset with the team. Is going to have that Hella, which is difficult to go into Ultra, but Ultron's movement in that sky very, very quick. Tough to land shots on. And you can ultimately track their window. Gonna find TTK. That's another pick. Will they get this point this quickly? And here comes the dance floor to buy them some time. Up on the point they go. Eye of Agamotto right at the door. Doesn't get value. Window gonna drop back. Good positioning. Using that to send. And oh, must have been a crystal play or a shield. Didn't see much value, but good idea there from Window. We're weaving that thing with the descend button.
Absolutely. Here comes the dance of butterflies from Speedily as well. Just cleans up the back line. Fantastic work from Team Envy. Just finding the staggers now, but right now Envy just kind of finding those picks on Delena, forcing him over to the Hella. I think making 100 Thieves uncomfortable is definitely their #1 priority. For Envy though, this comp is still solid for sure. It's just difficult, I think, to make it work versus specific compositions. 100 Thieves on their side. They've got the Bucky, they've got the Hella. You would think maybe Bucky would do well, especially versus Triple Strategist, because you can just kind of burn through all of that health pool, burn through all of that healing. But right now, Envy pushed through first point so fast, and we know second phase is hard to defend.
Look at that dash over to make sure team's a little bit healthy. There's a ton of ults here for 100 Thieves as we see. Caps are running directly at the team. They're going to follow up right onto the back line. Cal holding on to that all. Good patience. Nero as well, already on his second with Ultron. Terra, TTK, Delena. It will have ults ready as the numbers will be in their favor in terms of ults for this next fight as Harvey's going to be there too. Team's going to reset on both sides though, and we do see that Ultron bot on Strange, who does a great job healing there. You're talking about, you know, Vanguards that can find success with Ultron if there is a duo. And I would say Strange just being able to dance around that shield because it does give you time to have more delayed healing. Good positioning, way to drop back and make that ultimate almost a moot point there. Moot point, I think. I don't even know anymore. Terra, but Zep's using this Kraken impact on height. Here goes the eye. Does land on TTK and SJP. Down goes SJP. Does this meteor land? It does. Very weak there for Zelena. Way to drop back onto the dance floor. Good vision there from the side of Harvey with that copy to make sure the team stays healthy. Terra going to drop back, try to play together, but that's going to be two more. Speedery, window, month, finding a four-piece. Vinny very low now. Make that 5 as they walk in.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, whatever Envy does, just play harder on Speedily in this Psylocke. We've seen so many Psylocks pop off. I think this has been a difference maker. By the way, Portal Block coming through from Kaluj, and SJP the only one to walk out. I mean, 4 on cart, too. They're going to just blast through this, and SJP might get staggered.
Yeah, that's a great Portal Block. That is insane.
He's on cart, though.
Oh, wait, excuse me. What's a Portal Block? I don't even... I'm so...
They did, but he made it through. I mean, they're still touching, though, and other players made it through, so eventually Terra's going to be back here on Iron Fist out of all heroes.
Yeah, there must have been a little bit of a window to sneak through there, as I think everyone got out. I got to get eyes again towards the back line. No, there is somebody locked in. I think it is Harvey who's locked. Yeah, Harvey's locked in back there right now. Nero going to use the Rage of Ultron directly onto the front line, putting that damage out, and it's eaten immediately by the meteor right to the back line. You see there, you got to love the controller. If you're a controller fan, definitely viable if you can get the job done at this kind of level. TTK, one of the strongest fingers in the game, using the sticks. Up in the sky we go again. Vinny dunking, does land. Excuse me, TTK dunking, window goes down. Vinny gonna fall to the side of Nero. Numbers evened out here again. And another dance of the butterfly. Will it get value for the side of Delena this time? No, it does not. A freeze out. Terra playing Iron Fist. And that's more unique. Only seen this a few times in this tournament. TTK on a month, doing a good job following up on some of these picks, just trying to get some help up there into the sky, and directly onto the back line is Cal at about 50 HP. Delena gonna take out Cal, and they're still down in numbers, so 100 Thieves figuring this composition out. TTK with 2 more, and that is a really well done and patient fight for 100 Thieves, who were just dancing back and forth with picks.
Hey, where's Samito at, man? He's talking about how this character's not very good. You know, look now. I mean, Terra on this Iron Fist, we know how good he is on this character, and it makes sense versus these flyers, versus a lot of the health pool, right? He's going to do more damage with that over health, with the percentage damage that Iron Fist provides. So Terra, and then also on top of that, SJP gets the team up to boost people back away. It's really good when Speedily comes in for those dives. Underrated team up, that team up between Iron Fist and Luna Snow.
You know what? That is a really good call, and something, honestly, I forget a lot. Very valuable team up for Luna with that push away, and I believe it slows, too. I'd have to double check. Don't play a ton of Luna, but that is a really strong anti-dive team up as Terra going to try to take that space. Is holding on to this ultimate here, ready to start punching for days. Some strong damage. Kalush holding this doorway with Dr. Strange. You know how strong those eyes can be, and out goes the Eye of Agamotto. Does it land on the back line? It does! A ton! TTK, though, going to find Cal, and not much off of that eye as it is matched here for the opposition. As we do see SJP bringing out the dance floor.
Yep, and they're surviving for so long. Ultimate's out. Agamotto didn't connect, like you said, and now everybody falls over to Delena and Terra. I mean, you get the freeze and slow down Terra, but right now, I mean, 100 Thieves are looking so good. 15 seconds left to go, Shib, and the Iron Fist, a character maybe a lot of people doubted, is looking good, but that's that's what we've noticed so far from this tournament. It feels like characters that are underlooked, underappreciated. Iron Man, Iron Fist, you know, Magic. They can be viable in the right situation.
Oh, it does get there. What? That is insane. I'm with you, though. You know what? You can't count characters out. These pros know what they're doing, and finding a ton of value. Who would have thunk it, right? Like you see here, Psylocke, Iron Fist, Luna. Like what a combo. And it's just working. And as I'm saying that, they are getting pushed in here now, buying some time, playing patiently. You don't need to get in there until it's close to the point. Remember that. It's not about holding it early. You just got to get there before the last 0.01 meter. Delena gonna find Speedery, though, and again, 100 Thieves back in numbers. Terra finds window. TTK out of Kaluj. Will Delena clean these up? Terra gonna be there. Does fall to Cal. Cal, good shots there. Month very low and not able to touch. And it looks like 100 Thieves hold them before point 2.
Wow. I mean, I was sort of doubting the Ultron composition, but not for that reason. Not for the fact that we would see Iron Fist out of all heroes come through from 100 Thieves. So what a play from them. And 100 Thieves just switching to a sort of hard counter dive. And, you know, unfortunately for Envy, they're not like on a hard dive composition, right? They do have that Psylocke. They can send him in there. But because you don't have that Captain America, because you're not going for that hard dive, it's kind of tough. And you don't really want to hard commit to it either, because SJP, like we we're talking about, has that shift to kind of push everybody away. Harvey, so good on Loki, able to sort of just keep everybody alive. So right now for Envy, I mean, they've been struggling with this composition. I do feel like the Ultron's sort of outdated, but that's only because of, you know, there's sort of counters to it, like what 100 Thieves are doing. So right now 100 Thieves looking so good, but we've seen this team kind of struggle on a Aegis path before, on attack specifically. So it's not over just yet, even though they did do a really good job on defense.
Yeah, and look, you're actually seeing a change here. It's no longer going to be Nero on Ultron. It's going to be Speedery. And yeah, I'm with you. I think it just depends on location of the map, right? I do think point 2, Ultron definitely not is nearly as successful in my thoughts, just simply due to the tight angles, and there is escape points virtually everywhere. You know, straight ahead to the right side, there's height on the right side, there's an escape left in the doorway, so it's just easy to kind of get away from the height. Although there is a lot of points to dance through, you just don't get as much value as something more brawly in that tight quarters. So I'm with you on that. In that map, or in that point for sure, it definitely felt a little outdated.
Yeah, absolutely. Now here on the attack, they're going to go against this triple Vanguard composition that Envy loves to play, or yeah, that Envy loves to play on their defense. And 100 Thieves, their counter is just put Terra on Iron Fist, Delena on that Storm.
Yeah, get that damage boost out there. We have seen Cal find a ton of success here on his rarely used Magneto, just pulling that thing out 3 games ago. He said for the first time in the second game we had a 5-piece with not even an ultimate, just standard clicks. It was so smooth. So definitely can play the hero well. Delena dancing around card here. Good idea, keeping that damage boost. Notice playing low so that it's widespread, but Speedery taking Delena's dome off. Window gonna punch right through Terra, and the hold is still strong here for Envy. Doing a good job with this triple Vanguard. Triple strategist strat.
Yeah, I think last time they put Speedily on that rocket, and I think it was Nero over to this to the Ultron, but because this Luna got through, because the Loki got through, they're able to play this sort of composition. Now both dance floors are out.
Yeah, that is true. It does change things up. Agamotto goes out. Can they collapse off it? Not quite yet. Good idea there from Kaluge, but it does force out a ton. Up in the sky we go. TTK is different with these meteors. Down goes Nero. SJP onto Cal. Terra taking out Window, and now Kaluge falls, and that is everyone, as the entirety of 100 Thieves are going to get out of their spawn door. We will see likely a teleport back here quickly to guarantee 3 fights.
Okay, can you maybe stop it?
He's going to kick him back into the doorway. Yeah. So you actually can.
He has to, Shib.
Yep, you can with Fist. Fist is one of those rare abilities that can actually punt you back in the doorway. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Just missed. He missed a little bit right. It went a little bit right there. But wow, that would have been insane. That would have been crazy. Good idea. Just didn't come through. But now you're going to be in a tough position. Now we'll go right through that portal on the other side if possible. Speedery up on the high side. Here comes another one of these meteors from Cal. This one does not connect. Nero going to pull out the dance floor. Nobody with ults now. Going to be a neutral. Delena going to be very close. And that'll be a good time here for 100 Thieves to use that Goddess of Death. Oh, goodness. Terra out of the sky. And that's why you play Fist. Anti-flyers for days.
I mean, the underrated player there, Delena, finding the pick. They were down so many ultimates. Envy had every single ult, and yes, he didn't get that boop like we talked about, but regardless, Envy portaled, had 4 ultimates, 100 Thieves had nothing. Terra goes in, Delena comes back towards that point, at least a little bit of confusion, and then finds that pick. Delena not talked about as one of those top players in the game. Definitely gets not enough respect on 100 Thieves, and you can see Delena starting to pop off right now in the neutral.
Yeah, I think one of the, you know, it's rare to say, I will say one of the few people that's getting a ton of value still with hella good eye, but the crystals get pulled out to match, but great idea. A ton of people getting knocked out there to buy some time on point. Up in the sky again, we talk about Delena using that Goddess of Death. There's that damage boost from Harvey. Good communication. TTK, how is that possible from downtown? Terra gets 2 there. Vinny on to Cal. Vinny is so good on Groot too, getting enabled to play that Groot right now is going to help out 100 Thieves with this second point. And will they push through here? They've got 3 minutes and 30 on as we go towards the second point.
You know, I think 100 Thieves took that Amazing interview personally. They said they throw 100 Thieves is more of a basic team. You kind of know what they're going to play. 100 Thieves took that really to a next level by playing Iron Fist, right? He said, Amazing said they throw the curveball at 100 Thieves and they don't react usually. Now 100 Thieves are the ones throwing the curveball towards Team Envy, who are running more standard composition.
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I do think 100 Thieves is a team that if you get in their head and you get mad at them, they come back stronger. It's one of those teams that love the clutch moments. They don't want to be, they don't want to be assumed for the W. And that's why they honestly don't play as well when they're in those situations. But when they're thought to be a little bit of underdogs, they just play so smooth here. Terra, and here we go. Oh, good mini stun there to cancel and slow it up. Not cancel, but they do find value. Cal gonna be on that Punisher now. Gonna drop an immediate. Terra goes right down. Here comes Speedery on the Wolverine. Looking for some more value. Groot is gonna be in the danger zone as that is likely gonna be switched up. It is, excuse me, onto the thing now.
Dude. Terra's over to Black Panther now. I mean, he's just trying everything. They are really trying a lot versus this team, Envy. They have 5 ultimates, but we've seen them choke before in these situations, right? Envy, I think, can find picks or get picked on early by Delena, so this is going to be scary now as well versus that Black Panther.
Oh, I'm excited to see this, though. Taking that height, and here we go. Dashing for days. Ooh, what a freeze! That was insane! Nero is different. That was disgusting. And they follow up, knocked up in the Yancey Street. Is the team going to be able to follow up Cal? Very strong here with these final judgments, but there's that meteor. And, oh, TTK, how does he do it? How does he always do that? Through those shields. TTK with a 2-piece. Delena going to get 2 more. Oh, my goodness. TTK is so good. Just taking height there, buying time. They burn through the shields. He waits it out perfectly. He knows when it ends, and it's almost frame perfect as both go down.
I mean, Month has to go for the copy to come back, even just to have a chance. They're going to get stuffed to this choke. Now here comes that dance floor from Nero, it looks like.
Yeah, and here comes another fight. Crystal's already being pulled out as a good win there. Nero is going to use that alternate. Month holding on now. It's going to be match double dance floor. Terra is making the switch again. No longer playing the Panther after this. How disgusting that freeze could be. Delena going to try to take an off angle there and immediately bursted, and now is in trouble. Down goes Delena from Nero. Another strong pick there on the Luna. This team's got to try to figure it out here. It's getting a little dicey. A minute on. Great retake here by Envy. Terra is going to be playing that Bucky now, and there's the Kraken. It starts. I don't know if anyone was hit there. Yeah, shielded up. What a play there. Beautiful.
What a play by Kalush to block it, but I mean, they might lose people still regardless. I mean, greens are down. You have the dance floor. No try to his ultimates just yet on Envy's side. They're going to need something crazy from Cal on this flank.
Oh, this is a great idea. Try to get all as fast as possible. 80%. Not able to get much great positioning there by the side of Terra, who did not get hit. And now they're in the danger zone. It is very close. Meters away. 3 meters away. Up in the sky. TTK. Can he land this? Nice idea. Does not connect, but that could be enough as the portal has blocked things over. Actually, he said it's a portal on, but it's not going to be enough.
No!
Yeah, 100 Thieves take that through and end this first or the second map 2-1.
Are you kidding me? He looked like he tried to touch cart with the last stand as well. Grabbed everybody. It was 2 meters away. And I mean, what a cinematic way to do it too, unfortunately. I mean, just coming down with the last stand, slamming into that cart, shaking the entire screen. Well-deserved MVP from TTK, like you said, Shib. I mean, what a play. Just while they even shielded him, they even bubbled the guy. I think it was Cal right in the ult, but it didn't matter. I mean, everybody in the team hard focused it. And yeah, 15 final hits on a Magneto. This guy, I mean, he has a real shot at being the best Magneto in the game. I mean, there's a lot of good Magnetos in the world, so I don't want to discredit them, but every single time you talk about him, Shib, this man is gross.
You can't say it enough. 15 finals. I mean, look at this leaderboard. Look at all these stats, and then finding 15 on a Magneto with almost 30k damage up there with the top in the game, right next to Terra on Magneto. Yeah, you might be saying, you know what's funny is as you're climbing ladder, a lot of people don't love Magneto. They think he's boring to play, but if you're patient with your shots and you treat him almost like a mage, right? These shots do a ton of damage if you're really patient with your right clicks too. There's that combo with left, right, left, and you can take out flyers instantaneously. It's all about patience, understanding. If you get value with your shield, remember your shield, every 100 damage it takes, that bubble you put on enemy or on friendlies, every 100 damage will actually charge your right click one of the 3 notches. So it does have 300. If it does get bursted, you immediately reset your right click fully. As you see TTK, even on this feed, as I'm saying that, get 2 picks with that right click. Clearly the bubble was popped during that fight. And oh man, finding so much value with this Meteor M.
Yeah, I thought that Envy had a very good ban phase, but to be honest with you, I just did not like that Ultron comp. It's just, unfortunately, I think sort of the phase of Ultron has sort of passed. I mean, unfortunately, I think Ultron can be good maybe in certain circumstances, but right now, I think when you switch to that Iron Fist, when you switch to characters that have percentage damage, it's very hard to really make that Ultron work. And you know, we heard how when Ryan Mazing talked about how you want to throw curveballs at teams, you know, that really is true. I think that, you know, he had a bunch of switches from Terra there where they're starting to get a little bit more loose, and I think that's good, right? You don't want to be rigid. You don't want to be stuck on your composition if it's losing, and sure, you don't want to blame your composition necessarily, but I think you have to be ready to switch at a moment's notice, considering, you know, not a lot of time in the bank, especially on Convoy, and especially against a team like 100 Thieves, who is as good as they are at figuring out, you know, poking, prodding, kind of doing whatever. And I think the biggest thing in Marvel Rivals the biggest reason why that is the case, Shib, is because you build ult so fast. So there's not really a big negative of switching, right? I mean, you get back to 50% when you switch characters if you're over 50%. So it doesn't seem like there's a massive negative to switching. It's just a matter of not being hard-headed and sticking to the same comps.
I think that's perfectly well put. And I think there's validity to that. Simply just think about the stream teams, right? Teams that are running more obscure compositions, they're winning because teams don't scrim against stuff like that. It's weird to go against it. You don't have the comms that's more of a set base. Like, you know what you're going into with Punisher every time. You know exactly what's going to happen. But you maybe don't know with an Iron Fist how to handle it. Although, saw some good freezes, some good counterplay. It's still difficult, and you're like, what do I do into this? I don't understand. I gotta get more practice into this. And like we said, you see the stream teams doing well because of things like that. You see these teams, you see Sentinels doing well, changing things up, because it's just difficult to understand how to handle it, and that finds value.
And this is exciting. I think this bodes well for our grand finals. I think both 100 Thieves and Envy have to adapt, have to make changes. And if 100 Thieves were 2-3-0 Envy, we'll see. I mean, Envy's looking pretty good. They have a chance for sure. But if 100 Thieves are doing stuff, to be one of the most creative teams we've seen in North America.
Don't make Envy angry. I have seen them do some crazy things, so there is potential for the comeback, but we will find that out right after this break.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do
100 Thieves taking map 2. Is it going to be a sweep? I know Envy has said before they wanted to get to LAN, and they did that, but they did mention yesterday they think they have this thing. So it's all about coming back with the reverse sweep now.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. And I think they start with the ban phase for sure, but you have to be ready for 100 Thieves doing some wacky stuff, right? You have to adapt. I think sticking with that Ultron composition just did not pan out for them. We'll see what happens in the future. I mean, there's still a chance that maybe the map will be better for it and stuff. You know, I think that there's a potential for it, but I mean, regardless, not adapting, not changing is not ideal, right? It's just you need to make those last second decisions. You need to kind of change on the fly because there's going to be counter swapping. Right now, we're entering the phase of Marvel Rivals esports where teams will counter swap even after the ban phase. There's so many things. There's a lot of variabilities variables rather that can impact your game, right? Besides the 4 characters that are banned. So you have to start thinking out the box, I think, if you're Team Envy.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, for those who don't know the way this map breakdown works, you start off in domination. It's a coin flip as to which map. Losing team then picks between Convoy and Convergence, and then from there, the third map is going to be whatever's left, but they do get to pick side and map of that specific mode. So again, going to be in their favor if you're looking for Envy to come back here. So we will see how this looks as we progress forward, but I got to show some love. I didn't even see this in the stat line just simply because Delena switched to Strange there for the portal, but Delena, 10 finals, they're really showing up. We talked about Delena maybe being a little overlooked because, you know, Terra is a talk of the town, quote unquote, for a lot of people, right? Delena on that hella 10 finals, 23k, good pointed damage, good flanks there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Delena was a huge proponent of this team succeeding and getting signed by 100 Thieves when they were Team Mutants, so he needs to step up for sure if this team wants to succeed. I think a different variation for, they're gonna go for the Emma ban again. Okay, they're gonna go for the Emma ban. I mean, Emma, we know how strong Emma is, but I feel like a good change up for Envy would just be a Strategist bans, right? Because
I'm with you.
We already know 100 Thieves are a great team, but we haven't seen them play this triple strategist comp too much, like with the Adam Warlock and stuff. So I mean, that changeup might not be a bad idea, right? But it's kind of too little, too late. I mean, I don't think you can ban enough strategists with three bans.
I honestly agree with that 1000%. I think you kind of take advantage of how strong TTK is on some of these more, you know, projectile-based, slower vanguards, and you go down the Emma. Obviously, a very strong Emma as well, but just, you know, taking out some of these duelists, some of these vanguards, is an all right idea. But I just don't think it's worth removing Emma right now. I just don't think it's worth the ban.
Yeah. And now we're going to the Punisher ban. I just think Envy's playing a little bit too straightforward. I mean, we'll see. I think their backline is super good. I think Month and Nero. I mean, for sure, we saw Nero with that freeze in the last play. We've seen a lot of good force physics from Month on that Invisible Woman. So I think their backline is huge for this team. I think Envy has one of the best strategist backlines in the game. But now we get the Loki Protect. They're going for the Human Torch ban again. 100 Thieves don't even play Human. I'm actually getting pissed. They don't even play Human Torch. They literally don't, Shib. What are we doing in this ban phase, Envy? Like, please. I mean, if they win this map, that's crazy. That's good. Good for them. But like, damn, they suck at banning.
Yeah, I just don't like, I'm with you. I just think it's traditional. You're hitting the, you know what I mean? It's like what you see in ladder, right? It's just the consistent 4 or whatever it may be at the time, and just going to keep going down that path. I just don't think this is affecting their comp. Obviously, the Wolverine ban makes sense, right? You can see the Punisher played both by Terra, but he does have far more in his kit as he's showcasing some other heroes that he's willing to play right now. I just don't think it does enough to them. These bans are really not affecting them the way they want them to.
I mean, we'll see if the Iron Fist impacts them on this map, because Envy's just running the same. Dude, I don't even want to talk anymore, shit. Like, this is bad. We're just going to see them play the same thing again. And they're just, I mean, maybe Envy's just ready to go fly. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe they're ready they're done with the tournament. They're fine with the 25K. You know, maybe they're just ready to go to China or something. Like, I don't know. But, like, they have a good shot still, even with this comp. It's how you play. It's not fully in the ban phase. But man, I am pissed. Like, I would be really pissed if I was an Envy fan. And I just, like, I get triggered watching it. You know, it's like terrible.
Yeah, and if you're listening, try to prove Dog wrong. Use that as ammo.
True, they can.
Yeah. Try to turn it around here. I mean, I'm with you. I do think, you know, definition of insanity, running the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is just not the way. So I'd like to see something different, but maybe we're not there in the comms. So maybe I'm missing something, or the conversation of what they need to do to change things up. I do agree that I would have liked to see a change up there in the ban phase, but they could. We'll see what it looks like as we push here. It is a different mode, right? So there may be value, especially, and different map. There may be value in coming back here.
I mean, I love Gator. You know, I love Team Envy and their brains. I think they got some smart guys over there, and they can still win here for sure. They're still a good shot, but I don't know. I mean, like I've been watching so much EMEA, so much of NA that I feel like some of the best teams that have a read on the meta right now are teams like Team 100 Thieves, our Team Sentinels, and on the opposite side of the pond, I think EMEA Burr has one of the best reads in this patch. So I really need to see some better reads out of Envy. They do put window over to that Venom. Maybe they're just going to set up dives with Speedily.
And it begins. It was funny there. You actually saw Vinny up on the spawn, hoping that somebody was going to be coming out of that spawn door a little late to try to find some value. Terra goes down instantaneously. Envy, that's a good start here with the damage boost, trying to push forward. Window going to be on that Venom as well. And there's that jump landing again. You saw it there. He does have that dash for escape. A lot of the time, you don't want to engage with Venom's web. Instead, you actually want to take height like that and then drop so you can use your web to escape. What a play. Kaluge onto TTK now. Window finds a second. Speedery onto Delena, and that's an immediate point take, and they are trying to prove you wrong, brother.
Oh yeah, I mean, lesson number one with me, I mean, don't overreact when it comes to things in terms of the ban phase, but you know what, Terra's back over to that Iron Fist now regardless, and you know, this dive is definitely working a little bit better. They needed the Captain America, they needed this Venom to just set up Speedily, because that's their win condition, allowing Speedily to find these one-shots with Window. It's going to be hard now versus SJP with that Iron Fist team up. It's also more difficult in the Streets phase for Triple Strategists in general, but we'll see how it goes, right? Maybe they can find those opening picks with Window and Speedily.
Yeah, and they are heavily up an alt advantage here for Envy on this attack, so we got to see something happen quickly. But as I'm saying that, Vinny gonna find Kaluge off the rip and put numbers again back in their favor. That, oh, sorry, yeah, and oh, Terra gonna find Nero, Speedery onto Harvey. Back and forth, here we go.
It took him out the sky in the middle of the Ultron's rage. They're still in this, they're still fighting it, but I mean, if Terra's swinging on Iron Fist right now, I'd be scared after these ult end.
Yeah, very close to ult here too, and they're just waiting. And it's just terrifying to be looking forward and to see these fists of fury coming at you. Speedery on the off angle, trying to find Delena. They're just dancing on natural cover. A thing we talk about a lot as you're climbing ladder for those who maybe are trying to get better at the game. You'll see these pros constantly dancing off walls embedded in the game, not just cooldowns. Don't stand in the open. Use the natural cover as a shield. TTK finds one there. Down goes Cal, and there's that chase. Terra just flying with Iron Fist. Oh, I didn't know if he was going to make it. He does. What a play there, and that's what Fist does well.
Yeah, you're right, Shib. I mean, Iron Fist so good at taking down flyers because he just sticks to you, right? He sticks to you like silly putty. I don't even think silly putty sticks, but you know, regardless, like glue almost, right? He just kind of flies towards you, stays on your butt the whole time. It's tough. I think if Envy lose you to 1, 2, maybe 3 more fights, I'd like some different switches, but they're already going over to the Punisher and they're already going to the Psylocke. I think this is a better comp for the Streets phase of this map. Triple Strategist doesn't really work necessarily here all the time, but 100 Thieves are now stuck on Iron Fist. This is that deviation, and this is variation that Envy needs.
Yeah, that was a smart decision. You talked about counter swapping. This is a good example of that. Delena going to find Window early, though, trying to make that too, but there's a good escape there. Speedery doing a good job. Terra going to fall from Collusion, likely going to switch as well. Just to, you know, there's no one really to take out of the sky. I'm assuming we might see that, especially only being at 25% of the alt charge. Keeping the pressure forward again. We will see. Ooh, Vinny going to take a fair amount of damage. Delena does have that dance of the butterfly. The Cutterfly, he's going to start making that play soon. Vinny going to drive back. Remember that damage reduction. You'll see that is the big value of the thing there. Cal pressing forward with the last final judgment, excuse me, not able to get anyone just yet. Good dance floor, buying their time. You don't want to use it too early. Notice only when they were in dire need is that Q pop. You don't want to do it too early. You want as much time as possible, but that is a difficult decision to make because you don't want to lose anyone. Delena going to keep the pressure on height. Good positioning there. The tackle onto the back line. Meteor Rever TTK do these miss. Oh, Cal! That was a sick zip line to take that height up on the right side. Terra going to keep the pressure up, staying here on the fist, and a dive in directly from Window onto the back line. They are weak. Speedery going to follow up. There goes 2 as TTK goes down. Speedery trying to make it 3, and that was close, but good dive play there and well coordinated by the side of Envy.
Yep, a retouch is coming, but Envy is saved onto this invisible boundary on Nero. So this is pretty well played from Envy. Here comes Terra with the ultimate just to stall it out, but they will be against a lot of healing from Nero.
Okay, and here we go. Window taking the height. Terra going to keep punching 4 days. Blocked up. Going to get that HP back. Remember, the more damage you take during that block, the more shield you get. Terra falls there from Kaluge. Good patience by the side of Envy to not feed that shield. And here comes the dance of the Cutterfly. Speedery onto Harvey. Delena onto Nero. Delena gets 2. Make that 3. And that's a good play. Will they be able to keep the presence on this point? Remember, you got to kind of stay on here. I'm not quite sure who's holding for them. And there is. Ooh, 1. But TTK holds on. Terra does as well. Speedery going to find Delena. Terra again, now making the switch over to Hella and getting off that Iron Fist.
Well, and their 100 Thieves are playing so well as well, so intelligent, because they're switching to characters that take advantage of this phase of the map, right? Because they were against the Ultron, you know, Iron Fist maybe not that good, specifically on this phase of the map, but just against that composition. Now he switched to Hella on Terra in the Streets phase when things are so long range. So he's going to fly back to his team whenever he's dove on by Window. I think the dives are a little bit better from Envy. So as long as Window and Speedily kind of connect on this backline, it should be good. But this hard counter dive from Vinny on the thing has been so good. So we'll see how they react with Stratus Ultimates. Harvey got his ult to cancel the first point. We'll see if it happens again.
Okay, and the entirety of the team is back here. 57 seconds, 2 fights at most. If Strange is not banned, I got to double check bans here. There's the pressure. The bubble goes out as soon as we see that Judgment. The Judgment going to deal a ton of damage. Shields, very patient. Notice, again, the patience there of when to use those cooldowns. Gives you enough time to stay up. And that was just a beautiful dance. Speedery, though, on to Harvey. Kaluja to Terra. And here goes that dance. We see TTK fall. Speedery doing a ton of damage. And the backline following up. Cal on to Delena. And that could be enough here for point 2. Envy gonna clutch up even with a lot of ults on the side of 100 Thieves. Will they be able to keep the pressure? Yes, they do. Point 2 for Envy.
Yep, absolutely a lot better from Envy. I mean, they were just able to kind of continue with Cal's ultimate with the final judgment. Now we've run a third phase of the map, and I don't feel like Envy's chances are too bad here. I mean, the combination of Window diving, I know he probably doesn't play a lot of Captain America. That's why he likes the Venom a little bit more than most Vanguards. But I think that tandem, allowing your Psylocke to pop off, is huge. We've seen that a lot in this patch. You know, enabling your Psylocke player to go insane is massive, especially one as good as Speedily.
Could not agree more. Ult advantage here for 100 Thieves in this next fight, but TTK goes down early. We found multiple times now 100 Thieves maybe being a little too patient with these ultimates and losing the fight. Envy is going to pop out month Window. There's a damage boost combination, but oh, SJP goes down, and that was beautiful. You'll see there, using that Feast of the Abyss with the damage boost from Luna is enough to take out a backline. Beautiful play there, keeping the pressure forward again. Envy is on their high horse, and they're just sprinting forward. Can they keep this going and winning all these fights? Even being down ults again, they will have one here from Nero. They will have that invisible boundary, but we do have a clobbering time and a meteor rem for this side of 100 Thieves. And you know, TTK with these meteors simply does not miss unless Cal hits a beautiful zipline. What a shot there from TTK.
I mean, that's just great in the neutral. That's what we've seen again from 100 Thieves, that they can just kind of find those picks before ults even come out. I mean, Cal's going to now have to walk back to spawn. Here comes that meteor rem from TTK.
Bang, it goes down. Not able to find much, but the neutral pick was already there. Speedery out of Delena. That's a good pick here for the side of Envy. Another Meteor M, but this time for Kaluj. Looking back. Oh, tries to find the dance floor. Unfortunately, does not. Terra back on that Iron Fist. Really liking the Fist today. Getting a ton of value out of these Vanguards. Just percent HP damage. Vinny finds Kaluj. Cal now going to be popping this all. Do you see the Judgment? Oh, and we see a counter ult. Taking a ton of damage, getting a ton of overshield. Cal finds Delena. Nice shots there. Really good patience, good movement, and great tracking. Vinny now going to walk in, going to use that damage reduction on the back line before heading out. Why not? Might as well. Help protect against those shots. Terra holding on to the point, essentially just doing a dance here back and forth. And now going to find the back line, or excuse me, the dive here, and it does land as Speedery goes down.
Yeah, that's a huge pick. I mean, Speedily's been so impactful. Ultimate's also up for him, too, so that's brutal, as everybody's kind of stunned in the backline due to Vinny coming through. Everybody now coming back into the dance floor towards this objective. Down one member. Pearls come through from Kaluj.
Every ult in the game popped here for Envy. Window going to find Harvey. Kaluj on a Terra. Window on a TTK. Beautiful here for the Venom, getting a ton of value on this map. And the Butterfly goes out here for Delena, and they've got to make sure they stay on point. There is no one on now. Got to touch last second. Will they be able to? Yes, they do. Someone holding now. Agamotto could be huge here. It is on to Vinny, who can't hold long. And is that going to be enough for the push in OT? It is, as they get all 3 points. Envy showing up when they need to.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Caster was wrong. Absolutely dumb by me to freak out in the ban phase, crash out. I mean, disgusting work from a professional caster. I'm going to type up a 50-paragraph essay about how he's so wrong. But actually, that was really well. I mean, this is kind of the counterpoint to what I was saying from Envy, is that, you know, realistically, when you just come together, you play different heroes, right? You go on these hard dives. I think with your Psylocke, we've seen success in other regions with that, right? In previous games, we just seen that kind of come through with Window on the Venom instead of on other characters. I think this is a lot better, right? Captain America, maybe not his hero of choice. I know it's not even banned, but, you know, usually we see the Captain America dives come through with the Psylocke. You could do the Venom as well. I think the Venom is a little bit easier to play, considering, I think, like we said, before Envy got picked up on this roster, before they picked up Window to this roster, he was also like that Magneto, Doctor Strange. He plays a lot of those same heroes as Kaluj, so he's had to pick up this brand new Vanguard role, sort of like that flex dive Vanguard guard role, and it's been difficult for him. So I think playing that Venom, getting that hard dive with Speedily to set him up has been huge. I think he is a huge reason why Envy's as good as they are. Yesterday, Envy's match versus Shroud X, he on the Venom as well was amazing. One of the best Venoms we've seen. Window had like 3 ultimates in one fight, so this man is amazing on that character, and I definitely shouldn't doubt Team Envy as they've made some changes, and that's huge going forward.
Well, having your back too. I mean, you were mostly dogging on the composition, which was changed completely. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much. It was the right call. They used it for a point and they switched off and found value with another composition. But I do think that you're right. I do think this change was huge, and I do think that Window with the dive from Speedery is insane, because when you pop up enemies with things like Venom, they're no longer able to juke like they want to. It's much more readable to track with Psylocke. So well played there, and they do follow up on almost every single pop-up, allowing Window to keep that damage up with Venom and just allow that right click to pop on everyone that is getting dove on.
The next change by 100 Thieves also pretty solid. I mean, putting Vinny on that Captain America, Terra now onto the Bucky, so they're going to be really targeting Window right now as he goes for these dives. He's going to have to be careful to make sure he gets full use out of HP and getting healed.
We're seeing this a lot with the teleport play and then the return to base and switch over. Terra finds Cal early, and that's a good start here for 100 Thieves, who want to try to have as much time as possible. Terra make that 2 as Window goes down on this height here, constantly using abilities, getting that over health, holding on, treating yourself like a tank, and beating up the front line again. Terra very low down goes Kaluge. Nero falls from Delena, and only 1 remains, and here comes the portal back. Just waiting. They'll hold on for a second. You'll wait until your team has chance at rezzing, until you need to portal, and then you'll come into Lena. Gotta find Speedery, but way to hold on and wait there. And that is a good stagger. You will be up in numbers guaranteed. Kraken Impact lands, but it doesn't find anyone. It might have been through the portal, I believe, which is not a horrible. I didn't even think that was the play, but they came out the other side. So it was tricky for them, as I didn't see anyone get affected there. Terra gonna keep the pressure on, but already at, are you kidding me? 61% already?
Goes down though. But he went down. I mean, he just got melted even through Shredder's ultimates. XJP just a little bit too late. Harvey as well. Here comes the Agamotto. It catches out the backline, but the bubble. Vinny trades back Month.
Oh, and here comes the Meteor, but waiting that shield out. Oh, good idea by TTK to throw it around. And Delena gets 2. Will they be able to clean it up? Make that 3. Delena on a rampage here with the Psylocke. Well played, and they do get point 1.
This is the reason why we talk about Captain America Venom dives being so crucial for Psylocke. In this patch, it's been very important on Psylocke to have somebody to go with, right? You could play counter dive as much as you want, right? Vinny on the Thing, TDK on Magneto and some of those characters. It didn't really help Delena out. He needs somebody to dive with. He needs to kind of go aggressive to find this backline of Invisible Woman and Luna Snow, because you've targeted that Loki. That is no longer available for Envy. So because of that, you need to set up these dives hard and allow Delena that space.
And here we go with the next set of fights. Alt advantage here for Envy on the defense. They will have that invisible boundary and the dance of the butterfly. Gonna keep that pressure up, and they're holding height here. Look at that positioning there by Window. If you're a Venom player, that is the spot to hold. It cannot be broken. You always have a free dive, and it's very difficult to see the top of your head. And there's that dive. Window right onto Harvey. Harvey gonna hold on. Great bubble there from the side of TTK to keep the team healthy. Gonna retreat now, but Terra finds 1, and down goes Cal. Terra finding a ton of picks in the neutral. Here comes the Kraken Impact. Will we see some play? Gets knocked back by the right click. Well done there from the side of Magneto. Kaluge trying to turn this back. The Meteor from downtown does not find value. Good idea there, as Vinny keeps the pressure on the front line again, using that Cap's Freedom Charge to keep the team healthy as they walk forward. And the point already very close to point 2.
I mean, Window doesn't have ultimate. I mean, he's getting deleted. And Nero comes back through, does have his ult, but now after this is going to be a dance of the butterflies. There's going to be nothing to counter it. And also TTK's coming through and also connects on a Month.
That is a good pick. TTK on a Month now. We do see Dance of Butterflies out. We do see the dance floor. Who gets the more value? TTK on a Month. SJP on a Kaluge. And 100 Thieves are keeping the pressure. Delena on the Cal now with a 2-piece. Do I see 3? Up goes Window. He falls. Down he goes again. Delena with a 3-piece. So well played. Has been popping off in this series.
I think, unfortunately for Window, I mean, I think Captain America's better, okay? He's going to switch on over. It's just because, unfortunately, Captain America can stay in these fights longer, right? Venom relying those cooldowns is a bit more easy to hit as well. There's a lot of variables resulting in Venom taking a lot of damage, feeding ult charge, right? The shield doesn't do that as well. So I think the switch to Captain America is good. I wonder his comfortability levels on this hero. I know he's probably pretty solid at it, but he's definitely a lot better on the Venom, and that's why he was liking that character. It can work, but right now we can see why Captain America, I think, is so strong, even if maybe your Cap player is not as strong as the other one.
Yeah, I think the key is the dive with the Psylocke, just bopping up enemies and giving your Psylocke free reign to deal damage is kind of the combo wombo we've been seeing. You can do it with Cap. You can also do it with Venom, as we see Cal going to find Harvey there. That's a good neutral pick as they are up in alt still. Vinny going to have that freedom, but Cal going to find TTK again. A great shot here. Cal, a mean hit scan player, not able to play a ton of this side of Hela. Honestly, yesterday he struggled a little bit on Hela, found a ton of success on Punisher. I believe Punisher was banned out now, so we will see this Hela pop, and we do have the alt for both Month and Cal up by one ultimate here. TTK is going to be very close, and same with Harvey. Oh, and SJP.
And Cal is a huge confidence player. This guy definitely needs to feel confident about himself, about the game. He said he wasn't playing good in the previous week, but now he's just getting that confidence from a few games ago. It's very easy to sometimes feel like you're not good enough for your team, but Cal definitely is and can be that star player to match Terra on the other side.
And Speedery finds Delena. That's a good pick here again for the side of Envy. Up, and there goes that Goddess of Death. Raining, but not enough. Stay inside that Dagger Storm. Keep yourself healthy. If you are a Vanguard and you see that Dagger Storm, please play inside of it. It will give your cloak the alt charge like no one's business. And here we go. We initiate with the bond. TTK finds Cal, and that's a huge pick off the rip. Vinny gonna keep that pressure, using a second ultimate here to keep moving forward. The Freedom Charge, not 100% sure if necessary, but maybe worth it right now. Up again. In the sky, we see Terra raining on Hela. The Goddess of Death does almost find one very low. Harvey gonna clean that up as Speedery goes down. Make that two as Window falls. So Lena gets a two-piece, and Terra cleans up the fourth as Kalush goes down. And now they're walking with only, oh wow, they've got like 40 meters left. They got to keep this thing going.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have no ults, right? Out of ultimates. Vinny's going to have to build this Freedom Charge. If he doesn't, Speedly's going to have a free ult, except for Harvey on that Loki. Those crystals could save his entire team, so watch for that. That Harvey crystal needs to be perfect. Here comes the Dance of Butterflies, potentially saved by his Loki. Everybody's healed each other. They actually use the Dagger Storm, like you said, and save onto that cooldown. Huge plays from them, but Harvey falls so low.
Yeah, Month gonna take out Delena there. Good pick early there. Again, Cal on a Vinny coming right back in with a vengeance. 1 minute 30 on. That is a few fights, so you don't need to panic too much. Just try to get those all charged back quickly. Vinny going to be there with all TTK 55. Harvey very close to, but these picks are nasty. Cal again, Window on Terra, and they are cleaning house right now, up in all charge and very close. They're gonna have to build quickly here to try to even out 100 Thieves, who are gonna have a ton in this next fight.
Yeah, stagger's coming out. Delena, though, found Window. It was a little bit too much of a stagger there, but regardless, I think what happened was Harvey used his greens earlier, using those crystals too early, or at the end of the last fight, so they know that cooldown was up. So I think they had to hard play around their Cloak and Dagger with the Dagger Storm, and unfortunately it wasn't enough. Too much pressure came through from the Dance of the Butterflies. Well timed from Speedily, good read from them to go super hyper aggressive with that Dance of the Butterflies. Now we have ults now up again for both sides.
I'm with you. That aggression was huge because it does give them that alt charge they need with those staggers just to try to even things out with 100 Thieves in this next fight. We are going to have almost 6 here for the side of 100 Thieves. Very close now for Envy, almost doing the same. So well played as Cal again finding Terra. Cal really showcasing the power of Hela once more, who is coming much more prevalent today. Up in the sky we go with TTK, who is a demon. Down goes Speedery. Nice pick there from TTK. Not able to stop the dance floor. Probably was the thought, but very quick, very difficult. SJP up with the bubble. Not able to land that meteor. I believe it was Pop Kalush still holding on to the point right now. And the Eternal Bond's out. We're seeing Qs pop from virtually everyone. Window holding on. Vinny and Delena. Delena just waiting things out. Psych, I lied. Here comes the Dance of the Butterfly. Down goes Speedery. Terra onto Cal. Will this be enough to push them through? Vinny onto Kalush. Numbers heavily here in the favor of 100 Thieves as they keep the pressure on and try to get these guys off the point.
Yeah, they're stalling. They're trying to do so much. Allow Speedily to come back with the ultimate. I mean, no support ults on the other side. No Stratus ults. Window goes down, but there's going to be nothing here. Do they play in that Dagger Storm? Do they play in the greens right now? Because Speedily can kind of close it out for this team, for Team Envy in overtime.
Oh, we're in an OT situation. Next fight wins. All about these successful ults. Now, Terra has the Strange Eye of Agamotto. Will it land? Will we see some souls? That's a pretty good spot to use it over in that corner onto the back line, but you got to make sure people are on point. Speedery pops out. Here comes the eye, and it does find one. Will they be able to collapse on? They do, but great shield timing by Window to stay up and healthy. Vinny with a nice pick there. We see Cal get 2. Terra gets 3. Oh, make that 4. And they do get the point and push this to OT.
Holy crap. Are you kidding me? That was so intense back and forth. Envy going to be tied up 1-1 minute-wise on the clock. We head back to the attack of Team Envy. And that was almost so good from Cal. I mean, he found those picks somehow onto SJP, and I think another backline of 100 Thieves. So almost well done there by Cal, and I think he's also beating Terra in that duel right now. Terra, I think on Hela has been something of an evolution for him to play onto that Hela role, considering that was usually Delena. But Terra, definitely a great great hit scan player in his own right, super flexible. That is the strength of Terra for sure over most players in the entire world. But for the side of Team Envy, you know, speedily Dance of the Butterflies, he kind of had to do it, got poked out early, was also the kind of in charge of touching the objective. So a little bit of, I don't know, miscommunication, but sort of mispriority of objectives. They needed to force out those greens early, get the Dance of the Butterflies afterwards, because there was nothing else in the bank, unfortunately, for Team Envy. But now we're going over to the attack of Envy, and they could snowball it again. This first point, though, I actually do feel like this Ultron comp, this is the strength of it here. First point, triple is incredibly strong, whether it be triple with Adam, whether it be triple strategist with the Ultron. I think this comp can be really good here, as you need to sustain. There's also not a lot of cover on attack or defense, so because of that, you can take advantage of the healing provided from your team. Also, the unexpected ability to play these heroes against the 100 Thieves, who are going to be on that Psylocke, on that onto that Bucky instead of Terra on the Iron Fist, which for them countered it before.
I'm with you. I do think the follow-up there by Nero on the Ultron is huge, because when you go in with the window, you pop them up, you have speedy dealing damage, and then Ultron just needs to land a single damage boosted shot, and there's no doubt that that person goes down, gets KO'd. You see him on the feed. So really cool composition, unique for sure. Stuff like this, I love seeing changes up. Still, at this level of play, finding new ways to play together is awesome. Delena just playing the chase game, though. You gotta run, bud, and he does escape. Great tracking there from the side of Delena, who is really showcasing the power of their play today. Delena's playing so strong, and yeah, you're right, Terra is taking that, you know, that Hella over from Delena, and Delena just switching over to that Psylocke. Goes to show how versatile this team is. Nero gonna take this space now up in the height, gonna keep the pressure on. 64% already is crazy. Ultron gets all charged so quick, and they are taking this space quickly. Terra trying to slow up the pace here, does have that pull and the slow there, not able to land either, but consistently using those abilities to get HP. Delena gonna drop back, good utilization there of the invis, and now the re-engage teams are scared. 4 seconds, you better touch here. 3, 2, and there we go, onto the point. You need to touch within 3 seconds for those who don't know, and then it goes to OT, so just keep that in mind as you play, as you climb. Nero gonna keep the pressure on, and Ultron's rage is out. Here goes the dance onto the back line, support dance, SJP finds one, Delena onto Nero. Terra, 1, do I see more? Make that 2, will there be 3? Bang, 4, come on now, this is different. Terra gonna clean up the rest, and that will hold them on point 1 without a tick.
Are you kidding me, Terra? What an unbelievable end to that map, onto that defense. Envy, they tried to do with Ultron's rage, maybe felt enough confidence in the healing through that ultimate, but we know that so many people talk about how Ultron's ult can't really be used all that defensively. It's difficult for that ultimate, you know, over ults like Lunasto Dance Floor, over ults like Captain America Freedom Charge. There's so many of these ults that are really good at keeping their team alive. Unfortunately, far too much damage coming through from Delena and Terra. That combination, that tandem between these two is the reason why 100 Thieves are so good. Delena and Terra have been together for so long as a duo, and you can see exactly why there. Envy, now what do they do, Shib? Over to defense, is it the same thing, or do you have to mix it up? I mean, they could rely on Cal on the Hella like they did before, window onto the Venom. I like it, but unfortunately, I think the Captain America is a bit more team-oriented right now.
Yeah, good call.
Honestly, favor that.
Yeah, no, that was genius. I mean, you saw that switch literally as you're saying it. Caster goat, not gonna lie, that was a great call. It does give them more sustain there, and that's definitely what they're looking for. But wow, I mean, momentum seems to be shifted, bud. I'm curious what you're thinking. I don't know what needs to be done. It's all about these neutrals. Cal is finding a lot of picks early. You see, look at these, you know, final hits on the whole opposition of Envy. They look so clean across the board. Everyone doing their part. And it's just, you know, and then you look at 100 Thieves very much playing around those duelists. Obviously very strong across the board in terms of every position, but goes to show you how Terra and Delena are playing right now. 18 and 19 finals. Speedery at 16, very close behind. But this is a momentum issue, and will they, a portal counterplay potentially. They're not going to do it. Instead, they're going to try to kidnap somebody. Potentially.
Yeah, it's always an option. And also, by the way, not to jinx it, but we definitely, he's just scouting, I guess, for a little bit. We definitely saw in Asia a draw, right? So anything's possible. A draw can still happen. 45 seconds left to go. I know, you know, we always want long series, at least as viewers. So we'll see what that happens. Again, Vinny as well over to that group, knowing they don't have Wolverine. That's so smart. Oh, no!
Speedery with a pick early. That's huge for Envy, and that's what I'm talking about. That needs to happen here. They will have a teleport for 100 Thieves if they want to reset completely. So that might come through, as they're going to need to with 20 seconds on potentially. Yes, I do think we'll have to see that, unless they want to just collapse together. That could very well happen as well, but there is 15 on now. You've got to touch in 12, and here we go with 100 Thieves. Now going to retake this space. Good drop back. You don't want to stagger, and you don't want to fight without 6, especially in a one-fight situation. 6 seconds. They've got to touch now. Who gets this done? And they do touch Terra at the end there. Harvey goes down now from window in the off angle. This could be a tie, as we do see the Eternal Bond pop. Will they be able to keep the pressure on? Terra, does does get the grab there, but a beautiful disguise, beautiful jump there. Nero going to take out Vinny, and this is looking in Envy's favor. Speedery out of TTK. Out goes the eye on Kalush. Not able to find anyone, but they're not going to hold for long, as we do see the dance of the butterfly, and that is a difficult situation. The teleport comes through from Harvey now. They are going to switch up roles, but Harvey gets deleted, and oh my goodness, we have a tie.
First tie I've seen in North America. First tie on this side of the pond for sure. It's amazing that we get a tie after all of that. It's for naught for both teams, but that means we go to another map. That means we're going to domination next. Draw, baby. I mean, nobody likes to see that. It's brutal to see for sure after such a hard-fought battle, but awesome for us, I think, as fans to watch. So, I mean, what a back and forth. I think the idea, those dives coming through from window, I mean, those were syncing up a lot better, right? We talked about how in other regions, the reason why these Psylocks pop off is not just the Psylocks, it's also window on that Captain America. It's also a lot of these divers on the Captain America. So a lot better out of them. I think the comp switches were better as well. And now that we go to domination, I think it's anybody's game. Envy, I'm not going to say they struggle on domination, but it's a bit tougher for them. I think they're going to have to make those last second decisions very, very quickly this time, because right now they're doing good, I think, just making those swaps, right? So I like the idea out of the side of 100 Thieves, the group swap, the fact they don't play that Wolverine. I think all of those things could enable you a little bit better. But unfortunately, Harvey just got dove on too quickly. And I don't know if that's whether due to ping or something like that too, because I know Harvey is on ping playing from the UK, I believe, right? Oh no, he's at the boot camp. I forgot today, so never mind. Ping is not an excuse for Harvey. Unfortunately, I'm looking for some sort of cop out for my boy, but unfortunately, he was the target every time of these dives. Needs the green a little bit sooner. Needs to use those crystals a little bit sooner, or play in the dagger storm. A few of those things can enable them a little bit more, but that dive from Speedily and window is so hard to react to for sure.
Yeah, Harvey's an absolutely disgusting Loki, but honestly, I feel like it's likely out of practice just because Loki's banned so frequently. I doubt he's been practicing a lot. Like, a lot of these teams aren't practicing much Emma, maybe a little bit of Mag, simply because there's just no reason to really play them. So if you put all their time in them, because they're going to be banned out, you maybe don't do it. So I know Harvey's been finding a ton of success with a bunch of different stuff, but now having to force to run that Loki maybe just isn't working as well for them right now. A ton of damage still, though. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think they did a great job on the side of Envy of switching up composition and getting value, and they just kept switching to what was going to work for them. And this is what they found success with yesterday, just changing up compositions until it's working, and then don't worry until it stops working again, and then switch again.
Yeah, we heard when Ryan Amazing was in the comment, I know I referenced that one a lot, but it feels like, you know, you have to make these sort of changes last minute, even if you haven't practiced them much. I mean, we saw Cal in his interview talked about how he didn't play Magneto before that match. And, you know, sometimes you just have to make those things on the fly. You have to do it because whether the circumstance calls for it, right? And that's what we're seeing in this game right now is the ability to just switch is so crucial. Taking a look back at the stats, I mean, Harvey, Nero, what a battle it's been between two top-tier strategist players. Nero's sort of getting the better of it. And I think this is honestly a true fact is that I think Envy's backline is so good in Team Envy. We know how good Nero is. We know how good Month are. And I can say the same thing about SJP and Harvey. I just feel like for Envy right now, their backline is playing so strong against the dive from Delena and Vinny. So right now we'll see how 100 Thieves react in the future maps, especially on domination. It does not get easier. That's why, listen, Shib, I used to play strategist professionally for like 6 years. I would never want to play strategist in this game. Okay, I'll be honest with you. Like, that's the reason I switched full-time to Hela, Psylocke, whatever. I can win above all on those heroes. I don't know about strategists because, like, those guys are literally elite. Like, it is the most hard job in the game in terms of, I mean, you could say mechanically maybe not as much, but in terms of what you're asked to do, saving your team, healing your team up at all times, not dying to dives, it's very, very difficult. And I don't think anybody, at least at a casual level, understands how difficult it is to play strategist in the pro scene.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on strategists. It's such an underappreciated role too. So shout out to all strategists. I got to show you love. I mean, you know, people will give you crap about dive, say dive maybe isn't as good, but in a team situation like this with a practice team, dive is incredibly strong. It is something you need to keep in mind. So as a strategist, not only do you have to burn all your cooldowns, but you have to know that right as soon as your cooldowns are burned, somebody's coming for you. So you got to dance, you got to do the strat dance, you got to heal each other, you got to be ready to press that Q button. But if you use it selfishly to keep yourself up, that's already negative value. There's just so much pressure on the back line. And I do think you're right. Month and Nero have looked so good. And I just think it's a lot of it is because they're playing a little more aggressive strategist that, you know, they're not afraid to go up with that Ultron, which, you know, it has success on certain points. They did switch off there, obviously, only able to use it on the first point, which I think makes sense on that map. But they're just doing a great job. I think Luna is another one of those strats that has the ability to freeze and deal a ton of damage. So it's more risky to dive the Luna.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many things, there's so many variables for sure, including that, like you mentioned. So it's hard to play this game at a high level, at the pro level, and I don't envy the job that is all the pro players having to switch compositions so frequently as well, and you know, get good at certain heroes. Considering I feel like in hero shooters, it's difficult to, you know, get at the top level of the game at multiple heroes. So we'll see what happens now moving forward, as that was our first draw in North America. Map number 4 coming up in just a second, Chip, after the short break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Welcome back. The first tie in America's region. You said there was another one earlier. That's crazy, but hey, they're pushed to another game. 100 Thieves are not gonna get the dub yet. Envy looking to turn this around.
Yeah, I feel like I've been losing my mind the further the day goes on. I mean, yeah, like you said, in Asia, tie over there. I mean, Ship, how do we cope with what the hell's going on in the esports scene of Marvel Rivals, man?
It's been intense, especially in this region. Teams are so close. We say that all the time. Don't want to beat a dead horse or whatever the hell the statement is at this point. But dude, look at the wall behind. He has me cracking up. By the way, it's so funny. But honestly, it's just like these teams are so close. It's any given day. I think Envy can do. They can get the job done there. You look at their stat line: 18 finals for Speedery, 14 for Cal, 13 Window, 11 Collusion. All of them with a ton of value. And then 100 Thieves, 19 finals for Delena, 18 for Terra, then it's 8-8 for Vinny and TTK, and then Harvey, obviously Stratline 2, SJP 3, even a little less than the opposition. The whole team of Envy looked much better, especially honestly, that entire map, just not on defense as much.
Oh yeah, I mean it's getting so intense right now. As you know, 70K still on the line for either of these teams wanting first place. They've already qualified for China, but at this point it doesn't matter, right? They're focusing on the main objective, and that's winning. So we'll see what the adaptations are on the next map. I don't mind the Wolverine ban and stuff like that. You know, I don't mind some of those changes. I don't think they're going to change away from their ban system, honestly, at this point. I mean, they're just so used to it at just going after the same bans, which is totally fine. I think, you know, while I think I do agree with the you know, game can be won or lost as the ban phase. You know, to push back on it a little bit, you still have to play the game well. You still have so many characters to make adaptations with, right? Even if it's suboptimal, you know, like we saw with Terra onto Iron Fist, you know, I'm sure he'd rather play something like the Wolverine against that. But, you know, sometimes you have to make those sacrifices to play a character that's maybe suboptimal.
Yeah, I mean, because it counters some into something that you maybe struggle with, and we saw them make it, you know, we saw Terra making a big problem there for Nero up in the sky, just not able to get a ton of value with Ultron, immediately had to switch off, and then Terra then did the same once that wasn't finding value anymore. These teams are now starting to learn what's working against certain heroes that they're struggling with, and they're able to shut that right down before they get destroyed by it.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, just to ease it up a little bit, you know, the air's a little tight, you know, as this match goes on because it's so intense, right? I mean, I can see your bow tie. Hopefully don't choke yourself out there, Shiv. I know is it clip on or is it? No, it's too late. You've already been choking this whole time.
We can pretend. Yeah, we can pretend it's not a clip on, but
okay, good. Yeah, I was like, if you choke out right now, you look a lot like Shroud X, so I don't really want that to happen on broadcast. Unfortunately, that could happen. I love those guys over Shroud X. Sorry, that was a bit mean. Low blow for sure after a team that really played well. Honestly, by the way, just want to shout them out real quick. I mean, Shroud X played so well to even get top 4. That's like just impressive in itself. But, you know, like I said, we got to ease it up the tension a little bit. I mean, maybe I don't know if we have footage of it. Obviously, it's so probably buried and stuff in the footage of EMEA. There's I was talking to you, Shib. I wanted to get your take on this as we wait for the teams to pick the map and stuff. You know, I'm sure they're deciding what there is, but I know I brought to you about the mewing stuff, Shib. Have you had the opportunity to find out what that is? Right, I know that it's awkward to bring this up, but what's up?
No. So what's the statement about it? I know what it is. You're saying like
no, it's these Zoomers, bro. It's these like modern day esport players, dude. They're just doing these crazy things. Like it's not even that interesting. It's just literally like in their camera, like they'll like get an elimination or something. And Jerky, for example, in EMEA will go like, you know, like go point at his jawline and stuff because
That's amazing, dude.
There's this guy called Dr. Mew that like he chews bubblegum and does like you have to put your tongue at the top of your thing or whatever. I don't know. I'm too old for this stuff, but like regardless, you're doing it, kinda. You're doing it, yeah.
I don't want to do it. I'm gonna get clipped.
Yeah, you're the TikTok guy over here, Shib. You gotta embrace the cringe, buddy. I'm sorry to say, it's important.
Well, we're streamers, man. You know we do. But honestly, that's so funny. I would love to see more of that in NA. Stuff like that after big plays would be so funny. I mean, we saw a little bit yesterday. Shroud X, like when big plays happened, they would be leaning back in their chair and shit. That was so funny.
Yeah,
but
Dogman and stuff. Yeah,
that was so funny.
He was freaking out, man. I mean, it makes it. They almost did it. They almost beat Envy, bro. That was so close.
Yeah, that was so close. But looking here, man, look at this 2-0 tied, nothing on the board, no -0, nothing, just didn't even count. So I guess that, you know, and this is something I need to get, you know, some word on production. I think that who chooses the next map, I'm assuming it would stay with Envy.
It's probably the same. Yeah, it's the same that loses. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, losing position. Producer Michael, shout out EFG for telling us that behind the scenes. But for sure, yeah. I mean, it would be kind of honestly a little bit bullcrap if the winning team gets it again. That'd be crazy. Imagine it's like you draw on a map and you just lost on the previous one. You're like, oh yeah, by the way, now the winning team.
Yeah.
Flip a coin. Hey, maybe. Roll a dice, D1000. You know, who wins? Other thieves have 100, but not 1,000, I think. It's
a little bit, man.
Yeah.
That's simple.
Human Torch. That's simple indeed. That's simple. Human Torch banned for 100 Thieves, Shib. I mean, they did this before. It feels like they're doing the same thing, banning out Speedly's hero pool, except that Psylocke.
Yeah, I think it's going to be consistent for 100 Thieves. I mean, they don't have a loss yet, so there's no real crazy strategy change they need. I do think they were, you know, it was anyone's game there in OT. That's just how it always is. It's all about that hype moments. They usually show up in those moments, but
you don't have to. You know what, Shib, you don't have to make a crazy move, but how would you feel about like a Psylocke ban? Because I feel like Storm is the only Envy is the only thing that plays that Storm. Like, how would you feel just going to the Psylocke? I know Speedly's really good at Storm, but I still feel like, I mean, they figured out the solution to Flyers. No, like they put Terra on Iron Fist. They go over to that dive comp with the Psylocke. That could be good.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do think that's not a horrible idea, right? It's changing pace a little bit. The question is, it's like, you know, I say this a lot, is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They haven't lost yet, right? So it's like, do we need it yet? But I do think if something does change for them, it's like, all right, we gotta eliminate that. Let's get in their heads a little bit. Let's start getting tricky with it. And like, that is the goal. Your goal ultimately is trying to force them onto a comp that they practice the least, right? That is what this ban phase is all about, because it definitely, games can be won and lost in this phase. Absolutely.
And I think the difficulty as well for teams' head coaches, or at least the person that decides the ban system, is getting the trust of your players, right? Because I mean, when you do a different ban, that can for sure mess up. Like maybe that's why Envy keeps doing the same bans every time, right? Because if you just give them the set, like kind of focused bans and the same thing every single time, you can really do a good job at just like upsetting the other team, or at least, sorry, not upsetting the team, not upsetting your team, right? Your team wants familiarity. Your team wants to play against the same stuff every time, because that helps you play better, right? Consistency is key, I think, to improvement in this sort of environment. And that's why, you know, a lot of teams will run the same things over and over again. I think when we went to MRC, when we had these global bans, we saw a lot of mirror compositions, right? Because if you just play the same thing over and over again, composition-wise, you get better and better and better at that composition, at that hero, because each hero is just so hard to play and master, especially at a macro level when the sky is limitless, right? So that's why I think the parity has been so big this season as well, is because there's so many different sort of play styles you need to adapt to, so many heroes you need to play. So it feels nice for both teams, honestly, to not deviate the bans too much, because, you know, you get to play against the same stuff over and over again. You get to kind of figure things out a little bit easier, maybe.
Yeah, and you kind of touch on it, but it also speaks to the validity of all these different compositions and heroes. I think that's a good state of balance in the game. We've seen a ton of different stuff, man, and teams are willing to change it up and make unique plays and have unique compositions still at this stage in the tournament, and across regions seeing even more crazy things. So, you know, and just speaking on that, it gets me hyped up for LAN. I want to see some stuff that I never thought about. You talked about some of these unique, like, just double damage boost, no real healing comps that they just play ready comm, dive comms, and go all in and not worrying about sustained fights and try to get picks every single time. Stuff like that. I can't wait to see how it plays against more traditional stuff.
Yeah, I mean, regions each have their own identity, right? I think over in EMEA, only today, I think we saw some Groot. Over here, I think we see a lot more Groot against non-Wolverine compositions. So I think there are small stylistic differences that really is going to matter at the international level when we do get to that LAN event coming up in China.
Okay, and we are going to start these fights now. Terra going to be back on Bucky. One of the few players that stay on Bucky very consistently. We will have Speedery on that Logan, who is very strong. We can't talk about Logan enough. What a pull immediately by Terra. Do I see a pick? No, great crystals. Great work there from the side of Month. Just ready for that action. Always hold a clone when you're playing Loki and be ready to pop that ability, because it's essentially a reset button. Great pull, but it was negated instantaneously. Well done, as we will see a forced reset here. Both teams going to drop back to Lena on a crazy off angle here, constantly keeping Cal back, who is going to stay on that Hela. And here goes the copy. Out we go now. Does it land? I thought I heard the copy. Yeah, it is out for Month. We do see that Dagger Storm. Team's going to fight inside of it. The pressure is now on point. Teams are going to walk out. Good retake. They drop back as a unit. They come back again. Oh, what a... Oh, out of the pull after the stun. And here comes the resets again and again. Everyone's low. Reset once more. Oh, my goodness. Make it 4. Do I see Terra on the 5-piece? Oh, and they're going to hold up what should have happened there, which I think Terra maybe is going to give his team a little bit of information about, as they wanted that clone for the reset. Buy a little more time to potentially come back, but they cleaned up that clone before his ult landed.
And I'm a little worried right now for Team Envy. I mean, they're going on to this competition to play around this Punisher super hard, which Punisher is really good, don't get me wrong. But I feel like, you know, enabling Speedily is the sort of route to success right now. Maybe through these hard dives, maybe through window on Captain America. I would like to see that again. They found some success earlier. 100 Thieves on the defense. I mean, the onus is on Envy to break through this point, and they don't really have a lot of dive comp to do it.
And up we go with the Meteor M, not able to get value. Good idea there. Speedery onto Delena, though, and that's going to be back in Envy's favor. Now taking the space. Here goes Vinny with the Thing. Thing has been a little bit of a controversial topic between casters and, just curiosity about the value. Does play well, and the damage reduction is very valuable, but just stat-wise, it doesn't show up. So that is, the stats don't mean anything in my opinion. Cal going to find Vinny, and that's a nice pick there again. And it looks like Envy are going to be able to get this point unless the teleport comes in here quickly. We'll see. TTK does get on. Nope, not able to touch. And that means Envy already has point 1 with 4 minutes on the clock.
And they just got carried by Speedily there again. I mean, Speedily able to take down Delena. Does have that Luna Snowflake, right? That's sort of a big deal as well, considering they don't play that Luna Snow on 100 Thieves side. So getting that Snowflake allows Speedily to just kind of go in, take those duels with Delena, and Delena not expecting that. And this is what we're talking about, right? You need these Psylocke players to pop off for you. Speedily is that guy on Psylocke. I think that character has been crucial. On the opposite side for 100 Thieves, I think Terra as well with his ultimate. But here comes the last final judgment immediately by Cal.
Cal gonna press forward and is gonna try and value, just pull out a bunch of abilities, but no ults in return. Cal still finding Vinny though. Didn't see that pick. That was at the very last millisecond of that ability. Good shots there by Cal Delena. Great off-angle positioning here, forcing eyes in a different direction. That's what you want to do as a duelist. Does land there with a Kraken impact. Unfortunately, shielded out. So Terra not gonna be able to reset. Yamamoto has potential. Is gonna be matched by some strategist ultimates, which then get turned right back again up with the Meteor M. Does the meatball land? Good shield there. Way to stuff that from the side of Kaluj, who is an insane Doctor Strange player and is consistently showing up on the staff board. Delena gonna find Month and Nero. Terra gonna clean up window. Vidi on to Nero and Cal. Wow, as a team, they just use that damage there. They coordinate. They see that little burst damage coming from Delena and they clean up the rest. The whole team gonna fall down and it is going to have ult advantage, actually even in the next fight.
And I want to shout out Vinny. I think in that last fight did go down, but got eyes back. Right, Cal on that Punisher had to come back towards. Also, Cart wasn't pushing because he touched it, because Envy went back through main. So even though he went down in that fight, it got some cooldowns out of him. They had to come back through, sort of panic. Maybe that slight bit of deviation from the game plan resulted in 100 Thieves with a big advantage. And now in this fight, they have Stratus ultimates.
And here goes the punch from Terra. We do see all the abilities being popped window. Gonna force this all just due to the nature of being grabbed. It does not find value. Good idea. Speedery is gonna pop that dance of the butterfly. Just burn through Cap shield, and they are gonna have Harvey pulling out the bond, keeping the team healthy. Again, 100 Thieves doing a good job with patience here, dropping back Nero. Uses the dance floor. Terra trying to find this off angle, looking up, seeing where Speedery is. Here comes the dive. Playing great around that natural cover. Notice there, going over towards those walls, playing around those when you know there is eyes on you. Do not have to burn down cooldowns when you have a natural wall in front of you, and waiting that out, landing on a Cal, potentially shoving him right back in the door, but they will walk back and hold on. Oh, turned around, landed directly on. Will they find Speedery, who's trying to escape? Good idea, not able to land those shots, but what a chance at it. That would have been crazy. Terra gonna drop back with the team here, and the entirety of the team is gonna play around Vinny, who will have that freedom charge soon.
Yeah, this is how you know how good Terra is, when he's looking for Speedily all the time, marking him. Similar to what we saw to Sparker out of EU, rest in peace VP. I think that general playthrough, gameplay on Bucky is clean. It's super smart, right? Just constantly mark the Psylocke player, make sure they're uncomfortable, and right now Speedily just dives on in there, goes low, but does have the support from his own backline.
And this is what I was talking about initially. I do think there is a strategy for 100 Thieves if they need it to not worry too much about Speedery and just have Terra mark, and instead try to ban out some of the, the people that may have less of a roster, just because, it may have more value. I'm not sure that it will. It's all going to be dependent on what they decide to do. Delena gonna find Month here. Again, 100 Thieves up in numbers so far. Out goes multitude of ults. Just kidding, as Cal. Window, Cal again, and Cal again with a 4-piece is going to put the pressure back on, and 100 Thieves are in the danger zone, but Harvey gonna pop out that bond and just buy time. Try to get the point and wait, and that's a good, good utilization there. A lot of the time you don't want to burn all when you're down in numbers, but if it means that you hold on to point 2, it is absolutely worth it as Terra puts out more damage.
And I think a big change from 100 Thieves, it's a small change, but an important one, is what you talked about last map, Shib. SJP's over the Loki, Harvey's over that Cloak and Dagger. I think a little bit more comfortability for Harvey on that Cloak, and SJP has been doing so good on this Loki. This is the reason why I think 100 Thieves are a lot better in this map against Speedily.
And we will have ults up here for Envy, who have Nero and Speedery ready for action. There is going to be SJP and Terra to try to match that here, and we'll see who gets more value in this upcoming fight. Delena, again, on this off-angle. Terra in the sky. Will it land? Kraken impact. Ooh, look for a clone. I think, no, it did land, but does get picked immediately after window. Great shots there to get that pick early. Up in numbers now, shoving them in. There will be no res by, there's no rocket or anything on the field right now. And TTK takes out Kaluj. Numbers up are even, actually, for both sides. We are seeing Q's pop for days. It's an OT now. You got to stay on point. And we will see who comes out on top. Delena on the off angle looking for Month. Month, very weak. Good escape there by Delena, who was very close on that pick, but not able to get it done.
Well, after this ultimate, I mean, he'll be free, right? They use the greens. They also use the ultimate in the copy. So I think right now it's all on him. Here comes also in the high ground the Cal. But oh no, he gets deleted by Vinny and the Meteor M.
Oh, that was a great pick again by the double wombo combo. Out go Crystals, and now Delena is going to try to keep the ready, but unfortunately, great work there from the side of Nero and Month to just dance inside those crystals and stay healthy. But Terra on the Panther just going to start dashing. Will we see more? Did not land that dash. Is not going to have that reset. Good idea there. Trying to play on the back line and never leave their side so they can't look forward. Vinny going to try to collapse as well, and that's a great dive, and that's where that coordination comes into play. There goes 2, but Window takes out Harvey. Is anyone on point? Yes. Terra goes down for Speedery. Kaluj on a TTK, and that may be enough here for Envy to take point 2. They do.
Yeah, right now, Window has been the best player in Envy. I think that Speedily is a great player, don't get me wrong, but I feel like 100 Thieves have an answer for him. The one person they don't have a massive answer for is Window. This man, we've seen him previously pop off on Venom, also on that Magneto. These are his two best characters for sure, and I think he's the reason why Envy's going to win if they cap out on this map, but they are against the 100 Thieves, who are doing a good job setting up everybody else. You saw that dive with Vinny, you saw with Delena. If Window can keep anchoring and kind of keep getting ignored, I feel like he's in a good spot as well on that Magneto, considering he's doing so much for his team right now.
You see Nero's positioning here. Great line of sight to be ready for the dive and head back towards Crystals. But as I'm saying that, the dive is different. Nero takes down Terra again. That is the second time in a row we've witnessed that from Nero. No freeze there, but just raw damage. And that was great positioning. And that was a fast dive too. Just shuts it right down. Not sure the Panthers getting a ton of value just yet, as Terra is going to switch off. And there will be ult advantage heavily for Envy, who are just riding this momentum.
Yep, the counter got too good. Met by the Fate of the Worlds. Also, Harvey, or SJP rather, with the copy, commits his Eternal Bond. So a lot of Stratus ultimates are going to be built up. We're going to see how it happens afterwards. CTK in the sky now with the Meteor M.
And here comes the Meteor, waiting that shield out. Tried to. Good idea. It gets returned right back. Will it land? Return to sender. Holding out that shield. Tried, but not able to land it there. Delena is going to have ult with Vinny. Harvey going to use that bond to take space. Actually, head back towards the back line of the attack. And there is Eye of Agamotto does get shielded up, but still TTK actually turning that around. Excuse me. Delena takes out Cal. And again, 100 Thieves are now taking this space and owning it. Even through these crazy back and forth fights, Terra going to walk in. Here comes the Dance of the Butterfly onto Delena. Good shield there to keep teams healthy. Still finds Delena. Vinny on a Nero, and they don't touch.
Yeah, I mean, there's just too well played, I think, by 100 Thieves. They kind of pressed off Envy on that main side. Huge Terra Cape, huge commitment by the Eternal Bond. I feel like the strategist play of 100 Thieves has been so good. We saw it on the previous map, even though they lost on Hall of the Jolly, rather. There was everybody playing slow inside those dagger storms, right? Like you said, Jib. I think they're just playing hard around Harvey, playing hard around SJP, getting those strategist ultimates, allowing themselves at points to take damage as long as you're not going down. Just getting these small kind of micro changes where they're building up ult charge for the strategists and building them first. So right now, I think 100 Thieves maybe. I think Envy's backline is great, but at the moment they're having to deal so much with Delena's dives alongside Vinny that it's been tough, because on the other side for Envy, they don't have that aggression. They don't have Speedily set up with a diving character, because Window and Kaluge are playing Doctor Strange and Magneto. When while those characters are great individually, I think they're one of the best characters in this patch. We can see how much Vinny's doing on these dives, allowing Delena that space to find those opening picks. And look at Speedily's eliminations, 8 and 3, 4 final hits, and it's all himself doing that, right? He's matching Delena with the Luna Snowflake. You know, he's doing a lot of that stuff. But on the opposite side, you can just see Delena's so free. I mean, 16 and 5, he's able to play around the team a little bit more, 8 final hits as well. So I think that's the biggest reason. But in the side of Envy, they're just wanting to switch to that Cloak and Dagger as well to match that backline.
As we look at the Squirrel, little known fact, this is actually Squirrel Girl's room. It's a little tree house there. You will see some of her favorite things around there, including a board game, as they press forward here. And I think that was well put, man. I do think, I mean, that kind of is a testament to how good Speedily is. Speedily is just dominating here by his lonesome on these dives. Cal, a very strong Hella, going to be holding that Hella. We do see Kaluge still on that Strange double shield comp inside of Envy. They are not going to like to do that here for 100 Thieves. We're going to use the Haymakers to just punch right through those shields for Vinny. As we start up this next fight, Terra going to try to take this height. Good dive here onto Speedery. Not able to do so, and continuing to keep eyes on, just noting every single movement here by Speedery. Cal finds Harvey, though, and that's a massive pick to start off this fight with a good headshot there on the high side angle. Delena going to try to find an off angle to keep pressure back onto the back line and even out the odds. But no, does not happen just yet. Going to retreat together and try to stack, letting that ult just fizzle out.
Yep, Month with the copy. That will be gone. Stratus Ultimates will be in their advantage, but Cal, you called it. He is the X factor for Team Envy. We know how good Window is. We know how good Speedily is. We know how good the backline is. Cal has been that guy in Hella before. Can he do it again? 100 Thieves, you would think they have the better comp because they have the thing against No Funky. We'll see how it works out. Early engage coming from XJP.
And out goes the Kraken. I'm not sure it got a ton. Again, great positioning to drop back, but it doesn't matter. Down goes 2. Terra trying to make it 3. And yes, CTK cleans up the other 2 again. 100 Thieves playing like a unit. They're just walking right through. Perfect comms, holding on to ultimates, not overcommitting, and they will get this point.
And I'm gonna need somebody in chat to clip that. I think Nero's ultimate got canceled. So that was the only way back into that fight. And even then, they were still down Shredder's ultimates. Window maybe could have hit a huge meteor, but they did not have the survivability because Nero had his ult canceled. So that's brutal. Sometimes it is that like that on Shredder, and that's why I said don't envy any of these pro players because your ult matters so much in this game. It is the most important part of Shredder's kit, so it can feel really daunting to have the perfect ultimate, especially against such high damage compositions that 100 Thieves has.
So what do you think it was? Was the TTK right click into the standard shot from Terra?
Yeah, something happened like that. I don't know. But now into this fight, man, Delena's already found Nero early again.
Yeah, well, here we go. The next fight, Meteor M goes up. That does, oh, yeah, does land from Window onto Delena. I didn't even see Delena there. I thought it was going to be, oh, Terra onto Cal, though, putting the numbers back in their favor, up by 1, keeping the pressure forward. They still have ults here. Terra onto Mons, get inside that dagger storm. You see that play, such a smart move. Oh, that's crazy. Terra finds the pull onto Speedery. For those who don't know, when you see Psylocke using that dance of the butterfly, if you look down on the floor, you'll see a little circle. That is where Psylocke will end, and that's where they'll be as soon as that ultimate ends. Make sure you're using your dash, make sure you're using your Emma grab on that circle. Get used to the timing, and you will always be able to get value as you see Terra do there with that pull.
SGB has copied to match Month into the side. Clobbering time also comes out. Here comes the meteor, but it's blocked in the sky. Terra still finishes it up, though. Oh my goodness! With the Terra cape, deletes 2 off the face of the earth.
That's a 4-piece, almost 5. Wow. I mean, how consistent can you be with these Kraken impacts? And they're already pushing to 0.3 with 5 on. Envy's got to stay here. They've got to figure this out. Yes, they're already on the land, but the prize money is on the line, heading their way to 70K. 100 Thieves wants this W.
And I feel like the idea to put Cal over to Punisher is good, but I feel like versus the Thing specifically, and maybe like the Hulk, maybe Bucky does a little bit more damage. Regardless, I think Punisher is definitely a counter to the Thing, and what 100 Thieves are doing with a super counter dive composition. We'll see if it pans out for them. They're gonna need to build those ultimates.
Yeah, it's just an oh, Speedery falls off map there after taking out Terra. Yeah, used the dash, I believe, probably to clean up that KO, and then fell right off the map. That's kind of unfortunate as this is a final fight territory. Delena, Crystal's already out, and there goes another ult there, so that will work from Harvey. We do see the Agamotto get popped in from Kalush. Cal gonna clean up SJP, and that's a good pick here to slow up 100 Thieves, so they will even the odds here, and they are trying to stall. Out goes the dance of the butterfly. Vinny onto Nero, TTK on a Month, Delena onto Speedery, Delena again onto Cal, Kalush onto Harvey, Terra now on the Panther onto Kalush, and will that be enough to win this fight? Vinny on a Widow, that could be it. We'll find out shortly as they try to get back here. I don't know they can, and that is an incredibly well done job by 100 Thieves.
Whew, what a game, and they do it. They get it done. They're going to the grand finals versus Sentinels. Envy going to be your 3rd seed out of North America, and well-deserved by 100 Thieves. They played it phenomenally throughout the whole series. I think there was a few mistakes from Envy. I mean, the patch is going to be totally different, I'm sure, when this whole thing goes to LAN. Everything's going to sort of change. But right now, I mean, there was a few small changes in the ban phase. I feel like that could have gone a little bit better. It's these micro adjustments that need to be improved upon for teams like Envy, for other teams that aren't adapting on the fly, because the 2 teams we have in North America in the grand finals have adapted time and time after again. We see this team, 100 Thieves, switch up. Terra, Black Panther, Terra, Bucky, Terra going in for the Wolverine. Delena playing that Psylocke to a high level. He's getting better and better, going with Vinny on those dives. This team is learning. They are not an algorithm, not a machine. They're human beings that are constantly adapting to the meta and to what's best. So this team, alongside Sentinels, I think are well-deserved for this top 2 slot. Envy still also deserves a shot just through sheer mechanics alone, but I think there are some things they need to work out, kinks they need to work out with these ban phases, because I think that there's definitely some room to improve, and same thing for 100 Thieves. So every team can maybe perfect the ban phase as it goes on, as people learn what happens, because it's only been around for a few weeks, and I think that as time progresses, every team is going to get better at banning and protecting.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And folks, we have our grand final matchup. Very passionate fan bases. Another rematch versus 100 Thieves and Sentinels. What a matchup. What do you know? This is going to be an intense one as 100 Thieves get the job done. Terra, as we look here with 18 finals, what an absolute demon. So difficult to go against. We talk about the success of this player. Just, finds value with anyone that he is on, and when he's angry, seems to always clutch up. Just like you can't win against him because he will turn it around. But Sentinels, they did the reverse sweep. Let him get comfortable last time they saw him. Let him get comfortable, switch up the comp, get unique with it, and try to bounce back. And we'll talk more about that later on as we head towards the grand finals. But wow, well played again by 100 Thieves, who looked clinical on this attack.
Yeah, this is a team. It's not all about one player, but I mean, Terra on that Bucky was different, right? I mean, we saw some incredible Bucky play in EMEA with Sparker. A lot of people calling him the best player in the world. I think that's totally fair. That's a warranted opinion. Terra as well in the West Side. I think that he in North America definitely is a standout for sure, if not the best player in North America, and well-deserved from him. I think some love in EMEA, by the way, since I'm talking about it real quick, definitely deserves to go to Pokey. I mean, that guy on Psylocke is disgusting, and I think it's one of the best Psylocks in the game. But for Terra, I think that he's well-deserved of this position to go to LAN, to go against some of these top talent in the world, because every single time, even in losses, it feels like Terra is just him.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The whole team popped off there. Everyone played well. You see 13 from Delena. Delena's been playing lights out in this series. Really, really, really strong. And then you got TTK with 7. You've got Vinny with 8. But I do hear we're going to have Terra. What's going on, brother, as you head into the grand finals? Congrats, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
How you doing, bro? Is your hand better? Are you feeling a little bit recovered from the other day?
Yeah, my hand's feeling perfectly fine, you know. Grand finals in a messed up hand. Like,
yeah, what else can
it is?
Maybe this it is what it is, bro. The story is great. I think you guys are looking a lot better as well. I think you guys are like adapting a ton more. I mean, was that Iron Fist pick? Was that just on the fly? Was that just improv from you guys, or what's the idea there? Just to counter the Flyers?
I mean, second 2 maps that we just played, the Yggdrasil Path and Hollow de Jalia, we were just having some fun, you know. We didn't get a warm-up, so we had to give Envy one more map, get another good warm-up map in. So, you know.
I love it. I love the confidence, man. And I mean, they were definitely going hard to try to ban out some of your main heroes, but obviously pulling out Panther, pulling out Fist, you know, Bucky, which I think, you know, there's a ton of people that are talking about Bucky, but no one really seems to be playing him at this level of competition. A few people are, but, you know, what's your take on Bucky in the meta? You think he's still at the very top here?
It depends on where bans. He's still high. He's still like it's probably high A tier, but there's obviously more DPS that are more powerful, like Torch, Punisher, Psylocke, and all the other ones that are mainly played.
Yeah, it's definitely been a shakeup, I think, as we've progressed through this patch and stuff. And speaking of which, because you guys are going against the grand finals, you know, maybe to sort of deviate the conversation away, because I want to hear your opinion. I know that there's talks of like all-star teams and stuff like that potentially for this region. So I want to get your take as you guys enter the grand finals versus Sentinels. I'll let you prepare obviously pretty soon and just relaxed. Who would you say is your all-star player per role, not your own team though, across the entire world potentially?
All-star player. If it's not for my own team, Kaluj as a shield tank, so Magneto Strange. Crimzo for off tank for Groot, Cap, and all those things. Sparker for flankers. Are we counting myself? I'm guessing. I'm guessing we're counting myself too.
No, not yourself. You can't. Well, you're counting you. Yeah, you're part of your own team. I mean, obviously we think.
Yeah. So I'm my own team. I'm part of the own team. Yeah. So my other DPS would be Sparker.
Right.
My other support would probably be Saipe, and so I don't know, it's between Kurova and Aramori. I need to hear comms from them. So
nice. Love it. So you're heading in. You just talked about Kurova Aramori going into the grand finals against them, best of 7. Last time, obviously, they swept on you guys, came back, and they used more unique comps to try to get a little tricky with it. They mentioned that that's the strategy against you guys. Have you guys put thought into that? Maybe, you know, seeing more unique stuff in scrims and trying to progress forward, preparing for that role?
I've had the plan set out since we lost last night. I stayed up for 4 hours, threw the mental health out, hit the brainstorm, and we have the perfect plan to go into it.
Love it.
All right,
awesome.
Sick. Well, you know, we'll let you get to it. Is there anything you want to say before we let you go? Anything from? It looks like Captain Puerto Rico is trying to get involved somehow.
I think Captain Puerto Rico wants to say something.
Yo,
he wants to say something.
MB, it doesn't matter what you do, brother. You will never beat this team anymore. You gotta do better than that draft. You need to do way better, bro. You're not beating me, bro. You're not beating us.
I love it.
Bro.
Oh my God.
Absolutely love it.
I love it. Speaks for the team for sure.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add before we say goodbye to you? Appreciate your time. I'm sure you want to get ready for the grand finals.
Nothing much. We're just all here. I think this whole team wants to prove themselves after what happened yesterday, and we're just gonna give it our all. Doesn't matter that we win or lose. We want to show our all and what we are as a team.
I appreciate it.
We are going to win.
Consoling nade shot.
I swear we are going to win.
Lost a lot of money.
Oh yeah, yeah. He made a lot of money yesterday night too.
Yeah, I saw him win it back.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's making money off you guys winning your guys' tournament instead of LA Thieves flopping out or first round. What the hell's with that? Anyway, sorry, that's a little bit side topic, but congratulations to you guys, Tara. Obviously, good luck in your match, man.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Tara from 100 Thieves is always a pleasure to talk to. I think he's one of the funniest guys in the scene for sure. Check out his stream. All of them, the whole team. Shib, what a match that was. We had a draw, but it was still a 3-0.
Yeah, and I love the conversation. We just wanted to have some fun. This team is very confident, right? That's what you need. I talk about confidence all the time. Very confident in pulling this out. They say they think they've got it. They've been practicing 4 hours to try to figure out a way to handle these more unique compositions. I'm looking forward to seeing what that means as we progress to the grand finals coming up here shortly. I am excited to see it. Any thoughts, man? I think you put what'd you put, Sentinels, right, as your prediction?
No, I think I had 100 Thieves. I put 100 Thieves. I think did we all say 100 Thieves or did we say Sentinels? I don't know.
No, wait. I put several others. I don't know if you're the same with me because they bounced back yesterday.
Because remember we went over this and you said I need to go the opposite of whatever you pick because you're always wrong. So, which is fair. I mean, that's totally reasonable for sure. But we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we will see you guys for that grand finals. Definitely show up because this is going to be a banger.
Struck down by living chi.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into the grand finals. Sentinels versus 100 Thieves, who just progressed through Envy. And you saw the confidence. They think they've got this. And I'm excited to see the rematch that we just witnessed yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is going to be incredible. I mean, this is going to be an absolute barn burner based on what we've seen from Envy in the previous game. 100 Thieves just shut them down, right? It was one map where it was close, right? We got to a draw, but 100 Thieves, every other map really brought it to Team Envy. They wanted this rematch, and you talked about how Terra in that interview, he said he was on that 4-hour break, man, just kind of just chilling, mental reset, and they know exactly what to do today versus Sentinels.
Yeah, and he was kind of speaking out for those who don't know. Yesterday, Sentinels, they were down by 2, and then there was a reverse sweep. They won 3 in a row against 100 Thieves, but they were running really unique compositions. We saw Amazing on things like, we saw Iron Man, which was unique. We saw during the triple, they were trying to hold early on. Typically, a lot of these teams are running triple, 3 strats, 3 Vanguard. And then Rising switched over to Magic, which finds value into those compositions, just going after the backline. And it was just unique, but it was difficult to counter. And it seems like 100 Thieves has been doing their homework, but somebody's going to be taking this W for 70K, man. That is insane.
Yeah, this has been a long tournament. Over the course of 3 weeks, we got to just this stage 1 playoffs, right? This isn't even including Group A and Group B, which was also a double elimination tournament format. So we got rid of 8 teams. Then we headed down to this entire format with a total of 8 teams as well. So it was just, getting rid of those top teams, or getting rid of half the teams, and now we're down to 2. So this was an incredibly long tournament. We had teams from open qualifiers, from MRC, from the Invitational, a lot of esports orgs invited, a lot of unsigned teams that are invited with that made it through the qualifiers with Ego Death, and then on the opposite side with Techie XD, who made it super far. So many incredible things happened in this tournament, and it's all culminating today.
It's crazy to think about all these teams that didn't quite make it from the LAN. I know how passionate everyone was. We saw a lot of emotion in some of these interviews. We saw a lot of emotion. We've seen, emotion after the fact on social media. These teams that maybe got knocked out that really wanted it, and that is going to drive them to get better and better. A lot of these teams have the talent. We saw how close these games were, right? There was no team just steamrolling everyone. It was constantly a battle. There were teams that were showing up. They were taking underdog stories. It was almost consistent. Even the top 2 seeds coming into this new style of bracket, the top 8, got knocked out first game. It was so difficult to push through.
Dude, it's insane how hard this patch has been. But you know what? I'm sure everybody on social media, which we were talking about earlier, is watching right now, specifically on Twitch, right? If you're in that Twitch channel, you're applicable for these drops. It's your last chance to get them as well, because we are, I believe, the final region, right? That needs to wrap up, besides China in a few weeks when they play in their tournament as well, in their own group stages. So, or rather, their own playoffs. So make sure you guys are watching for this Magic skin ship, because, I mean, everybody wants it right now. Everybody wants that bad boy and wants to look like Amazing currently with that Magic skin exclusive Twitch drop.
Yeah, the Will of Galactic skins I've always been a fan of. I love how they're constantly, hitting different heroes. And, the cool thing about Magic and with this drop is that it changes Darkchild as well. That little art change, I talk about a lot, the art team, big props. These skins are awesome. Big fan of a ton of them. But this one, changes Darkchild. That is crazy. And it's cool that this is just a skin. All you got to do is park here for 6 hours, or any of your favorite streamers, and you will get those drops. But we are moving forward, man. I know you and I both on 2 different sides. I truly do think it can go either way. These teams have met up in the past a ton. And I think now that we're in the Ignite stage, these are getting real. I think these are going to start counting a little more, especially due to the prize pool.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I believe in both of these teams right now currently. I mean, the read on the meta, the read on the patch has been phenomenal, but it's a matter of who can do better, you know, in game and out of game when we go to that ban phase. Because I don't know, Ship, I don't know about you, but I feel like it's sort of been going back. The actual gameplay itself has been creeping back into it almost, because right now 100 Thieves, they have the mechanics, they have one of the best players in the world in Terra, and everybody else has played phenomenally. I mean, we've seen Delena, you talked about him earlier, dude. Like, this seems like a team that is kind of peaking at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, you got to show love to Delena, TTK, Vinny, Harvey, and SJP. We talk about Terra a lot. Obviously, a very strong in the conversation for the best. Still in Ignite right now. But these players across the board have done insane things throughout these games. Every single one of them has had the carry potential needed to push forward. Delena today has really shown up and absolutely popped off on the Psylocke every game, which I don't anticipate being banned, but maybe we'll see something different. But a team we haven't witnessed today, but did show up yesterday, one of the more exciting matches I have ever watched, very similar to what we saw there with Envy and Shroud X, was the reverse sweep here from Sentinels, who just played 100 Thieves. So you may be saying history repeats itself, but you do not understand how close those games were. They were wild. So I can't wait to see it in a best of 7 series now, which is what we will be transitioning to. Crimzo on the cap, Techie, one of the strongest vanguards in the game, right? Amazing, playing a ton of different things. Gomez, Karova, we see Aramori, she is disgusting as well. The strat line in the back, they're just all incredible. It's difficult to really focus on any single player.
100%. That's a good point, because I think even that interview we had with Terra, he was shouting out both Karova and Aramori, right? He said they are some of the best players in the game. He also thinks Crimzo is as well. So there's a lot of praise going from 100 Thieves to Sentinels, which is honestly kind of cool to see, right? I feel like most of the time there's definitely banter and it's cool and it's awesome, but you know, back and forth, it's nice to see some respect every now and again. So 100 Thieves immediately banning out Cap. Speaking about respect, right to Crimzo with that ban.
This is the kind of thing I think you need to see from 100 Thieves to really kind of get in the head there of Sentinels, who are going to do that traditional ban out of Emma and go right into Human Torch. I like this play here, and that's obviously targeting Crimzo, who is insane on the cap and on the Groot, who actually, for those who don't know, actually came into this position. He was initially a coach and then took over on the front line and just started playing insane and popped off, and they kept him ever since.
Yeah, I think Crimzo, known for his Captain America and his Groot. Those are the two characters that he plays to a super high level. We'll see if it gets targeted out. There's a Magneto ban on the opposite side, so a lot of Vanguard priority already for 100 Thieves. And a Psylocke ban coming out from them to get rid of Nectar's hero pool. I think that's smart. Meanwhile, the Wolverine ban to focus on Terra. So definitely hyper-specific bans so far for both teams, at least with those bans. Although the Human Torch ban is a bit of a generalist ban, I think, for Sentinels. 100 Thieves hasn't proven to me that they played that character, at least as a unit, all that much. But, you know, obviously, I think over in EMEA, they prioritize not like leaving that character open sometimes. And you can definitely get paid. You can definitely, it can bite you in the butt, basically, if it does go through.
For sure. And another thing to call out, as we see the Iron Man Psylocke bans. I love these bans. So different here. I absolutely love it. For those who don't know, just a shout out for those who are questioning where Super Gomez is. Super Gomez, he is on an incredible DPS. Obviously, the duelist, he is insane. But Nectar, they came over, took the spot, been very versatile, and the team loves the way they play. So decided to keep them on. So those, you know, obviously, you know the talent of Gomez. You must think, how good can they be? And they are that good. So they do elect to keep them on the front roster. But Super Gomez always ready to jump in if need be. We saw how successful Super Gomez has been over these last few tournaments. But for those who haven't watched this tournament, just a quick call out there as we finish out the banning phase.
I'm not judging.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We're going to Domination first and going to Burn and T'Challa specifically. I think Triple Res, it's solid on this map. It's not the best map for this composition in terms of, well, most Dominations, honestly. It's hard to make this comp work, especially on more open points where there's not a lot of spots to hide. Also, it seems like 100 Thieves are doing really good against this Triple Res comp. We saw it on Domination versus Envy, and they played so patiently, but it was with the Wolverine, right? That character was not banned against them. Now it is today. So we'll see how that ban sort of pans out, as well as no Strategist bans going towards the side of 100 Thieves, but they do go for that Loki ban on the opposite side. Maybe that Groot is going to be a problem as well, considering there is no Wolverine in the game, so Crimzo has that option to play the Groot. I want to see what 100 Thieves game plan is versus that character when Wolverine's not in the lobby, because I think that dictated a lot of the match. A lot of that reverse sweep from Sentinels yesterday was off of the back of Crimzo on Groot.
I love this right here. You see a 50-50 even split. I don't think we've seen that one time in this tournament, at least not with my eyes, and that is awesome. Fans in the chat standing up for both teams, ready to see who takes it home as we get ready for this first fight. The portal play off the rip here for Crimzo, looking to potentially kidnap, likely not, because they don't have the setup of mines. Instead, they're going to wall them off, genius play, and try to force them off to that tight angle. And this is a really cool design here. Good play, but they are going to break right through those walls, but it forces the fight into that choke off the rip.
This is a better point, I think, for this triple composition as well. When we head to this one, they got a little lucky, I think, in terms of the map pool, because the 100 Thieves, I mean, they want to set up Delena on this Hella, and also, oh my god, TTK and a Crimzo. Delena finds Techie as well. Both Vanguards collapsed.
And that is a troubling start if you're looking for some love for Sentinels. 100 Thieves, that's going to be all of them as they're dropped for the reset. Techie is now up. The ready again, won't have portal, don't need it. Remember, 3-minute cooldown for that portal, so they don't need it just yet. It will be ready for the end of the map, likely as long as they can get in there and take this point back, 8% and counting. And they're going to take this fight to the choke right at the spawn door, as you should. If you get point this early, we talk about the success of the teams that get point first. It's typically more in their favor for at least that specific map. And Nectar in the off angle, trying to keep the pressure on. And here we go again, building up those charge. Aramori already at 99, ready to launch the bond. And it will come out soon as we see something from Terra here, who is ready with that Kraken impact.
Yeah, and Nectar goes down early. I mean, that forced out the res. Here it's met by the Eternal Bond, like you mentioned. Terra takes him away from it.
But the res comes through. Kurova will have res ready as long as they didn't use it. I don't think they did in the last fight. So that's one down, but immediately back. Numbers are even again. Remember, this res comp here for Sentinels, really strong for them. TTK up in the sky, waiting for the dunk. Bang. Does go down, but doesn't find value on the pick there. Good idea. Crimzo is going to fall now from Terra, who is popping off again on the Bucky. The Bucky just marking the off angles. Nectar trying to find some value here. Kurova going to use that res, bring the team back. Kurova, one of the best out of Warlocks, if not the best in the game. Up we go again for Delena. That's just going to be burned. Nectar very low, though. Were they able to find that pick? No. Delena is going to walk them back towards their spawn, or at least into that tight angle below the point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I like this from Vinny, but to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of the thing for Sentinels right now. I mean, it's not really countering much on 100 Thieves side, but we'll see what happens now as Nectar goes aggressive. It does pocket Nectar in the sky, though, like a Magneto would.
Yeah, I think that's that smart ban of the cap, right? It kind of messes with the brain a little bit. It's a cool ban out, and they clearly have respect for him with that play. Aramori going to start again with the Eternal Bond. There's Nectar's pick. They needed that. They need some momentum. 80% on the side of 100 Thieves, but right now, Sentinels do have the point. And here comes Nectar, Crimzo, and Kurova finding 3. Make that 4 for Amazing as the team does fall, and alt advantage will be even in this next fight.
And the respect towards Sentinel's hero pool has allowed them to play this. I mean, we've also heard from behind the scenes productions letting us know Iron Man's the first time they've ever been banned in Domination. I mean, it makes sense with how Ignite's been going. That character, you know, hasn't shown a lot of play, but I think for Sentinels, they really play well around Amazing on Iron Man. Now they come through aggressive with the sound introduction. Oh my god.
That is a scary one. TTK gonna find Amazing through that, though. Might have res up. Techie, that was a mean ult. Not able to find much purchase through it. Amazing is resed up, though.
Is back up in the fight, does have that soul resurgence, and in this way said you gotta take rid of them multiple times 3, because Nectar also, actually he doesn't have that res. Kurova also doesn't have his up, so they're gonna be missing the Star-Lord this fight.
Are we going to copy up? Out goes that boundary, keeping the pressure on from 100 Thieves. They are at 80%, but still holding the point is Sentinels, who we do see Terra with a Kraken impact. Make that 2. Oh no! This could be detrimental. Will it? Oh, great work there from Aramori to keep the team healthy. That was dangerous, and they do follow up. Amazing is a mean Mantis, one of the duelists, not afraid to pull out the Mantis if need be for this composition. Plays Mantis like no other, but does fall there from Harvey, and they keep the pressure forward. Delena gonna keep raining. Will there find value? Yes, Nectar goes down. Is the res up from the passive? We'll find out shortly. Keeping the pressure on in the sky. 99. Can they touch? They do not. 100 Thieves take point 1 in Domination.
Oh, what an incredible point 1 for sure, and we almost saw the touch there from Nectar, and the Cocoon tried to come back and touch the objective, but it took a little bit too long. The thing play, I mean, it kind of worked out as well. It does negate some of the damage from Delena's ult. You saw the damage reduction for Techie, also coming back to give the damage reduction to the rest of his team on Crimzo's side. But now we're on arguably the worst map for this triple res composition, I believe, as we enter a more open map. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, because I feel like that's one of the harder maps to even make that composition work from 100 Thieves. In fact, I feel like we're playing a little bit too fast at sometimes. Like Terra didn't expect that Eternal Bond, I think, to come out from the side of Sentinels. I mean, they tried to come back through with Aramori into that objective with that ultimate, but Terra, I mean, got caught out in that one instance. Most of the time he's been playing perfect, so we'll see how Sentinels does moving forward. They do have an ultimate coming up soon with Nectar, but it's going to be matched surely by Harvey, because these strategists build ult so fast.
Yeah, I like that call out. I think he was hoping for the frame perfect res before the heal hit. It would have been insane, but odds of that happening, like you're saying, pretty low. So a risky play, could have dropped back, but didn't matter as they do take point right now. Looks like ult advantage will still be for 100 Thieves. Nectar's going to be close for the Galactic Legend, but you got to know TTK is going to try to match that right now with the Meteor Ram. It does charge that up as long as Nectar chooses to try to make something happen, which typically he will hold on just to try to not give too much damage to that Meteor there. But they do start the next fight. TTK taking the space. Nectar, great positioning. Try to get collapsed on there by Crimzo, or excuse me, by Vinny. Ooh, Vinny is going to drop away. Good play there. Going to use that damage reduction onto the front line and keep the haymakers coming as Crimzo throws out the clobbering time. They find one. Here comes the Meteor to counteract. The bond is out, and that's going to be difficult to find value with. They won't be able to. That's a great counter there again by Kurova. Here comes Nectar now. Out goes the invisible boundary. Good counter again, but no ults left for 100 Thieves as Nectar just keeps the damage raining.
I mean, Vinny's also going to pull back, so they will have 6 here. Meanwhile, here comes Aramori alongside Techie with a silent seduction.
Techie is a very strong Vanguard. Pulling that out is going to allow one pick there on a TTK. Nectar onto Delena. Now Sentinels have found their footing. Ult advantage will be on the side of Terra. Rymazing going to have the counter. Will he be able to use it? That Soul Resurgence to stop the Kraken impact. That is their best bet of not getting 5 or 6K.
Yeah, I think the difficult part for Sentinels is that they're trading 1-for-1 in ultimates. Now here an aggressive play goes on to the backline of 100 Thieves. SJP does match it. Here comes a big ultimate from Terra, but Kurova's ready with that res.
Wow. That's a big tough. Kurova with everyone, though. Will the bond come out to keep the team healthy? Yes. Almost again. What a turnaround onto Terra. SJP onto Tekino. Trying to even the odds, but it is. Oh, goodness. TTK onto Rymazing now, and it looks like 100 Thieves are trying to hold on, still up in numbers.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I mean, a force physics from SJP got Techie off the map, so that's so much pressure removed and brought back from that resurrect. I mean, that's the tough part of that coastal side is you can get pushed to push off the map. Excellent job from 100 Thieves backline.
That res is so tasty for the Kraken impact, but it did not work for the second time in a row, which honestly is a rare sight in ladder. But at this level of play, they know their cooldowns and they know when they have time to stop it. And that was beautifully well done there again by Kurova. Adam Warlock, so clean. And when you're at this level, when you're hitting those headshots, reducing that heal cooldown, you can play differently, just like he does. And they are trying to press back, but 100 Thieves right now trying to gain that percentage about halfway to them. Going to keep the pressure on. Aramori going to have ult here shortly. Crimzo trying to work towards that. No, the switch here. Going to get off the thing, and I think that's a smart decision. I know it's difficult sometimes to play Groot into that Bucky. You can keep pulling you away from those walls that you're trying to set up.
Absolutely. I think that change up is going to help them, but this map is still so open. I mean, it's still favored towards 100 Thieves comp, and they have ult advantage now.
And here we go again. Aramori and Harvey both ulting with the Eternal Bonds. Harvey going to find Kurova, though, and that res will come back if need be. Harvey, great position here. The Loki might get 2. Harvey popping off and right back into one of the strongest Lokis. Really practiced Loki. We talked about maybe not playing him as frequently recently just due to the fact that he's banned all the time. Harvey with 4. Make that 5. Harvey, are you kidding me with this Loki flank right now off of the Eternal Bond copy? Just built differently.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, Harvey, one of the best Lokis. It's interesting how often they switch up SJP and Harvey between roles. You know, definitely something unique about this team. Sentinels, though, they have ultimates, though, for this upcoming fight, Shib, so they have a chance. It's just really hard versus 100 Thieves comp. Both Vanguards with ultimates as well. Kurova's going to have to sit perfectly with this res.
Yeah, and we begin. This is the momentum. You know, this is where you start that momentum push. You start the wave going. You want to win early on, so the pressure starts getting off your shoulders a little bit. Play a little less nervously. Let your heart rate drop down a little bit. Nectar on the hike, getting matched by Crystal and the Meteor Ram. TTK onto Kurova, right to the dome. What a throw there, right after eating a bit of that Galactic Legend. Oh, that's unfortunate with the fall right after almost getting a few in the trance and returned right back. Terra gonna try to make a play off of that clobbering time. Nectar finds SJP, though, and now Crimzo and Nectar cleaning that up, and well done again to shut down that Kraken impact.
Yeah, what a carry there from Crimzo and the Vanguards on that front line to stay alive, considering that was so bad. I mean, Kurova getting picked without the cocoon. I mean, that's going to be so difficult to stay alive in that fight as well, because you just need that resurrect for the upcoming fight. Right now, they have the res still available. They also have Aramori Stratus ultimates alongside Crimzo with a huge trailing prison that's available. So, I mean, now they're back in the advantage, and with 63% on the board, I'm feeling good about Sentinel chances.
Yeah, they're in a good position here, and they do have ult advantage just slightly. As we see Crimson with the Strangling Prison, this could be huge. Crystals go out, spin to win here, trying to get some ult charge. Nectar already at 70%, almost falls there, and yeah, Crimzo does. And that's the difficult side of that invisible boundary. You get slowed. It can be aggressive. Terra finds Techie. Now they're heavily up in numbers. We might have to see a TP back. Out goes Kurova, falls here from SJP, and now they are very low. Rymazing takes Delena, though. Good pick there by Rymazing. Nectar and Rymazing trying to hold with all their might for the teleport back. Kurova comes back with a red. res though. Kurova does have that res for the team. They want to retake. They're still holding on to this point.
Yeah, but Kurova's dead. I mean, he's been so focused by 100 Thieves. They find him every time, Shib, and now, I mean, they have to clutch up with this Guardian's ult in Nectar.
Yeah, and this could be what they're talking about with these unique strategies. But Amazing with another pick on a Harvey. Techie onto Terra, and they just keep bouncing back even after those pick. Techie onto TTK. Can they shove through and push this to map 3? Crimzo on the Stranger, the teleport. The Stranger gets matched on the opposition. Now it is behind them, but Kurova with a 2-piece. Do I see more? The king of the hit scan strat. Will we see another again? Holding on, and there goes Terra, and that should do it. And they do return as Sentinels pushes to map 3.
Oh my God. I don't know how they keep doing it. They're able to come back in these fights. I mean, maybe this is from what Amazing told us in the interview to play the Emma. Like, that character could do so much. I think the value in Techie and the front line of Crimzo on Groot has enabled them. There's no Wolverine on the other side. Right now, Crimzo's on to the Doctor Strange at first, maybe for that play like they did earlier, going back to the group. But I think that's the play. I mean, just there's no counter on the opposite side for 100 Thieves. There's no Wolverine to potentially negate what you're doing. So I think that the group is definitely a better play than the Thing, especially since 100 Thieves comp, I think, is built to deal with a Thing with the Bucky. I mean, you don't have Wolverine, but I feel like Bucky does so much damage to the Thing. It's so hard to really negate that damage that comes through on that character. So right now, the shutdown play is just Crimzo on Groot, and Techie on the Emma has just been feasting.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves, they have a great banning phase. They did what they wanted to do, but I think they forgot one thing, and that is Techie, who is a demon there on the Emma. Most finals on the team. Very insane ults. Even during that one that he fell, almost got 4 in that trance. And that kind of value, allowing your team to focus, especially at this level, with this kind of team play. Any sort of trance like that, with that psionic seduction for a moment, is so invaluable. Here we go with the next fight. Delena gonna press forward. They are gonna own this space here. Hela, this is a very good Hela map with that height on the off angles. You can find 3 different points of view here and retreat back into those cave systems. Nectar gonna ult up. Meteor M gonna eat some damage. Thrown back down. TTK finds no one. Nectar holding on. Does have that bond. Bond gonna keep teams healthy. And this is an aggressive play. The mini stun from Delena. So clean as Nectar goes down. Kraken impact hitting the entirety of the team. Nectar reses up though. Numbers even. And there it is again. The 4Ps walk. Do they get value off it? Yes, they do. Techie is different here on this Emma. Strangling Prison to clean up. And will they proceed, or will this turn back on the side of 100 Thieves, who do have ult advantage? Out goes another strategist ultimate with that invisible boundary.
Oh, SJP pushed off the map for Amazing. That means he can't get brought back by this res, right? So it's just Aramori brought back into the fight. Right, Amazing, he does come back into it, so that's just a passive, obviously. Regardless, Sentinel's now on the point. Everybody together. They pushed off 100 Thieves for now, but they're still kind of anchoring here.
Yeah, I mean, how is this happening? Well, these teams are so good. You just see this level of play, even being down numbers like that. Just the perfect utilization of cooldowns. Nectar, you can see the spin there. They are different on that ult charge already, having an ult again.
Yeah, Nectar's been so good on the Star-Lord for sure enabled, but now Harvey, they found Amazing again, does have that self-res, so every time they pick this Mantis, it seems to be just alive forever.
Amazing with the self-res coming in. Terra going to use that Q, the final judgment. A very strong hit scan player in general. Obviously, Terra known for having a vast hero pool, hero ocean, if you will. Up in the sky we go. TTK eating some of that Galactic Legend and throwing it right back down on Amazing, who no longer has that res. Nectar turns it back on TTK, though. Numbers evened out. 1 strat down, though, for Sentinels, and 1 Vanguard down for 100 Thieves. Ult advantage heavily on Sentinels. But what do you know, folks? Nobody still has the point.
I mean, it's just Warrior Falls. This is the map where nobody wins. Counterpoint by Techie now coming through, needing the healing. Does get it. Also connects on so many people with Psionic Seduction. And now coming back in, Amazing. Kurova has yet another ultimate.
Wow, this is so crazy to watch, dude. Finally, Sentinels get the point here. Amazing finding Vinny. I love to see an aggressive Mantis like this. Amazing, a very strong, duelist player in general, but pulling out, typically you want your duelist on the Mantis when you're running Guardians comp, because Mantis is a very strong damage dealer as well, and the damage boost. You got to be kind of all over the place with what you're doing at the same time with great focus. And we do have a reset fight here. Terra gonna pop this ult again. What do you know? The next fight already having this ultimate. Final judgment goes out. Does it find a pick? Yes. Nectar goes down. Do I hear 2? No, as the map breaks here, and we will see a different structure. Nectar gonna res back and immediately take out Terra. Oh my goodness, these fights are so back and forth. Harvey gonna come in with the Eternal Bond. No ults here for Sentinels besides Kurova, who's ready to res up and hold on. And here it is again. You're gonna see him immediately walk forward. Knows exactly what he's doing on this hero, just to use that beacon. Oh, what a play here. Again, SJP gets a 2-piece push off the map there.
Yeah, I mean, this ultimate from Delena, perfectly timed onto Kurova. I mean, his ult just a little bit around the corner, but it's like, where else are they going to really go? And these fights are absolutely insane. So long right now, 100 Thieves. They do have the invisible boundary ready to go. Sentinels, yet again, with that Groot ultimate. I mean, you can find the eliminations even through the invisible boundary if you time your damage boost right, if you have enough people kind of blasting. So right now, rotations from 100 Thieves trying to get away from Sentinels. They've just been out-rotated right now, so perfect movement from 100 Thieves. We'll see if it pans out for them in this fight.
And I mean, I think I'm with you. I do think the goddess ult, when you see that res, is actually very impactful. Just the raw burst damage is so difficult to press through. Here we go again from the height. Great turret placement there. Look at Terra's ult charge in that turret already. Back at almost 70, gained 20% in milliseconds there. Nectar gonna find. Oh my goodness, Terra goes down. Harvey Crimzo gets one. Techie on a Vinny. Delena on a Rymazing, but that doesn't matter. The res comes up. Ooh, Delena with that pick is gonna bring Harvey back, but that's ultimately just a stagger there as Nectar cleans up Harvey. And Sentinels at the point again, roughly even on this percentage. These teams are so well matched.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the difficulty of playing against this triple res Guardians composition is every pick you get, I mean, it doesn't really matter if they just self-res, if they find one back. And every time 100 Thieves lose somebody early, I mean, that is so detrimental because you're not going to be able to bring anybody back in this fight. I mean, I think reses in general have just been constantly improving. You know, we've seen even Rocket Raccoon on the other side of the world with those BRBs. Right now, it's working out today because Kurova will be back in this fight again.
Yeah, and these picks, man, you got to keep your eye on that feed. You got to know that it's still even. Maybe a little tricky to keep track of. A ton of damage goes out there, but no value on the pick. Instead, potentially just healing up the backline as SJP has ult here. Harvey does as well. TTK trying to find a Meteor M, doesn't there. And here goes Delena again in the sky. Looking directly at the backline, immediately burned out, but does find our Mori. SJP, TTK gets 2. Delena gets 1, and here comes the res again. They cannot get back to the point in time to hold, but they're already at 88%. Just going to reset as a team.
Yeah, reset, wait for also Rymazing to build up towards another Soul Resurgence. That's going to be a difference maker in this fight. Can 100 Thieves find a pick as they walk in, as those cooldowns have been forced, as the reses are gone, and how many passives are up on the Guardians comp? We'll see what happens in this fight. 100 Thieves need a pick early.
Okay, the pressure is on. Sentinels halfway through, grabbing this point right back. Out goes the clobbering from Vinny. Does it find value? It does on a Rymazing. Great ult there. From the backside of Sentinels, Aramori going to use that Eternal Bond. We now have Rymazing who just finished up with that ult and dashing right onto the back line. It's a great combination there with the wall behind. It will consistently smack them. Techie with a ton. Trance there as the team cleans up. Will they be able to grab this point back? Teleport play is going to need to come through. Can they clutch up? His ult advantage will be in the side of 100 Thieves in this next fight, though.
Terra's first spawn, he has to give up his ultimate. They're going to have to come back. Delena's now over to the Punisher. He had to give up the final judgment. Doesn't get here in time. It's about to. 1 second off. Can they get there? Yes, overtime pops.
That was just picture perfect timing right there. Frame perfect. Up goes TTK. Doesn't land. Techie finds Delena. 1 number down. And that is going to keep Nectar trying to pull out the Galactic Legend, looking at the back line, doing a ton of damage, but the bond is out, does not do much. Instead, is going to just be just damage for nothing. Going to spin to win here shortly. You'll see a ton of all charge gain back. TTK now has the point. 100 Thieves very close to owning this, but Nectar just dancing on and holding as the team does retake. Crimzo is down there. Nectar gets Harvey. Numbers are even. Down 1 Strat for 100 Thieves. Down 1 Vanguard for Sentinels. Crimzo will teleport back, though, so the team will be able to retake. Great bond there, but will it be enough? No. As Terra finds Aramori, Vinny on a Kurova, Delena on a Rymazing. The teleport should come through any second, though, as we did see Crimzo. Hold on. Good play.
Wait, they're still trying to win it. I mean, they still have the point back, by the way. Rez is coming back through, and oh my gosh, Techie as well.
He's him.
Shuts down TTK and Vinny.
Yeah, he's him. No, that's just different. Again, Techie just finding so much value. They left this open for Techie, potentially sleeping on the power of this Vanguard, who does not relent at all. And Sentinels will now take map 1.
This just goes to show, I think no matter, I mean, it was close, don't get me wrong, but it feels like for 100 Thieves, they've still not solved the Groot puzzle. Also on top of Emma existing, right? I mean, that's just facts. Like, this Emma Frost is just doing so much at the moment, and you can see why that character's banned so often, right? It's because of things like that. I mean, they just kind of sit on point, are so aggressive, they do so much damage at full charge. So if we look at the stats, I'm sure we would see a lot of damage out of Techie. It looks like the backline as well kept them alive very well, but look at that, 31,000 damage for Techie, most on his team, and then the follow-up was there from Groot on Crimzo. So they haven't figured out the problem that is Crimzo on Groot and Techie on Emma Frost.
I mean, do you see 90k healing there for Aramori too? That is wild. I mean, are you kidding me? Obviously, it was a very close match. Next closest on the opposition, 53. We see SJP at 39. I mean, Aramori just having about 500 ultimates. The plus side there being that when you have this Guardians comp, there's a lot of resing, obviously, a lot of healing up, especially during the res, so you do get that extra amount, but oh my goodness, that is insane.
Yeah, and there's so much damage output potential as well from that character. I mean, you toss out the Terra Cape. I mean, Armory always had perfect ones where it would connect on the Vanguards at the perfect time and just remove them so fast. So, I mean, honestly, I thought they sort of got they ended up on the right map, right? Because they won the second map, right? The second round, where it's honestly kind of hard to run that sort of Guardians composition. They came back through and they were able to win on that third map on Warrior Falls. We saw how long that first fight was. That's partially because of how the Guardians comp works, as well as on the opposite side for 100 Thieves, their kind of composition is super bunkery. They don't want to go down. They play around Vinny. They play around TTK. And, you know, that's sort of why these fights were so long. But that was so back and forth, an absolute banger of a match. But at the end of the day, 100 Thieves still haven't really beaten Sentinels with Crimzo on Groot when they didn't have a Wolverine. So that ban has been crucial for them. I wonder if they'll take advantage of that cap ban first, maybe protect Wolverine second in terms of 100 Thieves, or rather, because it was Emma Frost banned for them. I wonder if they try to protect the Wolverine upcoming, because you can't really play around Groot when you don't have Wolverine.
Yeah, I mean, Groot, obviously, especially with Crimzo on Groot, is just different. As you saw, a big ult right there on your screen as I'm talking about it, followed up by this Psionic Seduction, which gets 5. This is just insane. I mean, Techie, you can't shout out enough. 14 finals there. Very pointed damage with 31k, the most on the team. Aramori with that MVP, though. Like I said, I mean, 15k damage alongside almost 90k healing. Wow. What a masterclass of Cloak and Dagger there. And this team, I mean, I do think Sentinels, you talk about before Envy, being a very strong res comp with the Guardians. I think Sentinels are right up there with them.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of good triple res teams, I think, in North America. We'll see how that pans out at the international stage, because I think we're in good hands when it comes to this specific composition. We'll see if that even gets touched in the future, right? Because there's always a potential in this game, between patches, between character releases, Shib, that they just remove team-ups. So, I mean, anything is possible, right? We had freaking Jeff NATO, and it still is a thing, added to the game. So, really, who knows what's in store for us in the future?
Yeah, the cool thing about the devs in this game is they play the game, so they understand the problems. They'll let it run for a bit, but they will counter back and change things up. Like they did nerf that Jeff NATO, making it far less valuable. That's why we haven't seen it since the beginning of the tournament. But yeah, I mean, always so much more coming to the game. You got to be so versatile when you play, and Sentinel's definitely versatile after that ban phase.
Yeah, I know you and I have always talked about how it feels like in terms of, we're not game developers, we're just, you know, dumb casters, obviously, but at least I am. I know Shib's obviously a smart guy here. But like, realistically, it does feel like for a game development and design of balance, you don't really want to go for that balanced approach. It feels like just, you know, make things broken for a little bit, but then, you know, maybe nerf for the next patch or buff something else the next patch, right? So as long as there's a little bit of variety, I think us as, you know, ADHD, you know, hero shooter fans, it feels like that variety keeps us interested in the game.
Yeah, and that's what everyone is looking for. It's just new content. And I mean, guys, for those who don't know, a new hero every month. We've got another season coming up here. Who is it going to be? New heroes, new maps, consistently being dripped every month. Are you kidding me? You've got to be so versatile as a pro. You've got to not be a one trick. You've got to be able to rotate, because if you're one trick and you get banned out, team's not going to want to keep you. You know what I mean? Not going to want to keep you around. So it is just tricky, but we are going to move forward in these grand finals for map 2 right after this break. Welcome back, everyone. Sentinels take game one of the grand finals for 70,000 and bragging rights. What did you think of that match?
I mean, it was incredible. I mean, what a game number one. I think it was back and forth. You know, we had a map, 400 Thieves, and then the immediate comeback from Sentinels. I mean, that could be a potential future look, considering it was a reverse sweep in the overall series, and a small reverse sweep, but it was a reverse sweep on that last map.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it, like you're saying, in the entire series last time with unique picks. The ban phase definitely different here for 100 Thieves, but I will think that they've practiced this. They know that if that doesn't work, I'm sure they've got something else. Sentinels, though, it's hard to ban them out. They've got a ton of different compositions they're willing to run with a ton of different heroes they can pull out at any moment. We saw even switches there from Thing to Groot, which found a ton of value.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw Captain Puerto Rico himself boast about how Envy would never beat a team like 100 Thieves. I wonder if today maybe Captain Crimzo, Captain not DMCA in the background after in the winner's interview, UFC, maybe just a small thing that happened, but maybe he has the answer to 100 Thieves. So it does feel that there's that sort of rock, paper, scissors match over here in North America. But right now, Sentinels are just a hammer, man. They just dominate everybody, it feels like. But it's still a good fight between these two teams. 100 Thieves can definitely change it up, and it's a cap ban immediately again onto Sentinels.
And here comes map 2. This is chosen, remember, by 100 Thieves, going to Yggdrasil's path. And they do play very well here, as again, we see the cap ban.
A cap ban, torch ban on the other side for Sentinels. I mean, I guess who am I to critique the bans right now anymore, because I don't know. I figured maybe we get that Wolf Protect is because Sentinels are banning Wolf. I mean, after this, AMER Protect, right? And then for 100 Thieves, we'll see if they change anything up. I think last time they banned Mag here. Maybe they go for the Groot. Yeah, they go for the Mag again. And I don't know. Sentinels, surely they just go for that Wolf ban again.
Yeah, I think you need to ban Wolf out. I mean, it's just, you can't let Terra have Wolf. And I think they said that yesterday. So they're going to stick true to that. Goodbye, Wolf, which I'm wondering if there's a conversation here, if you lock Wolf early on. I know it's going to put you in a difficult spot Vanguard wise, especially as they're still banning out that Emma. So I don't know, but I do think there's a conversation to maybe changing things up. If it gets a little dicey, you got to switch it up, kind of similar to what Sentinels does to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I don't understand the cap ban, because you're going to have a Bucky on your team who could deal with him. Like, it just feels that way, but they just go for the group ban at the very end, so at least they're changing it to some degree. And right now, 3 Vanguard prioritization ban for 100 Thieves on the opposite side. Sentinels making sure they get to play that Cloak and Dagger. Loki protected on the other side. We'll see what the last ban is for Sentinels. I wonder if it will be towards that Cloak and Dagger or something along the lines of more targeted heroes like Bucky or Punisher.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think they just really respect Crimzo's cap. He mentioned, even Terra today mentioned that if they had a choice between where they would put, in the Vanguard role, they'd put Crimzo there. So I don't know if that will change. It seems like that's their game plan today, and they're going to try to stick to it. But it's just a matter of, maybe the thought process domination can go anywhere. Let's see what happens here as we go to Convoy and Convergence.
Yeah, both teams ultra good at this group composition. You can see the respect towards each other with that comp. I know we've seen Wolverine counter the group composition, so Sentinels don't really play Wolverine anymore. I mean, you could say, who's on the bench of Sentinels? You talk about Super Gomez. He's an incredible Wolverine player, but I mean, there's a reason why you kind of just play with the same people all the time. It just feels like you build that synergy together. And sometimes when you put in players, it's already so hard as it is to adapt to each meta, to change on the fly. So it gives you some semblance of consistency when you're not changing players out that frequently. So I think that's probably the biggest reason why Gomez is kind of on the perma bench, on the streamer role. Shout out, he's probably co-streaming right now. But I think regardless, that's probably the biggest reason why Gomez is benched. I just feel like you kind of you lose that opportunity to build synergy together. And Shib, I think this is going to be an interesting first map, because if we're going to Yggdrasil Path, right? I mean, you were talking about something interesting, I think, earlier with this triple Vanguard composition that a lot of teams, specifically 100 Thieves, like to do.
Yeah, I think they're just really practiced. I mean, they found success with it in multiple tournaments. Yeah, I guess they are.
It's Sentinels on defense first, that's why.
Okay, but they still will have... No, yeah. They're going to have the res comp here, Krover on Sentinels on defense for sure. But yeah, 100 Thieves, they will elect to keep a very similar comp they ran last game. Just maybe works better. Wow, Delena, but that is going to be rest right back. Don't forget. Yeah, as Nectar is back in the fight. They do a great job on off-angle pressure, and they will not have that bubble, right? So it's more difficult to get a ton of value. But what a unique Vanguard lineup here with Crimzo on the Thing. And then you've got Techie out there on Emma. No major shield tank, as TTK will be running that Magneto.
yeah, they've sort of banned out the hero pool of Crimzo, and I think that's a smart play from Captain Puerto Rico over on that side. Also immediately met Terra into Crimzo's face. This is what I was talking about, Chip. I do feel like Bucky does a great job at countering the thing, but on the backside, Rymazing trades it.
What a sleep there by Rymazing to turn that right back. Nectar with a nice shot there to SJP, getting rid of that invisible. Oh, excuse me, no, because it was a res. It actually stays up there. Just kidding, it wasn't a copy. It was Harvey's ultimate there for the copy, excuse me. So that's why it stays up. Even if you go down on Loki, if you use that invisible boundary, it actually will stay up, which is a little known fact there. Rymazing got a res back. Sentinels still healthy. Full team up, holding on defense as the portal comes through from Techie.
And Crimson's now over to that Emma, so they just got to have that Emma out there. And Techie, meanwhile, on that Doctor Strange, they're going to use the Soul Bond, go aggressive with the damage boost, blasters, build that ultimate like you'd like to talk about, Chip.
Terra with a nice shot there, and that's two as Rymazing goes down. Shouldn't have the res up now. Vinny going to take out Crimzo. Terra and Korova has the res, excuse me. No passive res, but a team res up here for Warlock. So well played again. Great positioning. The team will be able to touch instead of electing to run that Vanguard front line. Just know that you can just come back with one of those reses instead and guarantee 3 fights. Out go TTK. On Mori after the ult, and that is a ton of value. There is Nectar, though. Finds Selena even through crystal placement. That's going to be a pick. Will they be able to come back and find more value out of the back line? Yes, they do. SJP so low, no. And they're doing the strategist dance there. Look at each other, heal each other up, and unable to find value. Great work by the back line of 100 Thieves, who now take out Techie in the front and have a better chance of getting this point as the portal is gone.
Yeah, the portal is gone. I mean, that was the only way that TTK and 100 Thieves win that fight, is if he hits that dunk from across the map onto Aramori. There's no bubbles because they banned out the Magneto to save Aramori, unfortunately, so she just tried to kind of go as far as possible away from that meteor because, I mean, they didn't have Stratus ultimates. They do have Loki greens, which are honestly an ultimate in their own right. Same thing with Soulball on the opposite side for Korova, but regardless, 100 Thieves, they needed TTK to hit that shot on the Meteor M, and he does hit. Sentinels pretty much wiped after that as well because part of that Meteor M countered out Nectar's ultimate.
Yeah, I can't stress how clutch that was, right? It's not only value for the pick, but value for the cancel of ultimate. Selena again under Rymazing. Will that res be up? We're not sure yet. And Nectar goes down from Terra. Crimzo here on the Emma this time. Trying to look for the back line as Techie is now on the Strange. Nectar gets res back. Here comes Arvid Dangerous. The Kraken Impact looking for one. Gonna go inside of this invisible portal, trying to get the pick, but no, inside of that Dagger Storm stays healthy. Is the pick in time? Korova goes down. Nectar goes down. Aramori, Crimzo, the entirety of 100 Thieves sweeping here with a ton of time on the clock. 3 minutes 16, pressing through this first angle.
I wonder if this will update something else. It looks like Crimson's hovering the thing. He's going back over. They want Techie back onto the Emma Frost because he did so much in the previous round. Crimzo, I don't know if he's as practiced in the Emma Frost, considering he does play that Cap. He does play that Emma. I know he played the Groot. So because he was playing on that Emma, it was not allowing Techie to be on that hero, which he can carry incredibly hard with.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be Final Fight territory if they can get this pick here for 100 Thieves. TTK goes up again with the Meteor. That's a great placement of a shield there, right into the wall, weaving it in the door frame. Doesn't matter. Nectar, out goes Invisible Boundary to counter that. Sentinels heavily up and alt here. Will they win this? They do. Rymazing with an early pick onto Lena. That should be enough here, as they do have ult advantage. They might be very smart. They're not going to overcommit here. Armori holding on Korova as well with Rymazing getting ready. They have a ton of strats ready to counter up should anything happen, but Vinny finds Nectar. Will that be enough to sway them in the opposite direction? And should it? At this point, they're held back towards their spawn.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe Korova would try to pop the ultimate, but now here comes a counter engage with that Armed Dangerous. The Kraken Impact. Rye goes down, Crimson goes down. Does that call out the res from Korova?
Yep, here it is. And this is another one of those Kraken Impact moments. Will they counter back? Everyone gets hit. Can they find the value? No, just gonna have to drop back. Good idea there again by Terra, but not able to get much. That's the third time. Goes to show you how strong these backlines are at keeping their team healthy even through those reses.
Yeah, this is why you save another ultimate after that ultimate comes out from Korova. You need to have another strategist ultimate, but now into this fight, they need to rely on Soul Resurgence, which Nectar falls down, and here comes a clobbering time under Rymazing.
That is going to be huge. Delena goes up. Harvey going to counter up and use that strat line. Vinny going to find Rymazing again. SJP with the Invisible Boundary. Terra trying to find one on Korova. Techie goes down. Terra gets 3. Crimzo make it 4. Do I see 5? Terra, oh my goodness, sweeping the entire team and shoving them to point 3.
I mean, this targeting banning Crimzo's hero pool, forcing him onto the thing, is panning out. I mean, Rymazing is finding those picks. He's able to find the eliminations on the Mantis. It's awesome to see the Mantis do that when they can, because, you know, it's similar to, you know, a duelist role where you need that Mantis to sort of find those picks. But right now, Crimzo on the thing, I feel like it's sort of soft countered, if not hard countered by Terra on the Bucky. I mean, this character counters Hulk, also the thing, incredibly well.
And there we go again for the off angles, and Sentinels got to find their footing here. 100 Thieves really want to match this up, make this a 1-1 series. TTK out of Techie here, still pressing forward. That's a nice start. Numbers in their favor. Vinny on to Crimzo. Aramori going to use that bond, and the dunk again. TTK 2 for 2. Aramori cannot escape these as they don't have the bubble to keep her healthy. Crimzo trying to use that damage reduction from Thing prior, but not able to get there. That is your only bet in countering up this Meteor. You need to hit prior to the dash, but once again, another throw there by TTK from downtown, a half-court shot, and just landing every time.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're coming back. Incoming Nectar in the sky, and everybody's kind of grouping up, making sure they can play in these Loki greens to stay alive. We got to re-engage now.
And Nectar on height here. Gonna keep the numbers even, but 100 Thieves heavily up in alt advantage. SJP slowing the pace here. Remember, difficult to engage through that boundary because it does slow the opposition. Terra gonna drop back into the boundary, stay healthy. Good bubble there again by TTK, who's playing lights out in this map right now. And Vinny gotta show love to the damage reduction on virtually everyone in alt, as Harvey is gonna match that invisible boundary again. There will have Korova's res. Crimzo uses the clobbering, but it gets matched right back by Vinny. Do they find value through? They do. Port again goes up. Will the team be able to touch in time? Nectar right, amazing everybody right in front. The bond's gonna come out here for Crimzo. Will they be able to touch? It is in a dangerous position. Back and forth, the res again on Crimzo, and they're back and healthy somehow. But Vinny finds one. Terra finds two. Do they keep it going?
They do. I'm surprised Aramori actually went for the copy onto that Mantis, because now that ultimate's about to run out. Maybe they could have used it on Korova to bring everybody back in this fight. We've seen it done in EMEA, but right now Terra is going insane. The follow-up damage is here now from 100 Thieves. The Kraken impact as well is out from Terra.
And Korova with the self-res, right? Amazing with the self-res. Harvey finds Nectar. Harvey getting a lot of these picks in the neutral. Techie going to take out Terra. That's a good pick there, but it's matched right back by Aramori and Harvey again, who is just popping off here with the raw damage from those Loki clones. Remember, please burn those clones when you have 3 of them out. It is so much damage and burst potential and healing burst. TTK trying to build back to that ultimate, only 29%, but Delena here doesn't even need it as they push through and take a full 3 points here for 100 Thieves.
Yep, great push from 100 Thieves. Sentinels did not make it easy with a triple res composition. And I can kind of see the idea behind the thing. I mean, you play it like it's a pseudo Magneto, right? Just trying to kind of keep everybody alive with a damage reduction, kind of like a worse version of the bubble, honestly, with his E onto Nectar in the sky in that Star-Lord. But honestly, I don't think it's working, right? I mean, right now Terra is doing way too much on the Winter Soldier. I mean, the strategy just to get rid of the hero pool of Crimzo is perfect. And right now Crimzo and Techie, they're discussing what to do next, because I would too. I mean, most people understand right now, I think against this front to back composition, you could do some sort of stuff. I mean, you could make it even more annoying. You could do something like the Rocket Raccoon like we've seen in EMEA. There's a chance you can play those heroes, right? Especially in the front to back composition, but they're still deciding what to do.
No, beautifully well put there. I mean, but dude, I just got took it aback. Look at this stat line. This is a masterclass. 100 Thieves looks flawless right now. I think their ban change was huge. I think it was the right call, getting rid of forcing the Thing play. And now we're going to even see even more change to try to find some sort of value. Obviously, things are crazy right now here. The side of Sentinels on attack. I don't think it'll stay that way, but it was quite the show, at least off the rip. Techie looking like they want to play the Venom. We might see a little more divey composition from Sentinels, but they're not afraid to play the little more unique things. We'll see what happens on the defense as 100 Thieves trying to match it with their defensive triple. No, they're not. Electing to keep it 2-2-2 and hold at a distance, just trying to keep up this pressure that they are providing, because it is gross right now.
Slightly off topic, but what do you think about Ghost Rider coming in and changing the payload? Like, what if they become like Demon Goats or something, you know? Just off topic, a little bit slight change of pace right now as 100 Thieves on their defense, playing a similar comp that they did earlier, Ship.
I think Ghost Rider was the most voted for early on in the Discord, for the Rivals Discord. If you haven't joined that Discord, definitely check it out. So that is potential for Ghost Rider to be a sick hero for sure. Even one of his maps, like you're saying, bringing you down into hell. Maybe you'll see something like that for the payload. Good idea. Korova gonna res back. Those Sentinels are starting to have some pressure. Bond, when you see those little circles around the allies, you know to back up. Don't try to take that trade. It is very difficult unless you're Emma, because you actually gain laser charge for everyone when you land on somebody. Little known fact, if someone plays a ton of Emma, if you see Bond up, try to just use that laser to get an instant 100% charge, which does deal double damage. As they press forward, we're going to see ults match on both sides. Nectar going to get rezzed up. Crimzo on SJP, and that's a 2-piece, and that does drop through the ultimate, so well played. Techie is going to find Harvey, and that is a good start again. Sentinels looking really clean, finding 4. Will they keep the pressure up, or will they be able to touch?
Yeah, this change to the Doctor Strange has been massive. They'll be a TP back. It's actually a P TPing back, though. So kind of interesting that you would make your support do it. But regardless, he was the first one to die. So kind of makes sense. 5 minutes now in the second phase of the map. And this change to Doctor Strange off of the thing has been perfect. The double shield now is out there because you have Techie and his shield alongside Crimzo and his. So it's a little bit harder for Terra to chew through all of that. Also, same thing for Delena. So I think this slight change is going to help them a ton. As we see, Doctor Strange players usually do a lot better, I think, in this tournament than in tournaments past because of those changes that happened recently to this kit.
And 100 Thieves will have ult advantage. As I say that, Nectar gets ult, pops it immediately. Techie, no, I lied. Everyone on Sentinels will have this right now. Right, amazing. Only one off here. Terra going to be there for the Kraken impact shortly. Delena, Harvey, Vinny ready to launch ults. We do see Sentinels press in. Techie, oh, clobbering time. Tries to get a few to walk into it. Doesn't find that much value, though, unfortunately. Great match back there for the side of Harvey on that copy. Well played. Kurova reses. Techie finds one. Terra finds one on Crimzo. Both sides getting pieced up. Terra, all right, amazing. Finds Harvey now. Not even sure whose numbers are up from these reses. Delena going to take out Aramori. And the res back for Harvey. And that is one of those slept on team ups. You see Crimzo gets 2 though. The Strange make it 3. Crimzo showing up here. Right, amazing makes it 4. Wow. Sentinels are matching this with 4 minutes on.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves are going to look at changing something in this third phase. So, I mean, this swap just to putting Crimzo on to that Doctor Strange. Also, they use the portal, so it's not going to... Oh, and they get portal block. So, catch you later. See you in the third phase of the map. Wait, they made it through, though. Some of them, they're actually coming back with the Eternal Bond. And last second, they're touching the objective.
This is insanity. These teams are playing so smooth, so back and forth, and I do agree that I think that switch from Crimzo is huge. Bagamoto ready to launch. Will it be big here? No ultimates for 100 Thieves. It is all about this eye here. Crimzo using the jump technique. Tries to get a few. Does manage to knock a ton of souls out. Great crystals there, though, by Harvey to keep the team healthy. And that's what I'm talking about, using that ceiling. When you use your dash upward with Doctor Strange, propels you forward. It's very difficult to counter that. So well played.
Yeah, right now they're trying to win, actually, though. Coming back to the point, I mean, everybody falls. Rez not available for Kurova, unfortunately, so he's back in the fight. Going to go down immediately, and the Kraken impact, that last second touch was huge from the Eternal Bond.
Did I just see that was 7 for Terra. Are you joking? Goodness, off the reses, just keeps it going. 100 Thieves are never down and out. 11 seconds, or excuse me, there's a ton of time on. Excuse me, looking at the wrong clock here. 2 minutes 40 on here. They do have ult advantage in the next fight, roughly even, but Sentinels will have Techie, Kurova, Aramori, Nectar, and Rai in this next fight, as Thieves will have potentially Delena, Harvey, Vinny, and TTK.
Nectar's passive popped as well, though, so he's going to have to get brought back by Kurova, and after that, TTK just sucking up some of that damage, coming back through. 100 Thieves also having Vinny onto the Captain America gives them yet another Stratus ultimate, basically.
And they're walking in now. Techie trying to get this up. A big ult, but it does get matched by the side of Harvey, who is finding a ton of value, and it is not getting shut down by these Eternal Bonds with no Magneto on the field. So gives more freedom to play aggressively with that ultimate as they do press forward. Nectar going to start spinning with Bond out. But it won't last long, as every ult is matched, and Sentinel's just not able to get too much. We do see Terra launch that Kraken, but it does not land. The fish was not pulled in. The Kraken stays in the water. SJP gonna use that ult here. Eternal Bond Techie finds Delena. Vinny on to amazing. SJP matches it right back, though. Who comes out on top? It looks like 100 Thieves will, as Terra pulls back Techie into the fight.
Well, this is the problem as well with the Adam Warlock against specifically Cloak and Dagger. The only reason why Kurova went down there without his passive is because who's on his face? It's Cloak and Dagger. SJP across the map, yeeted towards Kurova, and unfortunately, because Kurova went down, they didn't have a res play for that fight. Now coming into it, 100 Thieves did use a lot of ults, but they do have Meteor M as well before Nectar has his own Starlord ultimate, so they're just going to play slow. They might as well. I think this pick of Vinny swapping over to that Captain America has resulted in a lot better of a defense from their side.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sentinel's up an ult charge here. Going to be close as Terra's Kraken impacts have found so much value again on the defense. 55 seconds, though, as time is ticking away. Crimzo, another chance at a big Eye of Agamotto, but a great Harvey just doing a great job with these crystals. Nectar, that's a huge early pick on a Delena on the off angle. Great positioning there and great die potential with that blaster barrage. Terra goes up. Here it begins. Great combination onto Techie with the Meteor Ram, and that's how you do it, folks. Diving towards the back line, make that 2. Oh my goodness, not again. 3 for Terra, who cleans it up. Will we see more? The team gonna res back from Kurova, and the whole team is healthy. They will have Aramori to keep them in. Right, amazing as well, and this is looking now towards Sentinel. Sentinels. As the Avagamoto goes out, doesn't get much. Aramori cleans up Terra. Delena turning that right back on Aramori, though, as the numbers are still up for the actually Sentinels, excuse me. There goes that Psionic Seduction. That's 4. Can they get anything off it? No. A great bubble there by the Cloak SJP. The Dagger Storm keeping everyone healthy again.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sentinels didn't get to kind of stagger their ultimates. Aramori has to now come back, save everybody with the Eternal Bond. They will be up in terms of that ability, so maybe they can take advantage of it as well. As Harvey finds Techie. Oh no, Crimzo's down as well. Rymazing's back in the fight, but they lost Nectar as well.
Terra finds 3. Delena gets Aramori, Nectar on the rest, but this is not going to be enough, folks. 100 Thieves are looking like they're going to shut this down on point 2, a very defensible position, and they take map 2 to even it up.
Final score 1, 2,
What a
3.
series. What an absolute series. This is what we're talking about, how teams need to adapt on the fly. Right? It's not necessarily just about the ban phase. It's now about the in-game swaps, right? We had the swaps to the Doctor Strange, and they weren't met by 100 Thieves necessarily until Vinny swapped off of the thing, goes back over to Captain America. And I think we saw this more in Europe, how Captain America is heavily favored by teams, right? We have teams like Burr wanting to play that Captain America. A lot of European teams in general want to play that hero, even over characters like Emma Frost over Magneto, because of how much it provides with that ultimate, because of how much damage it provides with the dives, how long he could stay in. I mean, Vinny was involved in everything after he swapped over to Captain America.
Dude, looking at this stat line is just insane. Vinny, you're right, so good on that Captain America, 53 and 2. Are you kidding? 13 finals. Delena with 20, just doing work, but you might say that's work, but yes, Terra, 34, 60 limbs. What? Are you kidding? Yes, there is, there's a discussion. You must know, folks, if you land Kraken Impact, if anyone falls, when that KO potential's on there, when you see that red bar, it immediately goes to final to the Bucky player. But still, are you joking? 60 piece, and they didn't even push to point 3. No OT there, and still finding 60 is obscene. 100 Thieves took that personally, and they bounced back there for sure.
100%. And I think the difficulty right now for Sentinels is that Terra was being humble in the interview. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, oh, Bucky's only an A-tier hero. He is an A-tier hero, sure, overall, but once you have the Bucky versus things like the Thing, once you have Bucky versus Hulk, once you even have him against compositions like Sentinels are running, and you have a tank like Vinny, I think that he sometimes counters Doctor Strange. So there's like a lot of things Bucky does well, and I think he hard counters certain Vanguards currently. He's not the same as Wolverine per se, but I think he can do just as much in terms of damage output. It's difficult when you talk about characters like Groot, but really that doesn't matter when Groot got banned. So 100 Thieves did really well in the ban phase this time. Slight adaptation panned out in the overall scheme of things.
And Harvey's just warmed up here. The amount of times, I can't say it enough, of the cancellations, 54 limbs for Harvey, by the way. 54, 17k damage on the Loki. He's back on his game with Loki, no doubt about it. So many cancellations with crystals. And I just saw so much good team play there. We saw the Kraken Impact mixed with the Meteor M. TTK was going up and just targeting whoever he saw Terra on. It didn't matter. Enough damage. All you got to do, you don't even need to charge the Meteor at that point. Just do a little bit of damage. Allow the reset. Oh my goodness, the team looked lights out there, and the switch was flipped in 100 Thieves. Wow.
I mean, what a series that was, and an incredible moment there for 100 Thieves as well to kind of figure it out. It's all kind of clicking, right? I mean, I think that when we talk about Bucky players that are a problem, we talk about Sparker, we talk about Terra, right? The real answer, I think, on the opposite side is, well, okay, maybe put Nectar over to the Psylocke. Maybe we play something with that Captain America. Problem is, 100 Thieves found that out. They banned out that Psylocke. They're making sure they don't play that as well, and they banned out Crimzo's hero pool. So right now, they really have to go back to the drawing board, maybe figure out a way to play the game outside of that, because they did figure sort of something out there, right? They put Techie onto that Emma Frost. I think maybe if we go to the protection phase, we could protect the Psylocke. That might be a thing that we could do potentially moving forward. There's a couple options. I think the protections are going to be big in this upcoming map, though, as we're tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I think there's a discussion for Sentinels of trying to get Rymazing back off of maybe the Mantis. I mean, Mantis, obviously, he had the most finals on his team, 6 for Rymazing. Right. So really well played there on the Mantis. So clean, but Rymazing, an incredible duelist. You need to give him a chance to attack, and they might have this chance to attack in the next map, which will be coming up right after this break. Welcome back, everyone. And of course, it's tied up as all things should be in balance. Thanos believes in that, and we are progressing forward. Hey, Sentinels, how about you don't run res so we can breathe a little bit? That'd be nice.
That would be nice. I mean, I just, Jesus, like, oh God, it's getting hot in here. I mean, I feel like we're gonna start stripping down because, yeah, exactly. It's just getting so dang intense in this matchup, and it's no thanks to Adam Warlock and the Guardians comp, like you said, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously mean when it comes to that composition, but just did not look great on that map. I mean, the stat line of 100 Thieves was insane. Yet the thing about the res comp is it doesn't always lend itself into the best stat lines, because a lot of the time you're falling and then you're coming back. You're getting KO'd, but you're immediately back. So you trade 1 for 2, so your stats always look kind of rough, and you still get value. So they did almost push through 0.2, but man, they look good. 100 Thieves look so good there.
Yeah, and they're figuring out, the back and forth, and they're doing it so early in the series, right? This is not, okay, we're adapting on the map 4, right? We're not adapting on map number 3, right? This is doing it now, doing it here live in the series, and it's finding those pseudo picks that maybe work, right? Unfortunately, Sentinels, they tried to play that thing. They tried to make sure they could play around that Star-Lord, similarly to what you would do on Magneto. It just didn't work out, though, right? Especially with the fact they're against that Bucky. So it took them a little bit, but they figured that out now, and I imagine going into the next map, they're probably thinking about that specific matchup against Terra on Bucky.
Yeah, I'm with you. They need to change something up for sure. I mean, it's a momentum thing, right? I think we talk about all the time, and I always say this with 100 Thieves. When they lose, they always bounce back heavy. It's like the next map, it's like getting punched in the face and bouncing back and absolutely coming back twice as hard. But, talking about cool things, bouncing back, maybe your favorite looks. We got to check out these new skins that are coming to the game. And I am a huge favorite of this Thor skin, Majestic Raiment. You actually see him with Odin's trident there, looking really cool. You even see the Bifrost in the background. So he's got the entire kit of Asgard. Honestly, probably, in my opinion, the very best Thor skin. If you're a Thor player, I know Thor fans are incredibly passionate. Not gonna knock Thor as a hero out of fear of getting retaliation. This is the skin that you need to get. But the Punisher Daredevil Born Again skin, I am a huge fan of that series. If you haven't checked out Daredevil Born Again, you need to. Punisher, such a cool hero. John Bernthal, an incredible Punisher. Stoked to see him in the future in more of these movies and shows. So I'm definitely going to be copping that skin, as Punisher's in an insanely strong state right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the only thing I know from that is the wait. That's all I got. That's from the whole thing from that series. And the Thor skin, like you said, it is great. I just wish he put some shoes on. But regardless, besides that, obviously the sound effects are sick. I was telling you, you saw it as well. I mean, you pointed out how there's like a choir singing when you press E. There's so many different sound effects going on with that character. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love it when he uses that. All you see are like the angels in the sky. So cool.
Yeah.
So unique. It's very similar, like when you're using that strange skin where you can hear, like the Asian inspired music in the background lights up in the sky. Just really, really cool. But we do press forward here on to map 3-1-1. Like I said, balanced as all things should be. These teams, Titans in their own right. Thanos reference round 2. Man, I'm on it right now. And what do you know, Catman?
Smart man, the Mr. John Rivals is what I would call you. John Marvel. And we have a few different nicknames for you, Mr. Shibby. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves are going to get rid of that Emma immediately. Again, banning these Vanguards out. That's the priority. Sentinels protecting the Magneto in the counter play, whereas they go for a protect of the Emma their own.
Yeah, I think that's a unique change, right? I think we're going to see TTK on the Emma there, and we do see a change up, and that's just because they banned out Mag. Finding Mag being super successful. Those bubbles are so difficult to handle, and obviously he landed like 3 or 4 alt cancels there, so you got to show some respect to TTK and take that right off the field.
Torch ban on the side of Sentinels again versus 100 Thieves, who don't even really want to play Torch, honestly. Like, in general, it feels like they don't, but it's fine. Regardless, Sentinels, in my opinion, that's a bit of a wasted ban, but we'll see what happens moving forward. They're going to ban out the Wolverine. That one definitely makes sense. The group ban on the opposite side, they know Sentinels will play that. So I want to see if there's going to be any protection of Vanguards, specifically Crimson's Hero Pool. They've already banned Groot. They've already banned Cap. They've already protected the Magneto, but they've already banned Emma. So it's like you're forcing them onto similar stuff, except now you don't have a hard carry Emma. Maybe you could play this triple res composition specifically around the Magneto. I think that's their answer in this upcoming map. They've also banned out Delena's Hela, so they're being proactive at the current moment. But Shib, to me, it seems like they're going to play triple res composition again. I think this protect would definitely help them in the long run as well, alongside that Magneto. But I think regardless, we're probably going to see triple res unless, okay, Mantis ban.
Wow.
So it's reacted to by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, see, I think that's a pretty smart and unique thing. You kind of force them mentally to think they're running
Psylocke.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Psylocke through.
Yeah, that is huge. So that is something. I mean, we might see something like a Venom. Yes, I see Techie go to Venom. Something to dive, right? Because usually you run that cap nowadays. Venom, similar strategy. Pop them up. Allow Nectar to just follow up with the damage. So gonna see that change up here. That was kind of a bait there, pretending like they were gonna run that Guardians. But now Rymazing gonna be able to get up in the sky there with Torch, which we haven't seen Rymazing on any duelist just yet. A very strong duelist in his own right.
We've seen Cap be strong, but now that character's banned. Techie hovering that Venom could be the play, right? I think they have that Torch. I don't think the Torch is necessarily the hard carry of this composition, as good as Torch is, right? The real play is definitely have that diver kind of duo in between a Venom and a Psylocke. That's probably why we'll see Techie over to that character. And honestly, I'd be a little bit more scared if I'm 100 Thieves versus the Venom Psylocke dive. On your side, you can run the Cap Psylocke dive, so it'll be a little bit stronger, but I do feel like, you know, I think there's a slight advantage for Nectar regardless in the Psylocke battles. I mean, he is pretty much the best Psylocke player in this team. I think that's his best hero as well, so we'll see what happens. But if 100 Thieves swap over to that Captain America and that Psylocke, I feel like their dive should be theoretically stronger, but also the Iron Man got through too, so a lot of interesting dynamics happening right now between the hero pools.
Sentinel's gonna pull out the Iron Man of Rymazing, not going to run that Torch. Our Mori going to be on the Loki here. We have Techie on the Venom. Haven't seen much of that yet in this series, but we will have more of a divey and annoying comp. Try to turn eyes backwards so Rymazing can put that laser on the back line. And here comes Techie off the rip. Can they collapse with Nectar? Terra bring out Nectar, immediately say goodbye. Down goes one as 100 Thieves are up.
And this is what Terra got warmed up to in the last series, what we saw. I mean, Terra on that Bucky countering out Psylocke players. So that's what you got to see out of 100 Thieves. Also, this Venom takes a little bit longer to kind of set up than Cap, right? Cap can kind of go in, jog around, just be a maniac. Here comes the swing in from Venom, but it's very obvious he's just trying to set up on that backline flank.
Yeah, and they're going to reset as a team. Rymazing just trying to build that already. 80% here. A quick game there. Most in the series so far. Most in the game, excuse me. Rymazing keeping that laser up onto Cap. Cap struggles with that laser, honestly. It's very difficult to keep the shield up. Delena, though, going to find Nectar again. Nectar down twice. Terra takes out Techie. This dive is not finding purchase with Terra on the backline, ready with a pull.
Here comes the Maxim Pulse. The greens are up, but oh no, it's dodged, avoided. Sentinels lose that ultimate. It's hard to use it though, so I don't really blame Rye for whiffing on that ult. It happens on that character because, I mean, it's honestly one of the hardest ult steals in the game. You just stand still for a second and then you shoot off a one shot. So everybody just kind of walked away on 100 Thieves' side. Well played by them. Every ultimate in the game up on their side as well. Rymazing now over to that Torch, thinking that's going to be a little bit better for them. But right now, I like 100 Thieves' chances. Their situation is looking very good.
Yeah, likely while you saw Rye use that ulti at a little bit more range. A lot of the time when you're playing Iron Man, you want to use it close to the ground, not give time to react. We did see the cloak there, actually, by Harvey that brought the team away from that ultimate. It was a big save there, good positioning, and just natural play, just understanding what could happen as Rymazing now going to be on the Torch, dealing a ton of damage to the front line. Terra going to try to get a pull here onto the back line. It's so difficult. He's just countering dive. He's going to sit on that back line all game, knowing that they're running that Psylocke and just try to mark up in the sky we go. Will it land here from Crimzo? Bang! It does! Great patience. Techie onto Harvey, and that's two. Sentinels now finding their position, their pace, and they're keeping the pace forward with the dance of the Cutterfly here from Nectar.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I like the Captain America ult a little bit earlier against Meteor M, just because you get a little bit of overhealth. You can maybe sometimes live that Meteor M. Now Nectar's able to find SJP, so right now Sentinels are getting that ball rolling.
Yeah, that's a nice pick for Nectar there. They are almost at 2 ticks, but the teleport comes in. Nectar again on a TTK, though, and that is a 2-piece. That puts numbers up. Harvey going to pull out the bond. Will it be enough for them to hold being numbers down? It is. They are going to retreat and reset with a minute on the clock on point 1. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. A minute left on the clock. Rymazing pops the Supernova. Stelena on the back line does use an ultimate as well. Both of the Lokis using those greens to stay alive. This time, Rye finds Vinny.
Nice, man. Good work there by the team of Sentinels. Sentinels. 2 go down. Nectar on the heady. There goes Rymazing on a TTK. Nectar again. Rymazing again. Back and forth with a 3-piece. Rymazing make it 4. Why not? As they push through point 1.
Yeah, and Ryback on the Torch is looking good. I think he was only kind of struggling on the Torch versus specifically 100 Thieves comps whenever they had Terra on that Punisher, maybe also when 100 Thieves had Vinny on the Groot. So a lot of these things sort of dictate how good the Human Torch can be. But right now against the dive comps, I mean, I think Rye's playing it pretty well. He's marking Vinny's dives, making sure he's never comfortable to go alongside Delena. So I think that sort of tandem has been annoying for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm with you. Ooh, Feast is coming soon. No, electing to wait on it. Doesn't need to use it yet. Forcing out some cooldowns as they use that dive right there. Pulling out crystals is a huge win. Now they dive for free. That is the thought process as they prep again. And now Nectar uses all. They combo up. Out goes the... Oh, not the Feast yet. Instead, just the initiation. TTK on the tackle. Techie now using the Feast. But Terra finds Nectar. Puts an end to that. Crimzo on SJP. Crimzo from downtown again with another takedown. Another KO as Harvey goes down. Terra going to try to find more. Does get the reset, but will it be enough? Terra going to find Techie. Nice work there, but turned right around as Crimzo finds Terra.
Yeah, they're slowly getting towards the very end of this point. 2 minutes left to go. Kraken impact was big, but didn't win them the fight, unfortunately. Now here comes the tanks towards this cart. Vinny, TTK getting a bunch of healing as well coming in from their Loki and their Cloak and Dagger. Another big fight coming up. So many ultimates on the board. Currently, Sentinels will be able to sustain with their Stratus ultimates, but on the other side, 100 Thieves have even more on their side as well.
Rymazing taking the space is going to have that supernova very soon. TTK initiating great shield there to essentially negate the Psionic Seduction. Trying to buy time. Terra, what do you know, finds another with a heady on the back line of Aramori. Kurova pops ult. Aramori goes down with that ult. That's an unfortunate takedown. Rymazing there with supernova. Vinny is holding on SJP. Uses ult there. Harvey is going to have it if need be after the fact. 100 Thieves defending well with 1:12 on in a very defensible position on that corner hold.
And this is the tough part against Psionic Seduction when you have a Bucky on the other side. Free headshots onto Aramori brought in because of the thighs. So into this fight, huge fence created by Rymazing, going in with the supernova now.
And what a pick again by Rymazing. Oh, and this is why Torch is banned out. So strong, dealing so much burst damage. Good idea there by Crimzo, almost 3 in a row, but not going to work. Great cape again by Harvey, who's just using that in such good value. Terra going to drop back, reset as a team. They don't need to touch till the final meter. No reason to send it too early. As here we go again. Techie getting ready to use that Feast of the Abyss. And will they combo up again with Nectar? Oh, Techie goes down though from Vinny. 30 seconds on, should have time to come back. Team might retreat here. Nectar electing to use that ult though. SJP finds Rymazing. It's so back and forth. Like you say, SJP making that switch and actually playing. I was almost at Harvey out of instinct, but it is actually SJP on the Loki. Terra on the Nectar. 3. Terra cannot be stopped with 4. And takes out another clone. This guy is a monster.
Absolute freak of nature. Techie, can he even touch on the Venom? No answer there for them. Sentinels get stopped in the second phase, and Shib. This is what I was talking about. I feel like the Vanguard line of 100 Thieves is just so much stronger at the current moment, just in terms of the heroes played. The Venom is good. I mean, it's solid at doing damage and just living for himself, but it's more versatile, you know, for Vinny. Also with the Emma, right? You saw TTK run back, Diamond form, damage reduction on himself. Also to split the damage of the Dance of the Cutterflies, as you like to call it, from Nectar. So just great team play from them, having 3 persons soak up that damage, similar to like what you do with Adam Warlock with Soul Bond when you want to group up and, you know, take a lot of that ability together. It's the same thing against a good Psylocke player. You need to group up, you know, play in your abilities. Harvey needs to play in the Dagger Storm. SJP needs to play in his greens, and the whole team needs to do that. So that's why we all saw them kind of run back. TTK temporarily run back for Nectar, then go back to the front line where Vinny stalled out the entire fight, right? Vinny on the Captain America doing a ton more than Venom right now. Damage-wise, obviously not. That's the whole strength of Venom, but it doesn't matter because more deaths come through for Techie. He also doesn't support the team with his own ultimate, right? It's just for himself, just for one-shots. Vinny's able to use his ultimate like a Stratus ultimate, like you like to say, Shiv, just able to keep everybody alive with over health. Consistently contest as well. Vinny able to find those pickoffs, so just living for so long being such a nuisance, and right now it feels like that is the biggest reason why 100 Thieves is winning, because how strong Captain America is. I think there's a reason why a ton of European teams value this character even more than Emma Frost at times.
Beautifully well put, and wouldn't change a thing about that discussion. I could not agree more. I think right at the end there, Techie, you know, I don't think he really even played wrong. I think that dive was correct. Wanted to go in there with Nectar on ult, but unfortunately got bursted down by that backline in a millisecond. Just had no reaction, and unfortunately got KO'd with ult in hand. It's just a tough look. So well played by 100 Thieves backline. Is just on top of each other here with Terra, who's playing a mean defense. If you're having struggles with dive, do what you're seeing here. Teams, learn from these teams. Terra just dancing on the backline, protecting everyone and never leaving their side. And as I say that, he jumps off the top, but he's going to come right back, don't you worry, as he keeps eyes up on the person that is diving towards his backline strats.
They're going for like this full dive sort of competition as well. Rymazing onto that Star-Lord. A lot of pressure coming through the front. They don't have the Adam Warlock team up alongside it. It may not matter. I mean, Rymazing on the Star-Lord instead. We see this also in EMEA as well with Tanuki. A lot of, like, loves to play that Star-Lord even with that team up, but it can be tough at times.
You know what? A little bit more of a slept-on team up there with Cap and Winter Soldier, electing to keep using that to dash towards his backline whenever they're in trouble. Another way of getting back there without having to utilize his E. So that's actually big brain. It's something I never really thought about, but I'm seeing it here in utilization. Terra, what do you know? A reset onto Korova by Aramori and Crimzo. That's 3. Why not make it 4 and 5? Good dash out to not allow the reset, but still gets the pick. Terra with a penta. And yes, you may be saying last time during MVPs, one of the things I didn't touch on, you saw a Hexa, and then after that, the game doesn't even give you any more sus. It just says, whoa, on the bottom right. It's like, this is just different at this point. I don't even know how many more numbers we can count up to on the bottom right. Hexa is the peak. So well done again with a 5-piece here by Terra.
And this is exactly why a lot of people, you know, argue for Terra being the most valuable player in the region. He has that flexibility. He's been playing a lot of Bucky in this series, but able to swap off Wolverine, BP, Winter Soldier. He has everything in his back pocket, and right now he's making it work. Sentinel's now coming through with ults though on the defensive side.
Rymazing in the sky and tries to get this out. I haven't seen a ton of Rymazing on Star-Lord here. They aren't going to fully shift up. Actually, yeah, they're not going to fully shift up to Guardians because we did see that ban there on Mantis. Very smart play there by 100 Thieves and their coach, who really thought through this ban phase after losing that domination. Do not want to lose again. Vinny trying to keep the aggression on. Delena finds 2 on a Crimson or Aramori, and they are getting so much value in these neutrals prior to these ults getting used, and that is another pick, and out goes the dance floor by Sentinels. And you notice there, Korova, very big brain play. If you're using that ultimate, you might as well go right to the point. Don't let it move.
I mean, they do lose SJP to Nectar, but I think at this point they might be a little tilted, right? I feel like maybe they didn't think they needed to use Strategist ultimates against Capel, but you kind of do sometimes. That character is just another strategist. It just feels like it at times. So Vinny keeping the team alive with his ult. Also now into this fight, they have a pretty good big advantage. Korova also committing the Dance World, or the Fate of the Worlds, is brutal. Aramori needs to build up this Loki copy, but she's a little bit off right now, and 100 Thieves have all of the ultimates, everything in their hand. But Nectar, oh my god, what a pick on Delena.
Yeah, that's what you needed. We need a momentum shift here. Oh, and there it is. Crimzo with a 2-piece out of the backline. Goodbye, Terra and SJP. And that's what you get for protecting your backline. Those meteors get more threatening when you're standing right next to a strat. Harvey gonna find Aramori though and try to trade this back. Look at this offensive cloak going right to the backline. Vinny takes out Techie. What? TTK on a Nectar. Are they gonna win this fight? Crimzo finding Vinny. And we do see Rymazing fall, who is now playing that Bucky as well. Delena. Korova. Oh my goodness. They push right through. 100 Thieves win that fight. I did not anticipate that by any means.
Jesus Christ. I mean, got it done. 3 minutes on the clock. That, to me, felt like a bit of a comp diff, right? Because if maps just are that fast, it's not usually because of skill. It's usually because of some sort of comp diff. Something happened in the ban phase that just went so wrong. And I think in this case, so many of Crimzo's heroes were banned out, forcing them to play Venom Dive. And for as good as I think Venom Dive can be, the cap just had so much more value. The tank line was a lot more robust on their side. And it was even worse than the last map. I mean, it was because Crimzo and crew, they played that Emma Frost, and they banned out the cap first, I believe, right? So realistically, the strategy there is to protect the Emma Frost instead of the Magneto. I understand the idea behind it. You want to support the Star-Lord, but at this point, I don't think it's really worth it, right? I think that what happens there, where they banned out Mantis later on, prevents that Star-Lord comp from really finding full value. So, I mean, beautifully played. Captain Puerto Rico, like you mentioned, did his job there for 100 Thieves to go up 2-1.
Yeah, I think they talked about it. I'm curious to ask if we end up having that discussion. They've learned something over the night. They found something out that they want to implement in this series. And I'll tell you what, I think it might be this Vanguard ban out and going hard on Crimzo and then forcing the Vanguards to kind of be cannibalistic in their comps, because you know how good Techie is on those shield heroes. And, you know, honestly, Crimzo popped off here too, playing really well. But like I said, a little more cannibalistic, forcing the pull out of the Venom, who can be valuable. But in this, you know, in this comp, when you're going into a Terra, it's difficult with Terras on Bucky, especially if you're trying to dive.
And I think this goes to show, I think, how strong Psylocke is, but also, you know, how strong the Psylocke cap dive specifically is, right? You can have that Psylocke. It's important that Nectar does get that Psylocke. We can see, you know, we have maybe like 1, maybe 2 fights where Nectar or this star Psylocke player will just be able to diff the other one, right? You saw Delena at one point got eliminated by Nectar, and then Crimzo hit a big Meteor M. That is only going to happen like once or twice a game, right? It's not often that you have such a large Psylocke gap that you're going to have an early pickoff by a Psylocke player, right? Like Nectar is that guy. He found that one, but you need to be more consistent throughout the rest of the map. And I think hero pool wise, that just did not work for them. You know, we've seen in the MEA, the only reason why, you know, we saw some incredible matches over there with Burr was Pokey was disgusting on Psylocke as well, similar to Nectar, just finding pick after pick onto the other team Psylocke and then the Loki. That can happen, but I feel like it's because, you know, a large part of this was Captain America versus Venom. Also, the Emma Frost being that staple on the payload really enabled 100 Thieves. That Vanguard diff felt so big.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you know, good stats on the side of Crimzo. I talk about had most finals on the team, looked good with a lot of those meteors. I'm with you, though, that it was just like, it's a mental and comp thing, I think. I think it comes down to the comp diff, like you're talking about, very true. I think it was the banning phase went heavily in their favor of the side of 100 Thieves. And then it was just the panic. We saw a lot of rotation of heroes. It's just almost in every point, whether they're attacking or defending, just trying new things. And although that can be successful sometimes, 100 Thieves just kept shutting it down. I mean, even in that final fight where I thought for sure, I believe they were up 3. They bounced back, won the fight, and took the point. And that simply cannot happen. I mean, Harvey was in the back line with Cloak, and Terra, I thought, was knocked out. It was an insane return there by 100 Thieves, man.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I became a statue for a second there, but we're back here. You know, as it happens, sometimes you accidentally close the tab that you're opened. You know, as it stands, it's been an incredible series that we have between these two teams right now, Shib. And currently, I feel like, you know, 100 Thieves are solving Sentinels, which is huge because this team has been a kryptonite for them, at least earlier in that reverse sweep. We'll see what happens in the future, though, as we're going to go to a short break when we come back for map number 4.
burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see
And welcome back, everyone, as we witness 100 Thieves looking really good once again. But we will have a map shift as we head back towards domination, which will be in favor of Sentinels based on the last map.
Yeah, I mean, based on the last map for sure. But, you know, what happened, map number 1 was 100 Thieves. It was 100 Thieves, right? That just came back and won on that map. Wait, am I correct? No, they
Yeah.
they won map 1? Okay, right. I'm trying to remember.
One map, one a dom, and then Sentinels came back last 2. Yep.
Listen, man, it's been a long tournament. My hair's gone crazy. We've added, I don't know what the hell's going on back there. Like, who knows what's going on in Marvel Rivals these days, esports wise, because these two teams are really using all of the brain power to figure out what to ban, what to protect. It's not easy, right? This is one of the most difficult times of the year for these players because it's the biggest tournament yet. 70K for first place. Also, they're qualified for China, also for seeding. So there's a lot on the line for these guys, considering this is the most money they've competed for yet.
Yeah, and as you head into LAN with a title, that does help. It's like a buff, right? You know, you get a little bit of a Warlock bond as you're heading over to China. But yeah, I mean, I do think Sentinels just has got to work on, maybe have a discussion about the bans, which I'm sure they're doing right now. If they get that figured out, obviously they can bounce back. They've been in a position before where they've been down against 100 Thieves and they reverse swept. Very much still on the table as it is a best of 7. We haven't had that happen quite yet. Plenty of time here for them to get some wins.
So absolutely, I mean, reverse sweep is not possible now, you know, but they can slowly claw themselves back into the series just because of the fact that, you know, it is 2-1. I guess 100 Thieves, you know, able to kind of work themselves into the series again after that last map. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is a blow for blow situation. Captain America banned again for 100 Thieves, targeting Crimzo another time.
Yeah, a little bit of a change here, right? We see that Magneto. Loki, hey, a little shout out there to Harvey, who's playing a mean Loki, finding a ton of picks too, and just a, you know, raw damage, ton of healing. Very, very strong there. Even SJP, who was on the Loki there last map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely a smart ban for them. But Sentinels protecting the Emma this time. I think they understand the success that Emma brought, but the group ban comes out. I think the larger problem is, you know, what's going to happen now for 100 Thieves? What do they ban? Is it that Mantis? I mean, they've already picked up the Emma. It's probably the Psylocke, maybe, or maybe it's another target towards Crimzo's bans. I think they've already got rid of Crimzo's hero pool, though. As the Psylocke Protect comes out for Sentinels, they want to keep onto that hero, so that makes sense why the Sentinels Protect comes out. So they actually shift. This is the first time this series they're able to get that Psylocke Emma team up.
And that could be really valuable. We've seen how much burst potential there is there with that team up across the board throughout this tournament, and I know Nectar is incredibly strong there on the Psylocke. And the Protect of Bucky banned out of Strange. No more last second touches here on Domination. That's actually super impactful.
Oh yeah, and it's interesting that they do go for that Protect of the Bucky because yeah, they could play the Punisher if they really want to, but I think the Bucky maybe has a little bit more survivability with the shields and stuff, even though Punisher has that extra 50 HP, 300 health. I wonder if that was the decision of Sentinels. Like, they're stuttering for a second on the opposite side. They go for the Psylocke ban, but you know, maybe they were looking at getting rid of that Bucky considering Terra has been kind of a nuisance.
I actually have like no doubt about that. I'm almost sure that is what they were thinking because it's just been shutting down the dive so successfully. He has not left that strategist side. Take a page out of this book, Duelist, when you are struggling with dive. Sit right on top there with Bucky, protect like it's your job, and always make call outs there and play with something like a Loki if possible, and Cloak just to use that Dagger Storm, and just keep your team up as much as you possibly can for as long as possible so they can keep their eyes forward. And we are seeing a ton of success with that today, but a major change up here in composition. Maybe that will just be for the opening just to get that armor, but we will see what they lock down as we head over to Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, if Sentinels were to lose this map, it is a 1st to 4, right? It's no longer that 1st to 3. We were in the best out of 5 situation before. Now we are in a best out of 7 maps. Draws haven't happened yet in this match, but we did see that in the Envy series, so it can go to 8 maps sometimes, maybe 9, depending on how convergence goes. Sometimes you draw on those maps for sure, but regardless, I mean, this is still scary for Sentinels. I mean, Crimzo's hero pool is being targeted so hard, and I don't think it's very easy for Vanguard players to make that switch over. Also, I don't think the thing is like bad per se, but I feel like versus Bucky specifically, it just really feels awful.
Yeah, I think it's even worse into Punisher in my opinion, though. Bucky obviously a lot of raw damage, but you know, you can't get the pull off, and that's some value there. But It's just you can get so much ult charge on anything who's just has no way of shielding. Yeah, I can do that damage reduction, but it doesn't do much for you just peppering into him with the shotty and the AR and having that, you know, final judgment almost immediately. I always hate going against Punisher, but yes, Bucky as well for sure. Right, amazing though, going to be on Iron Man, which is this is a much better Iron Man map with this neutral cover here in the center.
Yeah, and I wonder as well with the getting rid of, oh my god, in the sky with the pack. Oh no, got him eliminated as well.
That's brutal.
There's no Loki crystals, right? So that's the difficulty of this comp, is that you can't really save somebody who gets, you know, picked off like that, right, Shib? It just feels like Vinny was not in a savable situation. And also, Shib, another thing, Psylocke is insane on this map. So this is probably the scariest map to give Nectar this hero.
Yeah, I like the change and I like the ban change for Sentinels. They're definitely learning. I do think this is going to put Nectar in a very good spot for a ton of value. I think Vinny there with that jump obviously was accidental, put himself in a dangerous position. Maybe it was on purpose to use that cover, but did, you know, ultimately turn into him just getting exploded. Kurova onto SJP. Little dance floor piece, dance floor violence there. Techie onto Terra. Nectar onto Harvey. Deletta turns it around. All right, amazing in the sky though with that hit scan. More difficult to juke there with Iron Man than it is with something like Human Torch. Nectar though, again on Delena, and Sentinels are looking up here on domination once again.
Yep, good calls there from the side of his team to point out Delena's on that flank. He found one. Wasn't enough to keep it going. And this is what we're talking about. This is what Rymazing was mentioning with Nectar, right? Nectar's on the flank, ready to go for those dives. Rymazing then pops his E, aka his overcharge, and then just has the follow-up damage onto a backline, so they're able to eliminate them without any of those crystals. So that target of the Loki ban as well is disrupting the backline of 100 Thieves right now.
And here we go. Nectar with the Cutterfly, not able to land much. And we see TTK out of Crimzo. SJP now on a Rymazing, and that is pretty much a hit scan. It is a hit scan in their own right. SJP there on a Rymazing with a nice pick. Terra trying to follow up here with the Kraken impact. Not able to get much just yet. Is going to try to get this pull, and there we go again. TTK now pulling out the Psionic Seduction. Team's going to follow up and find a few and try to take this point, but already 82% here for Sentinels, who will have some ults, but not enough to outmatch 100 Thieves. We'll have more in this next fight.
Yeah, that was interesting. Usually we don't see an early dance of the butterflies by Nectar there, or Psylocke in general. Usually, you know, you kind of wait for the other strategist or the strategist ultimates to run out. Sometimes you can find those eliminations as well as you have if you do have Rymazing, you know, over the top with the overdrive connecting on those shots, but it's definitely a lot harder than other synergies in this case. SJP holding on to the dance floor as well in this fight. Aramori with their own copy, so we'll see that be in huge use, but Delena is building to sit aside, and Vinny also has a massive ult available. Techie gets deleted.
Wow, that was so quick. That is brutal in terms of damage there. Delena on the high side now. Gonna just put some extra damage. Delena, a mean Hela. One of the names when you think of Hela in general. Delena potentially at the top of that list. Vinny gonna set up here. This is a great group map for that reason. Does force you to burn those quickly, which they will do, but does buy some time there. Was Rymazing is gonna have this all the pulse. Will it find value this time? Honestly, very difficult to find value unless you have something like a dance floor out, so you can stay on the low ground and have that all pop quickly.
Yeah, definitely possible. Hook coming out, misses for Terra, but ult still available for Sentinels. Ready to go on that dive from Nectar. Uses that team up with that Emma and just disrupts this backline. Here comes a pulse.
Oh, does a ton of damage, and that's worth right there. That is a picket on TTK due to the raw damage there from the pulse, and there goes the clobbering. Nectar finds two, just unleashed here with the team up Psylocke. Down go more, and this will force a portal, and a TTK is prepping here on Doctor Strange.
Yeah, setting that up, ready to go back in this fight. They're able to sustain as well. Potentially if Harvey uses the open, no. Nectar, follow up, 2 damage. Also, portal potentially going to come through later on. Waiting for everybody to respawn again, Chip. Oh, this goes early.
Here comes the portal early. Kurova on a Terra, Nectar on SJP, and they won't have numbers here. I don't think it's a little bit too early, in my opinion, here. As Harvey is going to initiate, that is why. They do have this ult up.
Yeah, that, and maybe he doesn't want to get frozen because all of his team is going down, so there's a lot of definite mind games here. Rymazing over the high ground. Speaking of mind games, ready to go with the Giant Pulse.
Tacky finds Harvey early. Nice carbon crush there, followed up with a few punches. Nectar gonna try to find a pick, not able to do so. Techie gonna walk directly at the back line there. Oh, what a good play there to find value. You do not care about overcommitting. You want this map early. Turn the tides back in your favor. Crimzo on a TTK. Down goes Vinny, and that should be it, as they will not be able to teleport back.
And this is also what I was talking about, how not banning Torch has given them so much more room. Looking back at the ban phase, Torch got through, but it's fine. I mean, 100 Thieves, yeah, you could say Terra's a good Torch, and he is. Absolutely. They're going to play it in this next round, I'm sure. But that might be a weakness out of 100 Thieves. You know, they've played played Torch before and got off it in the middle of a series. To me, that doesn't scream a lot of confidence behind that hero. I know Terra is really good on Torch, but 100 Thieves, you know, they switch away from it whenever they can, and I want to see how it goes in this upcoming map because he will be on that, and also Delena on the Ultron. So big pocket in the sky for that hero. Sentinels, I think they've dealt with triple before against the Ultron too, so I want to see how this pans out for them. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, it's going to be a lot of sustain as well with the Emma, with the Thing, but it's interesting that Terra now is going away from the Bucky. I mean, he had no final hits, whereas in the previous maps he's been dominating on Bucky, so it was shut down there.
Yeah, I think it's just a very difficult way. It's very difficult to shut down dive on that map. There's so many different angles and so much escape route with verticality and with off angles, and you just can't get the pull there, especially when the burst potential is increased tenfold with the double clone there by Nectar now with that team up. So you're just not getting a ton of value, and this is a good switch. You talk about leaving the Torch out. It's now going to be a battle in the sky, and we're going to get to see Terra in the sky and see how it fares here against the Ultra or the Iron Man. But there will be an Ultron pocket, which makes it even more deadly.
Absolutely. Two people in the sky is going to be terrifying to deal with. Extermination coming out from Delena. Early ult built. Nectar, huge focus right now. Can't find him. He's able to get to the dance floor as well. Stay alive.
That was insane movement. You got to show love there. What a dash. What invisibility. Kurova's going to find the first pick onto Delena right after that ultimate. So well played by Sentinels, who now have the momentum again. Right, amazing onto Terra. That pocket is gone. And Nectar just tracking beautiful. Make that 3. Will they proceed? Yes, they will. And down goes TTK as well. Nectar is unleashed, and this will be banned out in the future, no doubt in my mind.
Absolutely, and I think the difficulty is they swapped Terra now over to that Punisher. I feel like the Human Torch playstyle is so different than what Terra is used to playing. That character sort of is like that hardcore assassin, similar to Psylocke, also a really good poker. So I mean, not that Terra is not bad at that sort of stuff, but I think that character requires a ton of focus on it. You know, we can see even Human Torch one tricks over in North America, but most of them are pretty much removed from the tournament in Mellow and other really good Human Torch players like Self.
Kurova is Himothy, another start pick. Nectar gonna take out Delena. Crimzo onto Terra. SJP onto Kurova now, but it's matched right back with Techie and Crimzo again. And wow, this is gonna be another one of those starts where they're gonna be at like 80% before 100 Thieves even have the ability to take over.
Terra's now over to the Hela, and this is 100 Thieves' strength, right? This is what they kind of have to live and die by, this sort of Hela and Punisher at this point. And I think this all derives from the fact in the ban phase, they let Human Torch go through. I know a lot of people will kind of laugh when I say Human Torch is overrated. Right now, definitely seems to be the case as both teams have shied away from that character, even though it's unbanned.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty comes in when you have Kurova, who's such a good hit scan strategist. You have, Rymazing in this guy, and also you have Nectar with the clones, and it does help a lot with that fly. And there's Rymazing. It does land, but it's not enough. They do follow up and find Delena in the back line, but Terra going to come in with the final judgment. Is it enough here? Will they find value? Good hiding there. Great positioning. Oh, wow. And the dash out. That was beautiful. As you see the Thing there playing off the ulti from Kurova. And that was a good dash and retake, as they do not have the point, and we will see 99% Crimzo. Nectar down go 2 more. This could be it. 100-0 taking another domination. Can they get the job done here? They do, and that is enough, and this will end slowly but surely as Sentinels show up and say the game's not over yet. Oh, the teleport comes through over into Delena. I spoke too soon, but not enough to touch.
And Chip, this is what we were talking about the whole time. First 2 maps, they felt like bangers, right? Back and forth, both teams trading. It didn't feel like super one-sided. And now, last map, I think it felt pretty one-sided for 100 Thieves. This map, it feels pretty one-sided for Sentinels. On the first 2 maps, I think both teams were feeling each other out a little bit, trying to see poke and prod, figure out what comps to play. Now they know, and now they're perfecting their ban and protect stage. I think Sentinels, flawless ban, protect. 100 Thieves on the previous map, also a similar thing. So right now, I think that Sentinels pretty much dominated the draft. They had Crimzo's hero pool targeted, but didn't really matter because they put Nectar and Techie on that duo, Psylocke and Emma. And once you do that, I mean, it's pretty much game over alongside of putting Aramori on Loki, Kurova on that Luna. How many times, Shiv, did we see Kurova find an opening pick? It was twice on that second round. The Flyers, not really in the wheelhouse, I think, of 100 Thieves. They kind of need to stay away from those compositions. They can play them, but I think the difficulty is they don't play around them well, and they never have as a team.
Yeah, I'm with you 1,000%. And for those who doubted Nectar, you won't doubt them anymore, as they are up there with only getting KO'd one time, finding the most finals in the game with 15 and having 27 eliminations. The goal of that comp there, have Ryan Amazing deal damage, Techie as well, find some angles, and just have Nectar hit the delete button with that clone. And it worked so well. There is no doubt, like I said, this will be gone in the next map. They will say goodbye to Emma, because Techie, obviously a very strong Emma, but it's really, you don't even need to really pop off on Emma when you have Nectar playing this well.
Absolutely, and I think there, you know what, like, it goes to show, I'm not, you know, I think in historically as well, this isn't just from this tournament. 100 Thieves kind of somewhat struggle in these Human Torch metas. I feel like they just don't really play the torch to that level as a team, as a unit, and I think that's the biggest reason why 100 Thieves, you know, just it's tough to not be able to play that character because of how good it is. But every team in the world has a weakness, right? We noticed how Sentinels, they're really good at these group competitions. They're really good whenever they can put Crimzo on Magneto, and you know, besides that, it feels like they sort of get countered. But the real answer is just kind of play around everybody else, play around those characters, because Crimzo is a hard shot caller. He is a team leader, former coach, former professional player, now playing professionally in Marvel Rivals. So I think this team also has some weaknesses. I don't want to spoil too much about them, but literally every single team in the world has a weakness, Shib. And you know, it's like it's a matter of finding it and banning out the right heroes.
Yeah, and it's about exploiting it in the banning phase is what I was going to say. I couldn't agree with you more, and it worked well there. You know what, you called it in the beginning with that torch. They just don't use that torch ban. It'll open things up. We talk about the small value that we even saw with teams like Ego Death, where if they, you know, banned out Panther, it was negative effects against him.
Right, and I think people misconstrued when I say somebody has a bad torch or a team has a bad torch. I don't mean that the player can't play torch. Like, Terra's obviously an insane at torch, but it's just at the highest level of the game, you need to be perfect, right? We can see Terra on Bucky is pretty much perfect, plays that character to a T, does the same thing on Punisher, does the same thing on Wolverine, right? On Human Torch, I don't think I see the same thing from him, right? He is really good at Human Torch, one above all level, plays it and scrims it to a super high level, but just this team struggles with it, and I think every single player in the game has this problem. That's the difficulty of Marvel Rivals, is that flexibility.
Can't cover all angles, but we'll see if they can bounce back and try to get ahead, as it is 2-2 now, right after this break.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Sentinels looked really good there, and it is 2 dominations in a row. Is that potentially the only maps they can win? I know they're very strong in their team fight, and when you look over on the side of 100 Thieves, they're winning a lot on those convoy convergences. We'll find out here if it is broken, if that streak is broken.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the bans are coming up. I think that's going to matter. I mean, as much as I like the Winter Soldier Protect, maybe they could have gone for something a little bit differently. And they definitely have to correct themselves, just like you corrected your tie there, right? I think there's some things that need to be kind of fixed a little bit, but regardless, I think this team is beautiful as a unit, just like you, bro.
You're the best. Right back at you. Honestly, looking like Star-Lord right now. I love that jacket. Straight up. So dope. We are going to progress forward here into game 5. This is going to be Convoy Convergence, this time chosen by 100 Thieves once again off the rip. History, does it repeat itself? Let's see what map we get. And honestly, I think this ban phase is going to be very, very important.
Oh yeah, I mean it's now getting down to the wire where these teams, I think these are not only the 2 best teams in the tournament, but mainly the 2 best banning teams as well. That's kind of who wins. It feels like the teams that know how to utilize these 4 bans, these 2 protects that you get, and the fact that they only target the other team. So we used to have a tournament phase where it would only, you know, if you're just tuning in for the first time, it was global, right? You would have 4 just global bans. Over here now you could target the opponent like more specifically, and it's resulted in a lot more diversity in terms of hero pool played. 100 Thieves going for the same thing, focusing out Crimzo. I wonder what else can happen. The Psylocke ban, I mean, that surely has to come through. We've seen how strong that character could be in this tournament. It feels like one of the strongest characters. I wonder if any protects now are available. I mean, the Wolverine protect is now surely in the cards if they want it.
That would be kind of crazy. I am curious what the counter is. Well, they did leave open. Oh, we got to see here. Did they get rid of Guardians? Because if you do go Warlock, you know, we'll see. We'll see what they do here, because yeah, that Wolverine protect could be wild.
I think this is a mistake from Sentinels, maybe. I mean, they do get the Emma. Psylocke team up goes away. Group ban could come out as well. Wait, I don't even know if they need the group ban.
They will have the protect here too. Immediately.
I don't know if they need the group ban if they do play the Wolverine though. See, they could have just like left Crimzo, because they did fine on Wolverine against that.
I think it's just the hard focus of the Vanguard ban. Yeah. I think it's their strategy. Like, that's what I want to ask, right? Because they mentioned they figured something out into the wee hours in the morning, 4 a.m. or something like that, they said. And I'm curious what it is. And, you know, we'll find out if we end up talking to them.
I can tell you what the discussion was. Let's just ban Crimzo's heroes. That's literally...
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if that's what it was, you know? Just hard to focus that out, force the Vanguards to do a little more unique stuff. But yes, Guardians comp will be back at it, and we will see the Thing again to help with the inevitable Wolverine. So they're going to run that double Vanguard to help. Obviously, Emma in diamond form cannot be tackled, and the Thing in a similar position can't be tackled ever, cannot be moved. So that is going to be their best bet. But Terra on Wolverine, man, dude, it will be insane to watch.
I just loved how Terra was like, oh yeah, Wolverines are Bucky in there. It literally interview today is like, oh, Bucky's only A tier, but like, they're both hovering the Bucky. They know they want to play. There's no way a character you just want to play all the time is 8th tier, dude. That's just insane to me. But now we're going to Spider Islands, and I mean, I want to favor 100 Thieves in that ban phase. I really do, just because they got the Wolverine through this time. Maybe Sentinels was thinking a little bit too outside of the box, making sure Psylocke is removed, which makes sense because, you know, that Captain America Psylocke dive, it can be disgusting and very hard to deal with. But regardless, I feel like both of us can agree you don't want to put Terra on Wolverine unless you have a very specific strategy against him.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't think there's anything else I need to add to that, man. I mean, it's just, it's terrifying. I haven't really, and maybe, you know, maybe I gotta go back and watch it. Terrifying is a great little play on words there. I don't think I've seen a composition that has really shut it down yet. You know what I mean? I want to see that because I'm curious what the answer is. Me personally, I ban Wolverine like it's my job, so I will never see that.
Every time Shib does not want Wolverine, make sure if you're in his ranked games, let them play Wolverine. Just say.
yeah. Well, I just want to play the game. You know how it is when you're a Vanguard. You just get tackled off cooldown. But here we go again. Nectar on the height here, just trying to hold and buy some time. They're not going to do that triple Vanguard strategy off the rip. They do want to hold on to that Guardians Cup, and we've seen a lot of success with the triple Vanguard. I know, honestly, they probably just can't due to all the Vanguard bans, so I guess that is why, but we've seen a ton of success with that throughout this tournament. As we do hold around this first choke, this is a standard position, guarantees at least 2 fights, but if they teleport back, could get 3 quickly. Aramori gonna keep the heals up already 81%, as Amazing and the whole line of Sentinels have ult insanely quickly. We see now Terra dealing a ton of damage, only at 38 to that last stand. Fine time and holding the high angle, and here comes Aramori with some damage. Alena gonna find Nectar, now run right back as the numbers are up for 100 Thieves on the attack, but great work by Aramori to slow that pace with the Eternal Bond.
Yeah, I thought they were in a bad situation until Terra had that pick. Now here comes that seduction from TTK, just slowing down everybody. And Harvey also finds Karova, who's going to need to use that self-res.
Yeah, such good positioning there by TTK. I want to call that out for those who are trying to climb ladder. Always try to find height. Forcing eyes upward, shields upward, making them look in a different direction or they get trance is huge, and that's what you need to do. Wow. Delena, great work here in the sky. Going to find a 2P. TTK going to clean that up and get 2 more, and that is enough for them to shove through this first corner.
Hey, Delena's finding that kill on Adam Warlock, just letting everybody know maybe Hela is the original Adam Warlock, right? And a lot of people talk about how just play Adam Warlock instead of Hela. It feels like at times Adam Warlock is a better version of Hela because you can self-heal, but both, you know, relying on that hit scan with the left clicks. Right now, 100 Thieves using so many ults in the last fight, though, Shib. And Sentinels, they have a bank, dude.
Yeah, this is... They've got ults up. They'll likely be an advantage in this next fight, right? Nectar holding the height just consistently up here. Yeah, and there it goes. I know it's coming soon. Going to try to pop that passive there, but is not able to do so. Just going to essentially take the space with this ult, force them into a corner, and that is not going to get a ton of value. Great movement there by 100 Thieves, and Nectar was almost forced to use it there just by the dive from Terra. And here comes the trance from Techie, but the Psionic Seduction finds one. Can they clean it up? Onto Terra, they cannot.
I mean, that character basically is a tank with how long you can live on Wolverine. Also, TTK still going ham on this front line on the Emma Frost, just able to do so much work. Karova, though, with the big res to bring everybody back.
Yeah, that is huge. The entirety of the team is back. TTK found like 4 in that fight. Shout out there with great work on Emma. Going to use this ult to try to find the reverse. Yep, right on Techie. Not going to be enough damage to burn down just yet unless the whole team focuses, which they do. Terra drops Techie. Nectar goes down from Delena, and that is a huge start again for 100 Thieves. Aramori going to have to stall. It's just unfortunate. Forced to use that ult to stall and try to get the team back every time, and it's just kind of out of her hands. Those picks are just too clean, too early. Terra with the tackle from downtown. Last stand. TTK cleans up Aramori. They're going to find Karova, who will res back up as the teleport comes through. Will it be enough? Techie goes down too. Jeez, some crow. Terra on this Wolverine.
I think that the thing is, Sentinels are so good at stalling this objective. That's the benefit of running triple strategist, no matter whatever it is, right? If you can just live, play the objective, keep your vanguards alive, that's huge. But the problem is winning fights can be kind of hard, right? That's the difficulty, especially against 100 Thieves, who now has a Rocket Raccoon. I love this pick, by the way, because a lot of people tend to underrate Rocket Raccoon, thinking, okay, this character's ult's not that good. The big thing is the BRB. If you're not against the Captain America or a Psylocke or somebody who can exclusively... Okay, switching off it. All right, well, never mind. This is a hot take for me anyways. I give up.
No, I think it's a good call out. I mean, I do agree with you on that. Honestly, I really do. But there is the height again from Terra, keeping the pressure on. I got to show some love here to Delena. There's been like 2 or 3 fights that Delena has found the initial pick there, and the team just snowballs off it. Although the res comp is here, it's difficult to press through. He's just absolutely popping off there. And then Terra up close and personal there with Wolverine, cleaning up all of those and just being a menace for everyone on the front lines. Nectar keep trying to take these off angles, and I do like what I'm seeing. Delena not even seeing Nectar on that flank, but doesn't need to. Up in the sky now with the Goddess of Death, trying to put some damage on the Techie, and that is some good work there. So much raw damage, gonna break down this structure to try to shoot through it, and there goes the res almost in the opposition side of the fight. It's going to be through the building. Here comes Nectar now. Going to keep that pace up. Does use that Galactic Legend, but the bubble's there to keep the team healthy, and that's just a ton of ult charge. Unfortunately, as out goes the Invisible Boundary. Not quite sure if they needed it. Delena going to find Nectar. Crimzo going to fall from the side. I love these picks that I'm seeing here from Harvey on the cloak, and you can just play so aggressive when you use that ult. Always stay in damage farm. Just allow your team to stay on that ult. There's no reason not to, in my opinion. Terra going to find Karova. SJP on the Nectar, and Delena again onto Aramori. This team is clinical right now, and this composition is so in their favor. They are just looking so at home.
And this is why I think Terra is one of the best players in the game. I don't think it's just sheer mechanics. It's more his game sense, constantly playing in the right position, able to just play slow and patiently. And that's what you have to do in this game compared to other hero shooters. I think while you do want to have like maximum APM and have shots like that, you do need to have good positioning as well.
And here comes another last stand opportunity. TTK trying to set that up here with the Psionic Seduction, and he does. There is 3 held here. Last stand tries, almost goes out, doesn't end up using a good clobbering time there by Crimzo to slow the pace. But at this point, they're in the danger zone. There is ult advantage here. Terra with a tackle. Do they find one? Right back out of Kurova, and that is going to be the pick that matters. That's a dangerous position. Dolena once again back and forth with these duelists. Kurova going to res back, try to keep the team healthy. Does Kurova have ultimate? No, he does not. 63% will not be able to keep the team healthy right now on the point. 26 seconds left, but it looks like they will get, yes, they do. Point 2.
I think, you know, if 100 Thieves fully cap out, I think Sentinels need to take a page out of 100 Thieves' book. Target one of the Vanguards, whether that be Vinny, whether that be TTK. Trying to kind of exclusively remove their hero pool, I think, could be a viable option for Sentinels because it's worked for 100 Thieves so far. I don't see how it couldn't work for them, too. Just removing some of Vinny's heroes, maybe getting rid of this Captain America. We've seen how good it is, especially since you know how strong Captain America is because Crimzo plays it so much, you would think they would want to remove it. And look who's abducted. It's Kurova again.
These 1-2 punches here by Dolena and Terra are so clean. It's been so consistent too, man. You gotta show it some love. And here comes the Eternal Bond initiation here by Aramori. This is gonna give them time to press through on the invis. Techie gonna find SJP through that. That's a great pick. What do you know, Terra with the last time not getting too much value there. Good job by the side of Sentinels to stay healthy. I believe the Bond was used there to keep them up. Kurova now gonna have that res, and we see Amazing now popping Mantis, keeping the team up and using that speed to press forward here with Nectar. Nectar gonna find one. Ooh, I lied as they were hidden from that natural cover. Way to stay tight on that walkway there.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job just staying in that Cloak and Dagger's abilities. I think the backline of 100 Thieves 100% doing a great job in this series as everybody's trying to come in, and eventually you get the good clobbering time from Crimzo. Find SJP in his spawn, but eventually as well, Delena's going to fall. So right now, since someone's trying to up the pace, 30 seconds left as well. With these ultimates gone, 100 Thieves are kind of building that time bank, but they're running out of time, or that ult bank, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, that's a pick there on Dolena. Going to rest back, and the team is going to reset. Sentinels looking all right now. 18 seconds on. Remember, plenty of time here. They've got at least 2 holds, so they're feeling a little more confident. Terra on a Nectar, though. Dolena, what do you know? Again, 1-2 punch. Dolena gets 2. TTK on Aramori. Reses go out, though. Everybody going to try to get this touch here to hold on before they can keep this push going. Aramori now initiation. That's a great combination. They seemingly keep doing that. The res immediately in the bond. It is very difficult to get out, but here comes a tackle. It does not press through, though. Great work to bring that bond out the door. Just kind of knowing the tackle might go that direction. Potentially, that is some big brain play. Harvey gonna find Kurova. Aramori goes down. Nectar rests. Kurova rests. Dolena finds 2. Terra on to Amazing. SJP finds 2. And now they're gonna press through with ult advantage and no time on overtime. So the Sentinels only have 1 here. They might have 2 with Nectar. But wow, 100 Thieves are up in ult advantage even after all of that.
Yeah, right now, I mean, pick potential still for 100 Thieves on top of ults right now. Oh, what a sleep, by the way. The only way they can really win this, I think, is that huge clobbering time. Maybe you get animation cancel out of an ultimate from SJP or TTK.
Yeah, I think we're going to see an early initiation here. Yep, by Nectar. Good play in match. Oh, right off the point, I think. Oh, it just slowed. I thought I saw them drop off point or something there for a second with the way he was moving. And here's the height again. Ooh, immediately burned right down in the Goddess. And it just did not get much value. Every single ult being used here for 100 Thieves. Down goes TTK. Nice retake here by Sentinels, but they are even now in numbers. Dolena gonna find Kurova. Crimzo on SJP. Dolena on this flank is different. Terra on the Crimzo. These two are so good.
In the passive, and the Captain America, everybody's grouping around this payload, grouping around Vinny right now, and just nobody else is here on the cart. What a play from Dolena. I mean, we saw that in a similar series with Envy versus SDX with Vision having an incredible pop-off moment. Dolena on Hela having his own.
Yeah, my personal MVP of that attack for sure, Dolena. I mean, I can't express enough the amount of times that the initial pick was Dolena finding a heady on some sort of strategist in the backline, and it was always putting them numbers up in the fights, forcing out ultimates, and that's just so much value. If your numbers up in a fight, forcing out a strategist ultimate, you know, odds are so heavily increasing your favor that it is ridiculous as you see them walk through all 3 points. And at this level of play with those defensible positions, that is very difficult to push through. Sentinels are really gonna have to step it up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, more than likely, we'll see that. We could see that triple Vanguard comp come out through on a defensive hold here. for the side of 100 Thieves. But it was looking like at times Sentinels were going to stop them in that third phase. The problem is I'm a little nervous for them on their attack, right? What do? They're going to put Nectar over to the Human Torch. They're going to put Rymazing over to the Ultron. I want to see if this works because I think Nectar has a good Human Torch, but again, some teams I think play better around, you know, those fly. Rymazing's an incredible Ultron player as well, so we'll see, you know, how this sort of pans out. But when I was talking about that Rocket Raccoon stuff, by the way, Shib, earlier, I think the biggest thing is that you can only really play Rocket Raccoon versus teams that don't have anybody that can, like, hunt that BRB down. Cloak and Dagger also, I failed to mention, it kind of counters Rocket Raccoon just because she goes so deep in your backline and can find the BRB. So it's tough, but sometimes you can play Rocket Raccoon versus front-to-back comps.
Oh my goodness, this is insane. Goodbye, Nectar. That was disgusting. Yeah, a lot of teams are only really using Rocket, just to be honest, in these triple Vanguard compositions, which obviously not being seen right now. Instead, the other Vanguard's going to be Terra there on Wolverine. Might as well be a Vanguard. Rymazing is going to be playing the Magic, though, and that's a two-piece. Let me see 3 Ry as he's popping off here now. Yes, that is 3. Rymazing loves running Magic into these more Vanguard-heavy compositions. Showcased it last time, and it was valuable. And once again, a Quadra immediately going to switch off. That is Aura.
That is Aura. I mean, absolutely. And it gives it the Dark Child, unfortunately. That ultimate, you know, sometimes just kind of it just makes Magic, it's just good default. It's like the same exact thing, honestly. Like, she has more like maybe maneuverability, survivability, but against the 100 Thieves, they're switching up the composition a little bit. And go back over to Vinny on that Captain America. Swap Delena off the Rocket Raccoon. That was honestly disgusting to see. Never want to see that again. But now on their attack, on their defense, 100 Thieves down in ultimates. They also, oh no, lose 10. Oh my God, Nectar just going aggressive on them while they're walking in.
That was Nectar's different right now. That's what you need. You need the momentum shift. Well done. I mean, yes, they took that fight, but it was still kind of difficult for them to get through. Nectar coming through, finding a 3-piece, looking for Cap now, setting up, as you notice, setting up those right clicks. Here comes the teleport shortly. This will be threatening no one on point. Backline going to be a little bit vulnerable if they can engage heavy with TTK on a Carbon Crush here, but no, not able to do that just yet. Rymazing chasing down the Cap. Will he escape? Yes. Oh, maybe not. No. Rymazing. Goodbye, Vinny. Good start to the fight there. Nectar going to place a ton of those right outside of the portal. Get ready to dash in if need be. Yes, it will come soon here. Terra goes down. Nectar, Rymazing, back in the sky. This is going to help against that Wolverine, and this is why they're running it. Very smart decision, as now we see the Psionic Seduction for the side of Techie, actually. Excuse me, I thought it was 100 Thieves. And the tackle goes up, or yeah, the pop-up here by the anti-street charge on Crimzo. Out goes the Bond, Eternal Bond, going to slow things. Nectar, again, with 3. And yes, can play this torch. It's working out for him here for Sentinels, who want to keep this momentum forward with almost 2 minutes on.
Absolutely. I think out of both of these teams, Sentinels seems to be better at playing around the flyers. I mean, not that 100 Thieves can't play it, but really, yeah, Nectar is that Human Torch player. Same thing with Rymazing whenever they could play it. Terra, though, I mean, we saw what he could do on the previous maps, but that was also on Central Park. Like, I feel like Central Park first point is one of the best points for Wolverine at taking down flyers. The hitbox in this map is a little bit higher up. Also, you know, that Wolverine is a little bit more obvious where it comes from. I think this middle phase is incredibly attacker-sided once you remove this middle building, but oh my gosh, Delena's found Nectar.
Yeah, I think, yeah, this map, after you push to that first point, I'm with you. It's more difficult to find value with Wolf, but on this map with this off, you know, this off map right to your right as they push up here shortly, there's right back to being very valuable again. But granted, they are running double flyers, so you need to get a perfect landing there to ensure they fall off map before they can take the sky again, which is a difficult thing to do, you know, on Wolverine, although I do think Wolverine's dash is hard to escape from, as you have to save your cooldowns. You got to play differently, and that's value no matter what. They're going to retake this space. Crimzo obviously going to be playing the thing, so we won't see a ton pulls there. Can't get knocked around. Nectar once again taking that space with the right clicks, buying some time. Here comes the invisible boundary. Rymazing out with Ultron's Rage. Techie finds one though. Down goes Vinny, and that's a nice start to this fight for the side of Sentinels, but 100 Thieves will have a ton of ults here for this next engagement.
Yeah, I think this is the best we've seen Nectar look on Human Torch so far in are proud with their composition swaps, as well as Terra's entire value has been negated. This is what you do to counter the Wolverine. You play something like Invisible Woman with Kurova. You also have Nectar on the Human Torch, so you fly above him. The only real answer in the opposite side is Delena, but the problem is this Human Torch is always buffed by Firewall from Rymazing. He's always going to be extra tanky because of that. Also, the team up with the Invisible Woman, so he gets even more overhealth. So there's so many things really resulting in Nectar's favor, and I think he's doing a great job alongside Rymazing.
And the space is taken. 100 Thieves ult advantage here, but just barely, not for long. Tackle goes out. We do see the Psionic up in the sky with the Goddess.
Dude, the lamps, it blocks your left clicks. I remember that sometimes. Like, it like redirects them.
Oh, no way. I didn't even notice that. Oh, that makes sense. We didn't see any damage get poured out there, right? So we do engage again with we see immediate supernova. Tackle goes out. Good pull off there. And that is why you do want to have Kurova over here on Invis trying to shut down Terra as much as possible. We see the space taken by Nectar. Here comes the Sonic Seduction again. Really good into flyers. We see him walking. Ooh, amazing. Great work there. And aim to heal up the walking Nectar. Keep them progressing forward. Numbers back in their favor. Keeping the pressure on. Amazing going to try to challenge here. But there's a tackle by Terra. Down goes Crimzo. Is there more? And the tackle right back by the Carbon Crush. Amazing finds one. Nectar onto SJP. And the trades are real, but it looks like Sentinels are up just barely. Can they hold on? And will they get this point? Yes, they will. As they, oh no! Coming out from downtown. Another Eternal Bond to stall. Well played here by Harvey.
Yeah, I mean, but can they hold on? They have no more ults coming back. Vinny with the Capel is coming up. Everybody clobbering, time stun. Terra Cape is there to negate any value from Vinny. That was the only ultimate keeping in this fight. And honestly, Shib, if I am a dilemma after using that Goddess of Death, the first thing I'm doing to China, when I go to China, I'm gonna find the nearest like Chinese New Year store and I'm gonna burn a lantern, I swear to God, because that thing was just an absolute death sentence for Dylan in that ult.
Yeah, that's tough. It's a tough look, and it's one of those things you don't learn until you do it, right? Like it's just, or if you see someone do it. So there you go, everybody in the audience, congrats. We've all learned something new today. Don't say you didn't when you come out of this stream. TTK gonna press forward on the left side. Sentinels again up in alts. TTK at 60, but SJP, Vinny, and soon to be, oh, actually no one else really that close, as we do see an immediate psionic. Does it find a few? The shield go out. Nobody taking a ton of damage there. Well played by Vinny to dance around the team. Nectar with this off angle. You can actually, as you see here, fight through this crack in the wall. Very smart play and kind of dance around it. That's how fast Torch can be, using those very tight angles to play hyper aggro and then to collapse in when a moment is available. Good push there early on, is to slow the pace by Kurova, who does have that invisible boundary should anything start happening. Wolverine now off the field because of how good Kurova is on an invis. If you have a nasty Wolverine, please make that switch. It's so valuable. Just save your push and pull. Nectar with a two-piece. Oh, I thought we were going to see more good dance floor there. The Fate of Both Worlds go out. Oh, and Crimzo and Harvey with Nectar. Just the coordinated damage drops Harvey through that dance floor. So well played. Rymazing up with Ultron's Rage. A ton of damage out again. And it's hard to take Rymazing out of the sky there when that is going. You are CC immune. Nectar going to take this space. Burn down Delena, who's trying to find more value. And now we see Terra back on Iron Fist, who loves playing Fist in these brawling engagement corners.
Yeah, absolutely. He's also playing it to try to counter the Sky Lords of Rymazing and Nectar. Clobbering time from Crimzo gets grabbed by TTK. Delena does find Nectar as well, so they're sustaining right now. 100 Thieves are.
Yeah, one of the things you're going to see here when you're playing the thing, and 42 seconds on the clock, TTK gets one. Harvey, TTK again, Terra now sweeping them back. We're in 1 or 2 fight territory with the portal. If that, it is going to be more dangerous. But one of the things I wanted to say, that when you are playing the thing, when you're ulting, you get value out of forcing out ults because the thing can get his ult back incredibly quickly as long as you're in a team fight. The more that you punch with Haymaker, you can get multiple ults per fight as long as they're dancing inside of something like that Luna Snow ultimate. Stacking is huge for the thing, so use it off cooldown.
Well, last fight territory here, Shib. Great callouts by you, and Terra is ready to dive the sky of Rymazing and his Human Torch.
And here we go again. Nectar now pressing forward. Terra going to start beating them up in the sky. Not using any cooldowns just yet. Don't need to. Dash going to use that shift to get out just like that. As you see, the kick, a great escape tool. Terra going to try to heal up, get some of that extra HP now and re-engage. I believe has ultimate, yes, and it is popped here. And here we go. And it's just raining on the front line. Terra trying to chase Ultron. Does find one. Down goes Aramori. Nectar. Tucky. Everyone's falling now. Terra onto Rymazing. Vinny is going to find Crimzo, and that should do it. What a hold to shut him down before point 3.
Holy crap, Hulk. That's honestly how you feel as Sentinels right now. You had both Shredder's ultimates. Oof. And this is incredible change to Iron Fist just to negate the sky was massive, right? I mean, it was so big, it cannot be understood how swapping to Iron Fist is just not a thing that happens. I think Self was the only guy to do it really for Ego Death, but I think unfortunately that team doesn't have I don't know, didn't play around it well enough or something. I don't remember when he pulled it out, maybe for stall or something. Regardless, against Sentinels, to switch to Iron Fist is just not common, right? Everybody assumed Iron Fist was bad now and in the dirt, maybe unless you're in bronze. But right now, I think that this character is really good at shutting down flyers, especially when you have an Ultron and a Human Torch. We saw that in the last series with Envy. 100 Thieves, it clicked in their heads, I imagine. They're like, oh yeah, we can play Iron Fist here. Terra maybe thought that specifically, and he's like, I'm just gonna go Iron Fist, and it works. So incredible work from them, putting themselves a map away from winning the grand finals in $70,000.
Yeah, I've seen Terra on Fist in ladder on season 2, and it was devastating to go against, and he's still definitely playable here. Like you said, when you have that flyer composition, you may say, I struggle into flyers. When you have a good Fist like that, it does apply the pressure. It's all about engagement timing. You saw him waiting for a moment, wait until the backline was a little more vulnerable, and then fully commit, as we do see some mean tackles here. Love that composition switch. I love the attack here for 100 Thieves. We're finding value from Delena. Strategist ults were always clean. They forced out early ults here when Sentinels went on defense, and I truly do think Sentinels put up a good attack there. It's so difficult to go through point 3, but 100 Thieves just did it slightly better.
Absolutely. And I think this is an incredible battle between these two teams right now. I think, in the ban phase, in the actual matches, I think that this is the peak of North America right now. This is the culmination of weeks and weeks of the Ignite series, of a year basically from the closed beta test to now, of all of these tournaments, neck and neck between 100 Thieves and Sentinels. I think that this is both of these teams playing at their absolute peak from before. When we had the global bans, everybody focusing on one or two heroes. These two teams have withstood the test of time, it feels like, throughout every single patch to be at the top. And I mean, you have to give huge props to everybody on both teams, on 100 Thieves and Sentinels. I think, 100 Thieves, they stuck more, I think, to their original core of players when they had on Mutants, right? But for Sentinels, it's been sort of dicey, right? They've had to pick up Techie. They've had to pick up Nectar. I think these are interesting pickups that have really enabled Sentinels, and I think it's an interesting sort of mindset being able to pick up new players compared to just kind of running it down with the same guys you've been playing with forever.
Yeah, we talk about the friendship buff, right? When you're playing with friends or people you're comfortable with, you just kind of know things that you don't need to communicate. And I think that teams that stay together longer have that advantage. And you didn't even mention, I mean, we even saw Crimso come in. He was a coach for Sentinels prior. So he's also a new pickup here for the comp. So yeah, I mean, they're also really tight. We've seen the interviews. They're having a lot of fun together. So similar story there, but it just goes to show you sometimes this experience, but experience can definitely help. But these ban phases are definitely important.
And the big thing as well, Shib, to add on to that, is because an excellent point by you, is that love is shown in different ways, right? I mean, Sentinel is more of that happy-go-lucky, family-friendly, we watch Marvel movies and chill. 100 Thieves more like that console kind of vibe, Like those are the guys that used to play on controller and the sticks, and you could tell through how they act. So incredible matchup between two awesome teams. We're going to get a short break. We'll see you guys for the next map after this.
bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are?
And what do you know? Back over to 100 Thieves. This series has already been exactly what you would want, right? Back and forth, and both teams playing lights out in their given maps.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is an incredible series. I think all around the board. I think everybody tuning in right now, I'm sure, has got their money's worth, right? Between these two red teams, between these two absolute dominant teams in the past of Marvel Rivals, they've put on a show for us, and you know, both teams definitely need to be proud, considering how they both qualified for China already. Playing for $70,000 regardless is a lot on the line, and I'm sure, you know, internally they're, you know, under a lot of pressure because they, you know, like we said earlier, are playing for the biggest prize pool yet to date.
70K on the line. Nerves now, is it getting more close to shutting down the opposition, are going to be insane. Heartbeats through the roof, communication a little more sketchy as we head on to game 6. And this time, Sentinels now going to be choosing the map.
Yeah, I'm curious where they will go right after the two previous maps. I think that they sort of have shown that they can play on a convergence map. Oh no! Oh god! Wait, not this map. Ship. If anything but this map. Anything but this map against the 100 Thieves. You gotta get rid of Wolverine, please. Oh no.
Yeah, there's a guarantee Wolverine ban. I have no doubt in my mind. Unless. Yeah, no, yeah.
Unless it's protected.
No, it's going to be on the other side. I don't think they can get the protect through. Wait a minute. Yeah, they could. They could early on.
They could. Let's see. I mean, they're focusing Crimzo again. Like I said, Sentinels. I wouldn't mind if they did the same thing with Vinny. I really wouldn't. We'll see what happens, or at least maybe with TTK or something. We'll see what they want to do. But I think the Vanguard ban idea is actually so smart, unless somebody can play like every single Vanguard. It's a Loki ban though, so they're doing similar things as they did earlier, and Psylocke bans on both sides.
Yeah, one of the things that Sentinel said after their sweep last time was that they like playing unique compositions into them to try to throw them off, stuff they haven't practiced against. But unfortunately, if you hard target one of your Vanguards, and your Vanguard's already playing something that maybe they're not as comfortable with, or you know, already lost a few years, you don't have the ability to really force your whole comp to try out new things and do more unique things, because it puts you in a difficult spot. So they are typically sticking to what they've run in the past, and I think that has been the reason that we've seen more success here so far from 100 Thieves.
Wait, Luna ban? Wait, when were they even playing? Don't they usually play like, I mean, I guess Loki got banned, so they're banning on strategists. So what, on the opposite side we have Invis and Invis and Cloak still available?
Yeah, that's going to be the play.
Okay, so Torch is still available. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that of these bans from Sentinels personally.
At least they're trying something different, right? And that's what I want to see. I need to see something different here. This is actually, I didn't even realize this is the best of 7. 100 Thieves could win it right now, get themselves 70K and progress with the title for this first setup here for Ignite. This would be nutty. This is like, I'm with you. This is for all the marbles. Now I mentioned the nerves. This is even more through the roof.
Wait, and I didn't realize this is actually so smart by Sentinels, actually, because they let the Wolverine through. They make that kind of available for 100 Thieves. You know, maybe, okay, our group gets screwed, but now we're playing this Loki, or now we're playing this Human Torch a lot, because I don't think did Groot get banned last series or whatever, last map? I think.
Yes, he did.
Okay,
on the side,
now that Groot got right, and that makes it, now that Groot got through, you want to play Wolverine for the Groot, but now on the Sky you have to worry about Rymazing and the Ultron, because that Iron Fist felt like it was the counter to the Sky. So you're splitting Terra into 2 bodies currently right now. It feels like he has to play 2 different roles but he can't, right? There's not two Terras on this team. It's Delena and Terra, so you can't really go Wolverine Iron Fist. That feels awkward, right? We haven't really seen that duo just yet, unless there's like specifically a really good Iron Fist player alongside a good Wolverine player. So Terra going on the Wolverine first. Maybe that's the target on to Crimzo, and we'll see if Sentinels can react to that in the sky with Rymazing and Nectar. But we've seen Terra on this map and on Central Park, so this is definitely a ballsy play from Sentinels right now.
Yeah, if you're an Invis, immediate switch there from Crimzo. I think saw the Wolverine. My thought was that Kurova would be on push and pull duty, but immediately Crimzo going to go right back to the thing, and I like to not even try it off the rip, which I don't mind.
You know, I think what they're going to do is they're going to go back and forth. They're going to see Terra go to Iron Fist, Crimzo goes back to Groot. That's probably what we're going to see.
Exactly. No, that's a great call. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a checkers match, soon to be potentially chess if we get more heroes involved here. Rymazing and Nectar again unleashed here. They found a lot of success with those flyers, but like I said, it's so difficult to get through point 3. It's not like they didn't do their job on attack. It's just that they did not hold on defense, right? That's the thought process here. But Terra here on this Wolverine on this map specifically is dangerous. TTK finds Nectar early, and they're up in numbers. Delena now putting a ton of damage out. As you see, the front line looking weak. They're going to keep that pressure on. Out goes that cloak, and down goes Rymazing again. 100 Thieves on this defense looking clean, and out goes that invisible boundary to slow up the pace a little bit.
Yep, slow him down. Also down Rymazing in this fight. TTK with another one on Moray, and TTK going absolutely insane. These Vanguards again from 100 Thieves are doing a lot, and personally that's why I think you maybe got to ban out some of the Vanguards from 100 Thieves. It just feels like they're doing so much outside of, you know, the overall team fight. Same things for Techie, but I don't know. I mean, there's a lot you have to worry about now. I mean, Terra has the entire hero pool open to him, and right now there's a minute and 30 seconds off the clock.
And here we go again. The next fight begins. You look over, alts on both sides are insane. We're going to see 4 on both, soon to be 5 there for both. It's all about who gets the first pick. This value is immense. Out goes that invisible boundary. Making them use that first is good there for Sentinels, but they got to match it before someone goes down. Delena getting walked through that ultimate is going to be found. Nectar, well done to collapse on that. It's all about targeted damage. Rymazing on the Terra. Vinny finds Kurova, but at this point, numbers are up heavy here for Sentinels on attack, and they've got to keep this momentum. Out goes the Supernova. A ton of damage out, but great positioning here from the back line and front line of 100 Thieves. We're just buying time. They don't need to, you know, what you need to notice here, folks, see how they're giving ticks. They don't need to panic as long as you touch at the very end. And then we see Terra take out Techie. Nectar, though, with a 2-piece on a Harvey and SJP. And that's a double strategist pick. That is massive. And they're going to go back and reset. I think they might give them point. We'll find out shortly. Maybe not. The retake just going back to heal up. So smart. Still going to find one. Oh, my goodness. Out goes the bond. And it keeps everyone healthy. What is going on? This is insane. And now TTK finds a pick.
Are you kidding me? Harvey was about to fall, but then just pops the ult at the very last second. Now here comes Rymazing in the opposite side with Ultron's Rage.
That was so close. Rymazing, though, does find one. Crimzo is going to get SJP, and then we see Delena is going to pop out with an ult. Doesn't get value. No, Nectar takes out Terra, and that is a lot. That is a lot of value here for Sentinels. Ults up for 100 Thieves, but they're both down right now in the spawn door with those ults, and that should be enough to clean it up. Well done there by Sentinels, but what a retake in that moment. You're right, man. I saw Harvey at literal 1 HP. I thought it was guaranteed KO, and that Eternal Bond bought them some time for sure.
Yep, incredible fights from Sentinels, and I just feel so impressed with Nectar right now. I think he's given a lot of resources, obviously, with the Ultron, but right now, I mean, this guy's stepping up for the team in the biggest tournament, this rookie for Team Sentinels, coming through in the clutch when it matters most over, you know, veterans in the Marvel Rivals esports scene with 100 Thieves and Terra.
And again, owning this height, this is a very good positioning here for Flyers, as you know, natural cover cannot be broken there. Out immediately goes the invisible boundary, which is good value. Terra, oh, that would have been disgusting. That was a crazy attempt to try to get one of the Flyers out of the sky. So going to press right back into the back line, and that's a good ult there by Vinny. But once again, good counter right back there from the side of Aramori with those crystals to keep the team healthy even through that ultimate. But forcing out some cooldowns there. Crimzo going to have a Techie, going to use the Psionic. Does it find anything? It does get... What? Are you kidding me? Wolverine almost walking, uses that ult right prior and perfect cancellation. I hit frame from using the ult alone. Wow. What a tackle. Does not get any picks, though, as the teams are still battling back and forth. Dead even on both sides. This is wild to witness, but TTK goes down. Crimzo finds one. Keeping the pressure forward. Techie looking for the back line now. That is a good play. Gets knocked back there a little bit, and they do keep moving.
Yeah, right now they're just staggering 100 Thieves out. Delena also was all the way back in his own graveyard trying to just live, do his Delena stuff, those hard flanks, and it didn't pan out this time. Back to the spawn he'll go. The Goddess of Death is going to come in late from him. Sentinels as well have clobbering time on the re-engage.
That's a good crystal pop there. The most damage you can do with them in this moment on this current patch is actually pull crystal and burn through it with 100 charge. It'll massively impact the health of the Vanguards. Nectar gonna find CTK and Terra though, and that is good. 3 for Delena. Can Nectar keep going? Built different right now in the sky.
I mean, this guy is incredible. I mean, Nectar, I think, has played a very good Psylocke at times on Solar 2. Right now, he is absolutely popping off, making sure Sentinels can get to that third phase of the map. Terra now goes over to the Winter Soldier. That's the idea for him, needing to delete Crimzo, get rid of Techie. The difficulty is that now there's that Emma Frost on the field, and Techie, I think, as well, has been doing so much work on that character. I mean, same thing for TTK, but that's just how strong Emma Frost is. Right now, Sentinel's taking advantage of having these two characters and also Terra on the low ground. He thinks the idea is just to melt Crimzo.
Up we go. Ultron's Rage once again, just pulling out some cooldowns if possible into that bubble. Ooh, and this is going to be nice, but it's matched right back. Well done there by the side of Harvey to keep them moving forward, giving them space. Notice pathing it down towards the direction they want to head towards the point. Very smart play. Out goes that K2 to give some damage increase. Up from Delena with the Goddess. Does not manage to get much value. Clobbering time goes out. Don't see very many hit there, but Crimzo going to clean up Harvey. Crimzo does find value. Techie onto Terra now. Vinny dancing around the point with the thing, just trying to buy time, but does fall from Techie. Now Nectar on a TTK. Sentinels on this attack make it 2 as Nectar on this Human Torch. Oh, 3 is looking so good.
Going over to Punisher now, you can see 100 Thieves are looking for options. I mean, that can work as well. Vinny now over to the Captain America too. So they really want to set up Terra on that Punisher as well as Vinny just disrupt this backline. I mean, Nectar has been amazing. I think the real answer is maybe put Terra back to Iron Fist. Maybe Delena plays that Punisher or something along those lines. But right now, building up that ultimate fast.
Yeah, we do see Terra now on that Punisher. That is a mean seduction. Unfortunately, has to turn away to try to help the backline there. But you cannot be CC'd when you're in that diamond form. So Techie playing hyper aggro directly on the backline, buying them some free space. But here comes Terra with the final judgment. Starting to rain. Burning crystals first. Trying to take the space, but great positioning. Just drop back as a squad. Down goes 1 as they do lose Nectar there from Harvey.
A great pick. Now they're coming back in, though. Sentinels building up ultimate on the flank. Delena is there, but it's met by Ultron. Building up again. Terra, he's so good at just getting back in that turret, building ultimate. Amazing in the sky, though. Ultron's rage goes so low, but he's protected by his invisible woman.
And another, Ultron Rage, but good positioning behind that middle pillar there. Delena with a good off angle, but that is a very good defensible ultimate there by Korova. The invisible boundary, that could be enough. 2 on point. Can they keep the focus as Nectar just rains on Delena in the backline? Nice pick there. Crimzo finds CTK Aramori, and that is it. They push through all 3 with 25 on. Now it's all up to 100 Thieves to get this push and go into OT.
Including which side?
A tough map, I think, for 100 Thieves. I mean, first point Wolverine, I think against most comps, even if it's sort of like a Wolverine counter, can do very, very good. But I mean, once we go to the second phase, once we go to third phase, and that Wolverine sort of falls off slightly. I mean, the ultimate's still one of the best ults in the game, but you can see Terra not as comfortable on that hero. So right now, 100 Thieves, well, he's still comfortable with Wolverine, but I mean, just at that part of the map, I think he wants to go towards Iron Fist. I think that's a good idea. You know, put Terra over to Iron Fist. Maybe also you could play that Groot, because that's still an option for them. They didn't get banned against it. There's no, on the opposite side, there's no Wolverine, so it does make sense that Vinny could do a lot on Groot, but you know, a lot of options have to come through right now for 100 Thieves. Maybe they'll just go back to a classic comp we saw like a week ago with that Punisher Storm, but I don't know if I'm as confident in this team running it as a team like maybe Envy.
Oh man, look at this. This is the power of Ultron, folks. For those who are curious, obviously Ultron maybe not as good into 2 strat comp, can be used with something like Strange. You play slowly on the Vanguard role, but look right now. You have Amazing 19-1, sure, only 3 finals, but what does it do? It enables Nectar 15. He's gonna get that drone 24/7, always allowing him to play aggro. All Amazing has to do is peek that line of sight, have eyes on Nectar every 5 seconds, and the drone will never disappear. Remember, drone only goes away if you do not have eyes on the hero the drone's on for 5 seconds. So they're playing together well. It honestly heals both of them as they play in each other's zone, and they play aggressively. But now Delena is going to be on the storm in the sky.
Yeah, this is a hard front-to-back comp for 100 Thieves. Sentinel's so used to playing against it, but because of the poke damage coming through for them, Harvey, he's building towards that ult very fast. They'll have it in Turtle Bond first. We'll see what they do with it, considering Sentinels are also building ult quick to Ultron's Rage.
Terra on some good positioning here, just trying to build some charge. 50% on and climbing. Good positioning. Harvey already at 100. That is crazy. It's just got to play into that bubble. As you see, they're going to play aggressively with it, shove them right to where they want to head as strategists. Do some small tick damage, force them into that corner. Good tackle there by Techie. Damage boost goes out, and Harvey gets a pick with that ult, followed up. Well done, and here comes Nectar trying to collapse. Just going to head back to the team to get that shield to keep the pressure. A lot of the times you'll see some of the best torches use it as a more defensive ability. Nectar on the Delena there to even the numbers, and here comes the boundary to reset Nectar. As you see that drone enabling and the combination there with Invis, so you do get that shield. A very difficult hero to take out of the sky unless you have this final judgment, which is just shooting directly into the Invis, and it does not manage to get a pick. So good positioning as they play around that natural cover whenever they hear that call out.
Here comes Rymazing on the backside. Nothing to counter this one. Maybe make it two onto Vinny. Yep, into the wall. Kicked by Techie. And everybody else is back. Delena also had a portal back. Man, right now, Sentinels on this defense are looking so good. And Shiv, honestly, I mean, it's like, I guess Terra can't go to Iron Fist because, nice shots from Rai, by the way, but the reason I think they can't go to Iron Fist, I imagine, is because of the Invisible Woman. I mean, Korova able to push him away, similar to what was happening on Wolverine. That's why he went to Bucky. That's why he's going to Punisher. So they don't have an answer right now to, I think, Sentinels and what they're doing.
I agree. I think that Korova is so good on Invis. I honestly thought that was going to happen last map there. I thought they were going to stick to Invis, but Elected did not do that into the Wolverine, at least not from what I remember early on. So we do see the engagement here from TTK trying to pull them right into this. Ooh, those tornadoes. Harvey finds Korova, and now they're off SJP onto Techie, and this is the fight they needed. Still have 140 on the clock, so plenty of time as 3 go down. Teleport likely coming through as they can't, excuse me. They do get the point. Well done here by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, well done from them. We'll see how they can continue on to the streets phase of the map. I mean, this is where Delena should do a little bit better. But also, I mean, Sentinels, they're so good around this playing around this height. They're also good at making another early fast fight around this right side alleyway. Look, they're all grouping up over there. They're going for a fast recontest on this payload.
Is that truly?
Oh man, and I gotta say it again, what a battle here. If you are a fan of Rivals, you must be a fan of this matchup. Almost dead even here in the finals as they're both heading to China, and there goes some ultimates. We do see the boundary up for defense. Vinny holding on to the strangling, waiting to make a play. You see how intense he is in the bottom right. That's a good all there, but immediately countered right back by Korova. Still get value through it as Terra knows where they're gonna be lined up. Falls right down from Rymazing with the Ultron's Rage. Hard to see where he is in that boundary. Way to play through that Rymazing. Now dealing damage. Out goes the, I don't know if this is necessary as there's too much damage out by Delena. I like the idea, just too far down in numbers, I think, as Techie takes out Delena. SJP in a dangerous spot, goes down now too. Techie and Nectar cleaning up, and now it's just Terra who's running back to the spawn door.
Yeah, excellent fight again for Sentinels. 3 minutes left. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's won. Not. I don't know how he's alive there. Yeah, that's crazy. No healers. It's tough.
That is crazy. How did he not get picked there? That is nutty. Oh, that's brutal. But here we go. Nectar again already has all that. It's coming back so quickly here. Harvey going to be ready for 100 Thieves to counter. Techie, Crimzo, Aramori, and Nectar all ready. Korova very close too. Ult advantage again for Sentinels. Do not overcommit. There goes 2 as 2 go out. There is that invisible boundary to slow up the pace of 100 Thieves. You can use it more offensively as you're seeing here. You can use exact like that. They have no idea where the flyers are in that location. Nectar takes out Harvey. TTK now trying to turn this around, and that is an ult that maybe they wanted to drop back and not commit, but I do understand the patience here because Sentinels are doing a good job not overcommitting, so you need to try to make plays. So it's such a difficult conversation as to whether that needs to be used or not. TTK turning this corner. Terra now is going to elect to switch over, and we're going to see the Bucky again.
Yeah, I mean, he really wants to counter Crimzo on this backside, but yeah, immediately crack an impact countered. And I think, 2 minutes left to go, unless he has some crazy hooks. Oh, he brings in, he brings in Techie just to get grabbed. Nobody gone just yet from Sentinels. The Sentinels right now, though, the healing has been too good from Rymazing and crew.
Sentinels are looking really good on defense on this first point. This is such an early hold. This flight, this height that they're owning right here, playing around these ceilings, using this natural cover, and just getting ults off cooldown, it seems like, is insane. lane. It's so difficult to push through. So look at this. They have not left this building the whole time, and they only come out when they're ready to engage Hefty or use one of those ults. As the rest of the team playing around that natural cover on the left, the positioning here is next level. Keeping in mind as Nectar finds Terra. Techie onto SJP. Harvey in a dangerous spot now. 25. Oh, excuse me, 1 minute 15, not 125 on the clock as Nectar keeps owning again. Right, amazing on a TTK, but now 100 Thieves will have all advantage in this next fight. I lied because look, Crimzo, Right, amazing, Nectar, and Kurova are ready to ult again.
Yeah, they have so many ults ready to go. Delena, what's he doing? I mean, they're thinking about something here back in the spawn, maybe just grouping up. Delena's over to Ultron himself, so they're going to maybe switch back over towards that comp as well to match Sentinels.
And it begins here. Sentinels, it's what similar conversation. Can they win this fight without over-committing? Because if they do, and here comes Nectar off the rip, and out goes Harvey using that Eternal Bond. We see nothing else committed for the side of 100 Thieves yet, but Nectar, Kurova, and Ryan Amazing all have committed. This would be good for 100 Thieves if they just wait this out. Use this counter ult here to just buy enough time for you to engage heavy as TTK does just that. Will they find enough picks? Techie, and then off angle, when you are also ulting as Emma, you are CC immune, so you actually can't get pulled there. Nectar, SJB, and Delena. TTK onto Techie and Tekka. Oh my goodness. Techie, Terra on Right, amazing. Crimzo onto Harvey. Terra again on Aramori. Nectar with a quad. Soon do I see 5? I do. Oh my goodness. There's not enough time to touch.
Oh my, what a map from his Sentinels. An incredible performance from Nectar. Overrated? Not really. I mean, yeah, just a ridiculous performance from him alongside his Invisible Woman, forcing Terra as well to play against that Invisible Woman and the Flyers. That was just such a good play from them. And right now, Sentinels tie it up 3-3. Shib, we're heading to a game number 7 for 70K.
Are you kidding me? This is unbelievable. If you're ever wondering how evenly matched they are, just look at this match right here. Some games looked like it was going to go fully in either side's favor. Right now, Sentinels are now looking unstoppable. Right prior, it was 100 Thieves. It's so tricky here. Look at Nectar, 24 finals, but that's just due to that pocket and Hyper Aggro. Obviously an incredible player, but just enabling Nectar like it's their job. They do give that, that team up there in the sky with the Fantastic Four. Not only that, you get the invisible shield, and you then get the Ultron drone. You are a raid boss in the sky, and he really lived up to that.
Well, absolutely, and I think that, I don't know, maybe with the Vanguards getting targeted specifically on Sentinels, Crimzo took him a little bit to kind of figure it out and then play towards the thing. That was the smartest play ever, because now, you do get these strategists that can support the sky as well as getting rid of that Luna Snow on the low ground, so 100 Thieves maybe don't have the best strategist backline either. Having the Invisible Woman was pretty good for them, but I think the biggest thing is that you just get Terra off of Wolverine when you play that Invisible Woman, right? Making sure that he's always kind of screwed over pretty much multiple fronts, right? He's kind of on the low ground having to worry about the thing, but on the high ground he's dealing with this Ultron and this Human Torch, and then also if he plays Wolverine he has to worry about Invisible Woman pulls. So there's a lot on the line to Terra right now, and Delena I think is doing a lot, but it's hard to really hard carry on Hela in this current patch. So I mean, maybe they need some variation to the bans in the upcoming map, but at least they'll have to feel comfortable in getting off of convergence, maybe going to more going to like a domination or something will help them out a little bit, because at the current moment Sentinels definitely play around this torch well. This is the best they've looked on this composition so far.
Oh man, as you see the MVP here, as discussed, 41-4, right? Like, that's crazy. 24 finals, a ton of multis too with a 4-piece. It's just obscene. Next closest being Techie at 11. Techie is slept on. Crimzo also being 30-2 on the thing is I can't express how difficult that is, being so vulnerable. Great movement there. The entire team playing lights out on that push and defense. There's nothing I can say to Sentinels there to change up the way they played that. I think we thought the bans were a little unique right off the rip. We weren't sure about it, but it definitely worked out. Good change of pace there.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a fun series, and like we said, it's a battle between the Brainiacs. I think 100 Thieves and Sentinels do a really good job with their ban system, and it's like you said, it's a tough job. You called it out. I mean, 30-2 on Crimzo is insane, and I think that it looked like Terra understood that problem too, right? I mean, Crimzo wasn't going down, so he had to go to Bucky or something, and then it was the same problems.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, if you force someone off their heroes for long enough, they end up finding a new main. You know what I mean? They got to He's got to keep playing the thing so consistently. Now he's warmed up on the thing and understands how to play the thing. So it's kind of funny in that. And now we're heading to game 7. And I can't wait to watch it. It is going to be so intense. Who gets 70K and the title? Find out after this break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Struck down by living chi.
Grows. Beholds the god of thunder!
You cannot make this up. Game 7. If you're ever looking for an exciting movie, go watch the last 2 days of Marvel Rivals America. It has been insane. It's a script. Every game going to the final game.
Chip, my alarm just went off on my phone and it just notified me that we are in game 7. So, I mean, just unbelievable timing that we are here in this moment for the grand finals of North America, the very last of the MRIG until, you know, obviously we have those Chinese tournaments as well in the playoffs that they're going to be entering. So that's going to be incredibly exciting. But Chip, it's game 7, 70K on the line. What's your thoughts so far of the overall series? Because I'm sure some people are tuning in now. I mean, like, some people are probably like, hey, yo, this game's hitting game 7. Get on. We're watching on Twitch, getting those magic drops and watching an incredible game.
Honestly, I would say that you just need to watch it because in every other game, I'm sure there was people in the chat. I obviously haven't been able to look at the chat saying things like, "Oh, this is going to be a stomping," because it's just so back and forth, and the teams are looking so good, and then getting waxed the next because the teams are just figuring things out and they're learning off each other every game. It's rock paper scissors. It is chess, and they're trying to get this W as we head into the final option, unless there is a tie, which would be crazy. Because I don't know, because that it couldn't be actually, because that was convergence, so it has to be convoy. So there is no way to tie this. It has to end right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all gonna end here, unless I don't know, like both teams don't get any meters. I think in that case it's a tie. But Midtown, the final map, Shib, and it's funny because I feel like Midtown is one of those crazy maps that we see. You know, we saw it upset Berber over VP on this map. They got it done. 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. Some teams get full held here, man. So this map can be absolutely insane, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of variance in terms of the latter half of the bans, because some things are sort of sneaking through.
Yeah, I think that the bans have just been so elevated now. Things are so... I love how it just keeps me in an Emma lock, too. I love how Emma's squeaking through in the finals more than ever before, right, in America. We've been loving banning Emma out just a ton there on that side. Psylocke going to be locked down from both teams at the same time. Why not? Could the Flyers come back around? What do you think?
I mean, maybe, yeah. I think that's the one to be a part of it. We'll see. These are the last two are always so important, and unfortunately, I don't think that there's actually a real massive advantage to either of these sides in terms of the ban phase when we've been at Shib so far. I mean, maybe you could say the blue side because you get that Loki ban, but there's always that protect on the opposite side, so it doesn't really give you an advantage. I mean, it's just kind of, it looks like it's an advantage, I suppose. But now, Torch banned from 100 Thieves. They don't want to play around it, and it makes sense considering what Nectar has done. But Shib, what does that open up? The answer is, I think it opens up the Crimzo Groot.
But he just locked in the thing. So that's where the thing, if you're going to find value with the thing, it's on Midtown. A lot of alleyway maps that you get a ton of value with that Yancey Street charge. So we've been seeing that a lot in the pro scene. Whenever this map is here, it's the thing city. So I wonder if they're going to ban it out on the opposition. I don't know if it's necessary. No, out goes Torch.
Oh, down goes Torch. But now we go back to the Wolverine. Was the answer there for the Wolverine? And it looks like maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, who's going to come out on top in Game 7? Shib, do you favor either of these teams based on what we've seen so far? Is it Sentinels based on the last map? I think you predicted them to win the whole tournament, right? So, and you had this a 4-3 for Sentinels. I had it 4-3 for 100 Thieves.
That's crazy.
One of us is going to be wrong here, buddy. One of us is going to be dead wrong.
I love it, though. We've been learning. You know what I mean? Our brackets have been cheeks. You may say that out loud. Go ahead and type it in the chat. But right now, we nailed this. And I'll tell you that much. As we head into Game 7, you know what, man? It's been a battle either way, and this has been so fun to watch. In terms of who takes this, I put Sentinels just because of their last matchup and how they're able to run some weird stuff and get W's, and I think that is a unique way to play Rivals right now that it's tough to practice against, right? Like a Magic. You're not going to scrim against that, right? But we do see here, it looks like chat has 51% Sentinels.
Okay. That's that is a sliver of a 1%. That is 1% is at 1%. I'll explain later. Okay, I mean that is an unbelievably small margin. As we have a little performance from the piano girl herself. Shib, can you play piano? Are you a piano guy?
I cannot by any means. You know what I mean? We can do the that's all I got. You know what I mean? Not much more than that. As we begin fight 1, and I honestly love this map. I think it's very much, in my opinion, I feel like, although it feels defensible in the beginning here, once you get walking, it's very offense coded, in my opinion. You seem to push through once you get through 2, almost guaranteed. But at this level of play, it's a different story. But talking ladder as you're climbing. And here we go. Amazing. Gonna be able to play that Iron Man and Nectar. Interesting. Gonna be on Bucky.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, map bans out of the way. Map picks, hero bans out of the way. It's Game 7, all on the line. I think the hero pool goes out the window. Now we see who the real kings are. And that early Kraken impact definitely sets up 100 Thieves. Techie's gone.
This is crazy. Terra, make it 2. Can I see more, Terra? Try them all. Right. 3, 4, 5. Oh, he is so different with this ultimate. It's almost a guaranteed clip every time. Come on now.
Uh-oh. I don't know if Nectar has it in him. Is he the one to match against Terra? The squirrel is gone. Where did it go? I swear to God, every time that squirrel leaves, it turns into like a horror film. Where did that go? But regardless, right now, I am terrified of Terra. Nectar on his side. He's got his own Kraken impact. Can he go equally as large with Amazing in that maximum pulse?
A squirrel's waiting for you in your bedroom, hiding in the closet. Here comes an ultimate from Amazing. Gets 2 down. Harvey and Delena. Nice return, making 3. Amazing says it's not over yet. Let me hold on here on point 1 and forces them back to the door with ult advantage. That is a huge maximum pulse.
Game 7, ult for trades, or just back and forth. Rye with a yeet across the map. An absolute golf shot, putter shot. and a connected flush. 100 Thieves now have to walk back through 2 minutes off the clock, and they have good ultimate. Strangling Prison up. Crimzo as well does have his own Strangling Prison. Bear in mind, I believe Wolverine still got through, so we'll see what happens as the game progresses.
I am ready to
Oh my goodness, and here we go again. Nectar ready for this Kraken impact as well. Got to use it relatively soon as Terra's already back again, almost has it once more. You got to be aggressive with these. Obviously wasn't a great window for him to get that kind of value, but crazy how fast he can get these back as Terra now has ult, and Nectar goes down, and that's tough to look at as once again Terra gets 2. Come on, this guy is on one. Now heading towards the back line, waiting for some of this to go away. Cooldowns burn, forcing out more. Is going to walk. Good turnaround there by Techie. Right, amazing with another ultimate onto Vinny, and 2 are down once more. That ult out for 100 Thieves. It may not have been worth it. Can they hold? Might have been too aggressive. Teleport comes through here for the side of Sentinels. Will now have their whole team on point. Ult only for Nectar, who still has that first ult. Got to pop off here as soon as this goes down. Got to stay on point, and you do see Crimzo here holding on. Out goes Nectar, trying to find some. Not able to get the same amount. Almost does. Just barely misses. Oh my goodness, almost with the reset there. And Terra, once again, saying this is my hero. Delena gonna fall. TTK onto Korova, and that should do it for point 1. It does.
I hate to say it, but Ryan Mazing looked like a future lawnmower right there. I mean, he just was a lumberjack. I don't know what to describe with that uni beam, just chopping the trees. Like we saw Terra POV with the Kraken impact going ham, and then we switched to Ryan Mazing POV, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna burn these group walls, I guess. I mean, it's another day in Detroit, I guess, just mining these walls. So, you know, to be honest, I want to see Sentinels get a little bit more value out of this Iron Man upcoming in the second phase. That was still a good hold from them, but 100 Thieves in the open. Delena's always a problem. Also, Terra, whenever we had that Kraken impact, he's been terrifying as well.
Dude, this is what I want from a game 7. Just hype after hype, and it cannot be stopped. Ryan Mazing gonna walk in here with the bond, and that is terrifying when you can come in with a laser like that, playing on the low ground. That's what I'm talking about on those strategist ultimates. Nectar now finds SJP with a dome shot. That's gonna be huge. Out go Crystals though for the side of Sentinels, and that is value. Ryan Mazing gonna probably hide on the high side here, and as soon as they walk through, try to get that maximum pulse to land. I have no doubt in my mind that it will be aggressive, but the problem is it's difficult as there is a ton of counters, but you only have 1 shield on the side of 100 Thieves right now with Vinny being back on Groot. It's all about TTK getting that shield out, which can be a strong counter for the pulse, and that is a bond. Tries to throw it into the side. Oh, it's 1. Nectar makes it 2, and now Nectar's resetting. Do we see more up in the sky? We go. Hella gonna fall right back down as Delena is gonna be just heading back to the spawner. No, I lied. Delena turns it on right. Amazing. TTK onto Nectar, and this fight is once again evened out, and I believe 100 Thieves have a closer spawn, so they will be here, and they're walking forward now, keeping the aggression. Down goes 2 more.
Yeah, I thought maybe they could turn it with Crimzo and Techie, but without the strategist, it's a tough spot to be in. The Terra Cape from Harvey connected pretty much onto everybody, and now we're entering the end of this second phase of the map. Not a lot of time in the bank, though, so if Sentinels can get a fight here, a fight would win here, that'd be big, but guess who has the ultimate again? It's Terra with the Kraken impact.
Wow, this is so crazy. Techie now with ult here. Terra does have, like you said, that Kraken impact, and that is very threatening if I'm on the side of Sentinels. It's all about Ryan Mazing trying to get that ult back quickly. Really does. And, you know, another one of those heroes alongside things like The Thing that can get that ult incredibly quick if you land those left clicks on a few people, especially if you have that empowered up. Terra to keep the pressure on, and here it comes through the crystals. Trying to reset off Clone. Does not do that. Tries to get away there from the Psionic, but does not. Good positioning by Techie. Incredible off angle. It's Ryan Mazing finds Delena, and he's waiting for that Alazara. Mori now is going to copy up and keep it going forward. Play low. Jarvis, send this to my wife. No, it does not work out as he does not get the landing. It is going to be reset, and ult is going to be utilized. TTK onto Nectar, and that is another pick again for 100 Thieves that are up with the dance floor.
Yeah, but they have to run away. I mean, this ultimate from Korova is too big. It's too hard to come back into it. Maybe Terra, who built another Kraken impact, comes back into Crimzo, resets. So here he's getting 2, make it 3, and everybody else is gone.
How is that possible? It's been seconds. How? This guy is, what is going on? Terra, I told you, this guy is Wolverine, okay? He gets mad and just goes crazy, and it just always works like that. This guy is different. So well played by 100 Thieves, and what a take through on point 2. Oh my goodness. If I'm Team Sentinels, it's all about the next 2 fights now. Do not let them get point 3. Give yourself a chance to win this as we progress forward again.
I mean, this game is such an ult game, right? Marvel Rivals, this game specifically is just all about building those ults. I mean, Terra built 2 in that fight. He is so good at building ultimates in general. Now he's on to that Wolverine. Map changing, by the way, as the defense just broke everything to make it change. We'll see what happens with Terra on the Wolverine, because right now Rye's still in the sky, and he's beaming down everybody.
Nice. Nectar is going to start off with 1. Make that 2. Try to match this evenly. That's another. Waiting some time out here, looking for anyone in the back angle. Not able to find much more, but good play. Does drive them back without committing too much as no one else pressed the Q button. Right, Amazing holding on to that maximum pulse again.
33 seconds left on the clock. Hunter Thieves only coming up on Harvey, Vinny, and SJP. So that's just quite a bit. And Delena with that Goddess of Death. Sentinels, they don't know they have the ult advantage right now. I'm pretty sure they assume Hunter Thieves built it, so they're going to play slow. But Rye, he could be gross. He could be nasty. There's no Loki on the other side, so he can find an elimination as long as he gets through these shields.
Oh, and that's the combo. Emma's just got to try to lock them down, and then he throw out this pulse, which will happen. Oh, maybe not. Oh, okay. Just going to use it to counter out. That's not a bad idea at all. Good play there by Rye Amazing, who does get strangling prison, though. Crimson still finds one through it, as Vinny is going to have to walk back. A tackle through, as we see the Wolverine now from Terra is out, and the last stand goes out. Not sure if it got much value through that Eternal Bond, keeping the pressure on a Groot, and Groot is now running. Great work there by Rye Amazing to peel the Groot. Nectar onto SJP, and that's a huge pick too, but TTK is buying the space, and they're walking forward. Gets walled off. 100 HP in a dream. No, not for long. Nectar resets on 2. Make it 3. Nectar now popping off. What?
Are you kidding? Oh my goodness. I mean, he's just as good. He's just as good. High fives around. Hold comes from Sentinels in the 3rd phase, but it's not over yet, Ship, man. They got 96 meters. Read that backwards right now. Sentinels held out 100 Thieves, able to kind of pop off as much as the other side as Terra, right? I think Terra, definitely a more known name, I think, in the scene. Same thing with Nectar. As he's been building his brand, he is going insane as well. And I think, honestly, the backline there from Sentinels carried it, right? We saw the counter ults from Crimson and stuff.
Yeah.
The difficulty is, for as good, I think, as Vinny is at Groot, honestly, Crimson and them seem to play around that group a little bit better, and the healers, like you mentioned, with Karova, with Aramori, they just did so good at keeping Crimson alive, losing only 1 during the Kraken impact, losing only 1 during that last stand, for example. And I mean, shout out to the supports in this game. The strategists are just absolute carrying.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I'm with you. It's really, at this point, it's a game of inches. Not only a game of inches, but a game of the back line. The strat alts have been huge, like you're saying, to counter, but everybody has found success with alts across the board. It looks like Vinny, the only one without a final hit right now, but even so, Techie only able to find 1, really setting up for those those duelists. As Rye Amazing has 7, Nectar on 8, but Terra with 15. I mean, that man's got what, 3 or 4 or 5 piece ultimates in this fight, in this round alone, it seems. So that's where a lot of those are coming from. But wow. I mean, also, you got to show something to Harvey, who, whenever they engage with that Eternal Bond, always switches to damage, which is some advice I've seen from some of the top Cloak and Daggers. You use that ult, have your team just know that they can play safe on it, and stay in damage form. Try to find value, because you don't need to be healing. Your ult's doing plenty.
100%. That's a great call out. Both of these Cloak and Daggers that are in the lobby and been doing so much for their teams. Rye pulls at the beam already, walls up on both sides, deleting so much wildlife and nature. I'm sure if we were talking about a different movie, that would be seen as a crime.
Right, amazing with a nice pick there on Vinny, and that's a good start. They're just kind of momentuming forward. There's just no stopping them right now. Well, the fact that they're going to have to drop back this early is a tough look here for the side of 100. These are playing on their heels literally right now, as Sentinels are keeping this pace up with a ton of time on the clock, and now they're in the danger zone. It's all about, can he clutch up? Right, amazing, going to have an ult very soon, potentially first, which is crazy to beat out something like Cloak and Dagger on either side. Terra, what do you know, in a similar boat already has ult, and that is going to happen here soon. Try to get it before the strategist, but he may wait it out instead. We'll find out here shortly. Maximum pulse goes out. Does it land? It does not. Good idea. Force out some cooldowns. Does force them moving. Terra launches. Does find Right Amazing immediately. Gonna wait it out as long as possible. You have 5 seconds more to utilize, and here it is. Bang. Gonna land and get a second. How is that possible through the bond? Terra and Nectar now. We got SJP. Crimson on the Delena. They use the combination of the strangling pulse and Nectar. Gonna take out Terra. Looking at the whole squad now onto Harvey. Harvey's gonna cloak away. Gonna keep that eye on and try to chase. See if he can get that reset. Very close to it. Oh, and does not get it. Very close, but Nectar want to play and way to take out Terra there, which I'm sure is in the discussion back and forth for whose Bucky's going to be more clean in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, job might be already done, though. I mean, they come back through SJP with the Fate of the Worlds, but you have Delena. are on the hella hard flank, by the way, trying to get eyes off that objective, coming also into the Goddess of Death. Everybody looking at it far away right now. In the sky, he's down to Terra.
And that is the great flank angle right there. Force everyone to turn around. Techie is going to find Delena, though, after the fact. Techie going to retake point. They are playing slow enough here. Alt advantage will be in their favor in this next fight. There's a minute 52. That is plenty of time here. They have nothing for 100 Thieves, but knowing Terra, that all will be back incredibly quickly. I loved that flank there from Delena, who's now going to be on Iron Man of all things. Here comes Amazing, and that's going to buy space, but not enough as Cap jumps over Vinny. Very low on HP. Not going to hold on for long. I see Strangling Prison now out go the walls. Kurova finds Delena here, and now Aramori on a TTK, and now Crimzo going to try to clean up. Amazing going to keep the pressure on point, and there goes another. SJP falls. Harvey falls. Nectar finds Harvey. Aramori on a Vinny. Well played as they get point one and 4 minutes on for the second point.
Yep, tough take. And, you know, I don't think you could tell anybody last week that we would see Iron Man versus Iron Man and Bucky versus Bucky in the grand finals of North America. This is definitely insane that we're seeing this duo. Vinny off of the group. I actually don't mind that over to the Captain America, though he doesn't have a lot of follow-up. I feel like just what he's been doing on group has not been, it's been good, but it's been hard versus Crimzo and Techie on his side. We'll see if the Captain America's change allows them to get maybe a little bit more pressure on this backline of Aramori and Kurova, because right now the backline without the Loki has been sort of at a disadvantage.
Okay, and the pressure is on once more. Here goes the bond on both sides. Terra gonna initiate, but gets taken out immediately, and that is a ton of value down. Actually Terra did not use that ultimate. My apologies. It sounded like he was going to. I guess the cancellation was prior to it even being activated. Amazing though. Harvey in another down goes Vinny. Oh my goodness, now Nectar with Kurova dropped Delena, and they are taking the space. Crimzo gonna set up walls for days, try to prep this next fight. Aramori, Amazing, and Nectar. This is their alt chance. SJP though will have the dance floor, but it can be taken out here by the Iron Man. I think the ban phase has been huge for Sentinels. It allows Amazing to have way less pressure on these alts. Nothing can stop him besides maybe Vinny Shield or TTK getting that shield out very quickly, but you know at this level of play he's positioning, so that is tough. Terra now gonna be back on Iron Fist of all things. They found a ton of success with this so far in the tournament. Vinny gonna start off with the Freedom Charge, go back towards the team, keep them healthy. Good positioning, great thought process there, but it is going to be a neutral. Nectar holding on Crimzo. Techie, the combination of Crimzo and Nectar very soon will begin, and here it is. Strangling Prison goes out, and it finds one. Delena goes down. Amazing used all. Techie gonna find some. Crimzo on SJP, and oh my goodness, Sentinels, they do take point two, unless, no way he 1v5s this. He's gonna have to retreat here. Yes, down goes Terra. They do get point two. Oh my goodness, this could happen. It is going to be down to the wire, exactly as you would predict absolute cinema here.
Absolute cinema indeed. I mean, Amazing, one of the best guys in the game in terms of his gameplay on Iron Man, right? This guy's tracking is just absolutely crazy. 100 Thieves, there's so many questions that they need to answer. Crimzo on Groot, in the sky with Amazing. Is it that Iron Fist to counter him? Is it Terra on the Wolverine? Delena over to the Bucky. Maybe this will finally be the hero he can feel comfortable on, because they need him right now, especially with the only ultimate in the game besides Kurova building up towards that Eternal Bond.
Yeah, and here we go again, man. Of course, it comes down to one more fight. You know, they may be able to get a portal. Techie, no! Takes out Terra's Wolverine! Delena gonna try with the ult here. Crimzo and Kurova find one each. Is this it? Do they get it done? Sentinel Amazing with a two-piece for the win! And Sentinels are your new champions!
Just let that sink in. What a series. What an incredible match between two conglomerates in this scene. I mean, this is probably the wrong word to use. Regardless, who could think of words after that incredible series between Sentinels and 100 Thieves? 4-3 win. I mean, just like you said earlier, Shib, absolute freaking cinema. MVP to Kurova, well deserved. I think he was doing so much on that cloak and dagger. You know, with the storm, with the dagger storm. I think there was so much value to be had playing around the strategists. Amazing as well. Punched their ticket for first place to get the championship, win, and get, like you said, Shib, I mean, they're crowned the kings of North America, and they're going to be the team to beat when they go to China.
Oh my goodness, going into LAN, that is going to be confidence. I mean, these two teams could not be war well matched. Like I said, any given game there, it was like, oh, this team is doing work, right? Like this is they're stopping this lobby onto the next, and it was just that back and forth nonstop. Both teams were electric. The ban phase was crazy. Each team learning each other as we headed into game 7, and we saw some insane ults like you're seeing here. That was the most fun game I have ever commentated over. It was so back and forth, and what an experience to be a part of this.
Absolutely, Shib. It's a pleasure to always work with you here, man. So I don't know, like the problem, I know it's tough to focus on the negatives after such an incredible win. We probably should be focusing on the positives, but I feel like it's important to just do a little bit of housekeeping with that. Vinny, man, he just like could not get anything going on the Groot and stuff. I just feel like it was, I don't know what specifically what it was. Maybe because they had the Loki on the other side, on Sentinel side, that's why they focused on keeping the Loki previously. It's and then getting rid of 100 Thieves Loki. That could have definitely been a large factor, because I feel like Harvey's always hitting, huge Terra Capes and stuff. But man, it just felt like every time there was a Fate of the Worlds out there, it just didn't have that same oomph, right? The fact that you can have maybe another underrated factor of Loki is the fact that you just have 2 Terra Capes, right? Isn't that just insane? You have 2 Terra Capes. You also can toss that little ball that just skills you up with a Storm Dagger. So there's a lot of factors, but man, it was a really, really hard game for Vinny, and I don't think it was necessarily his fault. I just feel like the whole team tried to figure out Sentinels every single map, put in a hard-fought battle every single time. But man, the very last map, like you said, Shiv, it just happened to be a very, very good setup for Sentinels.
Oh man. I'm with you. You talk about maybe a little bit of the struggles there across the board and not able to find some finals. I think it's difficult to go in without a shield into something like Iron Man and with those strangling prisons, right? Like, it was matched on the other side, but they didn't have the Iron Man. So the threat consistently, if you're on Luna, of being ulted to the face makes you play a little differently. So it's super difficult. I know what you're saying there. SJP not able to get the healing maybe they normally would. Harvey played in, lights out, 53k, still 45k from the side of SJP. Only falling 7 times. So they still did a really good job. I do truly think they were just able to pressure through the front line so quickly with that 33k damage from Rymazing with 14 finals. Nectar with 14 as well, 28k. I mean, come on. This team is on one.
Absolutely. And, I maybe posed the question to chat. I don't know, like, who would you ban there on the last map over what 100 Thieves did? Because, I mean, that was just such an incredible series, so tough. To me, it seems right now that Sentinels are not necessarily meta-proof, but it feels like they're damn close. Like, every single time they are winning because of that sort of, because of the metas of this patch, because of their diversity in hero pool. By the way, we already have the champion Sentinels on the line. We got Ara Mori, I believe it is, on the line. I'm sure in the group of the gang. What a fantastic game that was. Hey, Ara Mori, congrats on the dub.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm still shaking, like way more than last time.
How are you feeling right now? The first ever champion of the Ignite series. That was the most cinematic experience I've ever been a part of. I can't imagine what you guys are feeling over there.
Yeah, I mean, like, as soon as we won, like, everybody just jumped out of their seats, like, hugging each other, and it was just, like, a really special moment, and I'm really thankful we could, like, be in person for that. I got to go and just hug my fiance, which is, like, so special, right? And my heart is still beating, like, out of my chest. But it was really, really cool.
So cool.
No, absolutely. I mean, it was a battle back and forth, and you talked about Crimzo and his spreadsheets, how there's all these sort of bans and stuff.
Yeah.
Did that spreadsheet go out the window in that series with 100 Thieves? Because man, it felt like just both of you guys were just throwing things at a wall until something stuck.
Yeah, a little bit. We kind of let him cook, and honestly, like, everybody was giving input on, like Nectar especially was saying, like, I can do this if we do this line, or so on and so forth. And Kurova even was saying, like, no, let me play Sue. I'm gonna make sure that Wolf doesn't do anything. And it was just really cool. Like, our whole team was pitching it a lot. I think a lot more than other games we've played. But yeah, it was really, really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like you guys were learning every map and figuring things out together, and that's what I love about
we were downloading.
Yeah, exactly. Downloading the information, best of 7. So smart and so well played. For the Iron Man mans, I'm sure they're asking. I saw there a ton of value with Iron Man. Is that just when you get rid of shields? Like, is it just unleashed? Is that what the banning was? That what the whole?
No, that's just Rymazing. That's just the Rymazing diff. Like, that's just his character. Sometimes he's able to just like run the whole lobby on that guy. So I don't know. If you see Iron Man's in ranked, sorry. They're not going to be as good as Rymazing, but that is Rymazing right there. Yep.
I feel like
he said, I'm changing the meta.
To pose. He's changing the meta. He's Rye is Timothy on that character for sure, man. You know what? Like Amori, I posed the question to Tara earlier. I was like, you know, who's in your all-star team? He called out you. He called out Korova. He said that you guys are some of the best strategists in the game. I mean, I just want to pose the same question to you. Anybody besides your team? I know that, you know, it's about you guys right now. You guys won the championship in North America. That's a huge deal. But more importantly, I just want to get your take as a professional player in Marvel Rivals. Who maybe would be your all-star team outside of your own team? I know that's a tough question. I know you probably have a lot to think about, but who would you think is like some of these players in each role, like maybe one per role? Just real quick shout outs maybe for other players on other teams.
Oh, it's so cop out to say my own team, right? like we just won, like obviously my own team. But I really like I can't even think of like other players right now. I'm still like thinking about the match and everything.
We go next. We'll make the all-star team next patch. What do you want to talk about then on your side, Armory? I mean, obviously you guys have great vibes in your team and Team Sentinels. I don't know what's kind of the feeling you have being around them in person. Like you said, you've already talked about how special it is, but I think with this current patch, with how everything's gone, I don't know, what's the number one thing that sticks out after winning this championship? Is there something you specifically want to say to maybe viewers, maybe to doubters, maybe to people who thought that Sentinels wouldn't win this time around? What's your overall thoughts and just emotions right now?
Well, now you guys can stop calling me a cloak one trick because Loki wasn't banned every single game. I hate that. I'm not even Lord on cloak. I only play her in scrims. Everyone's like, you're a one trick. You can't play anything else and you can't aim. I'm like, no, please. I promise I can play other things. And I got to play a lot of Loki today. And that was so nice. And I got to hit like some good. I had like a really nice flank on Central Park. And I was just screaming to my team that I'm like, I'm making a play. I'm making a play. And they were just like, okay, like go for it. And after like ended up working out and they were like, nice job, yay. And like that, I don't know, that's gonna probably be like one of my favorite moments like ever from competing, I think. So I'm really happy my team, oh my god, my voice, I'm really happy my team trusted me and let me play Loki, and I'm really happy I wasn't banned every game and I got to play other things. And I don't know, everybody on my team I feel like got to show just how flexible we are. Like Korova had to play Cloak, Luna, Sue, and then Amazing was playing like Torch, Ultron, Iron Man. He played Magic at one point, I think, even. Like, it was just a crazy series, and I'm really proud of everybody.
Your own fiance had to got target banned the entire series. Like, that was unbelievable.
They won't let him play Cap. They won't let him play Cap. Oh, he wants us to show our rings off. Here, come here.
I love it. Let's go.
We better be invited. What the hell? It's already happened.
I got you, Dogman. I got you.
I see.
No, that's awesome. Another question I have, being in a boot camp, right? It's a whole nother level. We talk about it a little bit. We talked on it in the last interview, but can you give us that experience of what that kind of does as a buff, as a team, communication-wise, energy-wise? I can feel it right now through the screen. Just walk us through that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you see people face to face and like after you make a cool play, you can like fist bump the person next to you and you can like hear how loud everybody's getting. The energy is so high. And honestly, like a part of my job on the team is to just kind of like make sure we bring the energy like down a little and like focus. And I think, you know, everybody does that and takes turns and and I think the energy is fantastic, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm so glad we got to do this boot camp for sure. I think that's a big part of like us winning today for sure.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. On that, I mean, I think was it you guys and 100 Thieves the only team that are boot camping, and you guys are both in the grand finals. I mean, is that sort of a testament that maybe every other team as well should be doing something similar to that, just like, you know, getting together? I mean, obviously you want the advantage of, you know, playing for Sentinels and one of the only teams to boot camp, but I mean, is that maybe a testament to that other team should be doing something similar to the Sentinel strategy?
Yeah, I think the boot camp buff is definitely real. Like, I mean, our practice all week was super, super high energy. Like, we all were able to like hold each other accountable, like in person, right? Like, Amazing can't like sleep past our scrim start time if somebody's sharing a room with him and has to like drag him out of bed. So like, it's perfect. It works for us. It's good. And like, you know, next month in China, like even more so, we're gonna have more of that. So super exciting.
Love it. Yeah, I heard you guys mentioning calling each other out. When you're that close together, you're able to say things that maybe you wouldn't if you're still new to the relationship. But being able to talk to each other and point out weaknesses prior clearly had an effect. You guys looked insane out there. It's been so much fun talking to you. Is there anything you want to say as we head out and look to you guys head into China here? 100 Thieves, Sentinels, and Envy going to meet out there in person, facing some of these teams from around the world. How stoked are you about that?
I'm super excited. I think we were really looking forward to playing VP, but obviously, you know, they didn't qualify, which is kind of disappointing. But we've scrimmed against Rad a lot. We scrimmed against Burr a lot. Genji we've also played. So it's going to be really fun actually getting to compete against them in like a tournament setting and seeing how that goes. But, you know, they're not new teams to us. And I'm just really excited to get to show how we play on an international level. It's going to be so cool.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And Aramori, I suppose we know it. You guys just won 70K. So just, you know, real quick, put that in the bank, obviously. But, you know, for you, I think it's been awesome, you know, just to have you here. So I don't know if Shib might have another question for you, but I think we'll probably wrap it up pretty soon. Is there anything you want to shout out and stuff? Anything you want to say real quick to the viewers, to your fans and stuff? Because I know you're kind of a big deal these days, Aramori. You're kind of a big streamer around these parts. So it's cool. Why are you shaking your head? I'm just saying, listen, compared to where we were, you know, like a year ago, compared to where we were a year ago, I'm just, you know, personally, I think it's impressive to see what's happened with you guys and stuff. So it's been cool to see. So anything you want to say for your viewers, or any maybe shout outs for yourself for your own Twitch stream and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before, but I really think me playing here is really important. And I wanted to take this interview to really say, like, please, if you are a person with a feminine voice and you are interested in competing in esports, try your heart out, communicate in ranked, no matter what people say, and just keep grinding and keep getting better, because it can work out. And I am like a testament that it can work out. So please keep trying. I believe in you. Let's get our dubs. Let's get our dubs.
Love it. Oramori, beautiful. So honestly, really well put, and I think that's definitely inspiring. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations, Crimzo Techie, Amazing, Nectar, Oramori, and Karova for taking it home. Well done. Enjoy the 70K, and we'll be seeing you in China.
Thank you. Bye.
Amazing performance from that squad, from Sentinels, and we just to watch them grow as people and as humans, and also just the progression that they've had is amazing. To just get here and win North America, get to China already. I mean, Shiv, what a tournament's been, bro. It's been such a journey.
I am drained. My energy is these games have been nutty. Whoa. Man. Are you kidding me? Game 7 down to the wire like that, and just consistent huge alts back and forth. You couldn't have wrote it up any better. This was just so much fun to be a part of. As you see here, 100 Thieves sweeping out Envy there, looked really good going in, and then honestly throughout this series looked dominant as well. It was just so back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just threw 100 Thieves in their squad, you know, putting up a good fight. Every single map was a testament to Sentinel's resilience. And, you know, that really was a true fact. Oh, gosh. No! He beat me! Damn it, Michael! Producer Michael, he can't believe he showed the predictions last second. I forgot it's a part of the run of the show. Whatever. Shib, say whatever you want. What gloating do you have to say to me? And especially Cozy. Cozy had the most predictions right. I had the least amount of predictions correct. What gloatage do you have today, my friend?
Dude, I gotta say, honestly, I don't even deserve any love for my predictions. I was hot garbage on this entire series. Like, yes, I nailed the final one, but I don't even deserve any love for that. So I appreciate the love, dude. But yeah, Cozy, 8. It took us home by 1. Good prediction, brother.
Cozy's done a good job. He knows his stuff, man. So, like, fair play to Cozy. He is the champion of all of the casters in the predictions, so fair play to him. And I am the loser, as I used to call a guy over in Europe during a fight night game. I was the LVP of the tournament, so congratulations to you guys for beating me out. I am the least valuable player, and I'm not even playing, so it's depressing. You know, I'll be honest with you, Shib. What a somber note to end it out on, you know? But, you know, I still have this. We still have the wall. We can consult the wall. I mean, over here we have We have all these things, you know, we have the Kagami, no job, you know, a lot of everything's kind of, it came together, Shib. It all makes sense, okay? It all makes sense.
Yeah, we said stats don't matter. Remember that SVP, right? Stats don't matter. You know, who cares if you messed up on the betting? We got to double down on that again, bro. Don't forget that. But wow, man, this has just been crazy. It's been so much fun, and I just am very appreciative. Thanks to everyone, NetEase, Marvel, everybody, and behind the scenes, the team's working with us. This has just been a blast to be a part of, and it could not have been more insane the entire time.
Oh yeah, no, that was an incredible series for sure, and we have more ahead of us once we get to China, once we see also the Chinese region going on. I know that they've been streaming over, I believe, at Billy and stuff, so there's a lot of that broadcast that we missed in the group stages. They'll be heading into their own playoffs in a few weeks, so I mean, we just got to finish up, get one more region fully qualified for LAN, and we'll get to see, because I know nobody's really brought up China. I mean, that's the thing. This team, this region is probably going to be a force to be reckoned with. I know there's some insane Wolverine players over there as well, so that's like the one region that doesn't have a whole lot of eyes on it, at least in the West. So I mean, that's going to be an absolute banger when that shows up, man.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that'll surprise people is a lot of these regions, you know, a lot of the viewers haven't had eyes on, and who knows how we're going to play into each other, which comps are going to be more dominant, and I think there's a lot of potential, and I can't wait to find that out together.
But do you think, listen, I'm not biased, I'm rooting for everybody. Do you think North America is going to win the LAN for the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season final? If we can close that out after this one, do you think North America is going to win?
Absolutely. I gotta believe it. Have you seen this talent? I mean, yes, there is talent across the board, no doubt, but I've gotta believe in this region. This is our region, and they are looking disgusting, and there's so much talent with all three teams going there. Anyone could take this home on any given day.
There you go. You heard it here first, leg day. I know you guys thinking Europe is going to win. Shib over here thinks North America is going to win. And I got Oceania, baby. Ground Zero's going to win it all. Let's end the broadcast. Let's freaking go. What a freaking tournament this has been.
So much fun. Well, it's been a pleasure. I've been iRunShib. You can catch me on all the same name everywhere. Dog, so much fun working with you. Say your piece, brother.
Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing else to talk about. I guess you could follow me on Twitch or something on Dogman Dustin. Shout out EFG as well, behind the scenes production team. You guys killed it. And yeah, I mean, this is like usually like a conversation you have behind the scenes, but we're having it live on broadcast. So shout out NetEase, like you said, fantastic work. And thank you for putting up with my bull crap that was back there and my terrible hair. But you know, it all made sense. I feel like at the end of it, Shib's looking like the pro. I'm looking like the homeless guy they pulled off the street. That's the vibe we got, Shib. That's the kind of feel that we get around these parts.
That's it, man. Dynamic duo. As always, been a pleasure, bro. It's, you know, we just have so much fun doing this, and I look forward to doing more of this with you. But it's been so much fun. Everybody that is watching right now, thank you for tuning in and checking this out. This scene is still very much in its infancy. Keep it locked for this tournament Ignite in the future, and we will see all of you in China. It's going to be so much fun. Goodbye, everybody.